Nope, still not. Wait. Okay, there we go. There we go. I think NVIDIA launched an update. Please tell me it's not gonna update anything else. Okay, I think NVIDIA launched an update as I was starting the computer. I should be back, right? Somebody say that you can hear me. What's up? What's up? What's up? Just confirm that you can hear me now. I'm guessing you can. Right? Right? We can hear. Okay, very nice. I think NVIDIA, which, NVIDIA is removing some of the background noise. Not that there is really any, but all kinds of keyboard sounds and stuff is going through NVIDIA broadcast app, which helps a little bit to 30-second, 97 mil profit. Oh, yeah. That was actually... Last day was crazy. Last stream was crazy in terms of profit. If you weren't here, you will see at least some of the clips also in the video coming up soon. And, okay, I hope the sound is good now. I hope NVIDIA didn't change any of the settings. They just restarted the app, I think, by default. And that's why you couldn't hear me at the beginning. So, what's up? Happy to have you here. After, what I was saying is that 2 days of no Albion. First of all, I built up a bit of extra desire to play, which is awesome. But secondly, I'm clicking things on the screen, It's a bit addictive after 2 days of doing other stuff. But I'm back now. What's up? Ugborg, first message in Twitch chat today. As always, happy to see whoever's here at the start of the stream have a special place in my heart. And Ugborg says, was checking your schedule. Monday was next planned. The schedule on Twitch is kind of random because whatever you put there is just going to do the same every week. And it doesn't seem worth it to update it every week. Maybe I'll do it. I'll think about it. But as you know, there's a live stream channel. The one where you get the notification if you're in Discord. That one has up-to-date plans for my schedule. Usually, where I write every week. I kind of write what my plans in. Of course, there are some last minute changes, but usually I can kind of know the week in advance. So if you're wondering, is there a stream today? At least for now, more reliable source is the Discord. And by the way, thanks for following, El Bozo, and thank you for subbing Madedao. We're starting the Saturday with our spears out. In honor of Madedao, thank you for starting the stream off. With a bit of extra hype, let me put can I find the regular spear? And of course, you now also have access to the more special spear yourself. And Bamboo Tura, thanks for following. So I am actually, this is a question that was up in Discord as well. If you have looked at the question of the month thread, or not thread, but Discord channel. By the way, have a look if you haven't. If you are new or have joined Discord, haven't really looked around yet. That's a much slower discussion, not one when you will see 20 messages whenever you look away for a moment. The channel called Question of the Month, when I usually ask something, or at least I'm trying to get into a habit of asking something and then trying to get some input or opinion or understanding of what's it like for you to play Albion. And right now the question is, what are your top 3 best feelings in Albion? And if you like to share them, if you have, I've read through the responses, I've kind of structured a bit for myself to make a video out of it. To also compare how I enjoy Albion to the kind of responses I get. So join Discord, answer there, or just put it also in this chat. Can you read some on stream? No, I will put it in a video. I'm also trying to group them to try to understand, like, why are some of those answers, why do those things feel good, yeah? Because oftentimes there's the same kind of feelings that people express that I also really enjoy, but we get them from different situations. Like someone playing open world might get the most amazing satisfaction from winning like a 1v3 or what seems like an almost hopeless 1v5. But then someone else who doesn't play open world might write that they enjoy the fights or the kills where they are at a 200 IP disadvantage and they actually outplay their opponent, which I believe is very much the same satisfaction, but just, from different types of approach, different types of content. And the channel is open also for you to go read. But anyway, if you come up with something here, or if someone new comes, don't forget to ask them too. Then I'm looking for your experience also today on stream. Let's see what else I missed. Okay, I hope the sound is now proper. I hope that the update didn't mess with the settings I have on NVIDIA broadcast. If it sounds louder, quieter, or whatever, then try changing your own volume first on your computer. And if that doesn't help, then let me know. Let's see if I missed something else. Nata in YouTube chat says, I'm on nature more than 2 weeks without Albion. Oh man, that feels good. Not not necessarily without Albion, but just 2 weeks like outside. Oh, it's amazing. It's I remember from my traveling time, most of all, you know, when I was doing some of the crazy travels, and I was legit living outside in different countries and different places for long time. And even when I was inside, it wasn't like very computerized, you know, life. So I hope you're enjoying that. That's the way to live summer for sure. But hey, can't stay away from some sort of gaming for too long when I do have an opportunity like I do now. Zenzit says, hey Vic, just wanted to say thank you for all the amazing PvP guides on YouTube. Thank you for coming here and taking time to write that and making my Saturday a tiny bit happier. I've been watching them, and as a new player to PvP, your detailed explanations are very helpful. Very happy to hear that, and I hope that, most of all, I hope that you're able to enjoy PvP, yeah? Of course, a lot of it comes from winning as well, but at the end of the day, the point is to have fun on the road, and if you feel like you're getting better, you're likely to have a lot of fun. At least that's how my brain works. Madadao says, to kick the stream off with a little fun. That's a very good idea. I appreciate you thinking like that. I thought I'm gonna quickly pop the stream off with opening a couple random chests. Let's see what I have here. I have premium community chests. So this is the drops, by the way, which are all on this week. So also on this channel, you can get premium drops. If you're watching on Twitch, of course. If you're watching on YouTube, then you must have probably some other reason why you're watching on YouTube. There are no drops there, right? And this is the noble one, and this is the regular one. So this is the regular drops, nothing too special. I'm pretty sure this will just go for recycling. And I recently found out I can actually recycle, I think this one. I can't recycle this probably, yeah? I don't know, one of these I can recycle. And the premium, the noble one, gives me also some random stuff. Last time I got a cool horse, armored horse from the noble one. But right now it's just random stuff to recycle anyway. And I have also 2 chests from the Divine Challenge, which I'm guessing is the current... nope, not journal. Current Adventurers Challenge. Yeah, okay. This is the Divine Challenge. I don't know what it can give me. I do still have, from that one time, if you were here, remember, I opened a bunch of chests that I completely missed for like 3 months or so. I missed thinking about chests. And I got actually some pretty valuable skeleton pieces that I might either sell or use because they're actually kind of cool, but also in terms of money, they are probably some of the more valuable cosmetics. Okay, let's look at what this gives me. Okay, this is like 300k worth of random stuff, and I'm guessing this is even less. Okay, so nothing too exciting, but I do have 2 big Conqueror's chests as well, so I can put this into loot because I'm too lazy to deal with selling this right now. So we'll do this. And all the untradables into this tab here. Dragonfire, what's up? I enjoy, wait, Bamboo says, I enjoy experimenting weird shit build. That is awesome. If you found something you really love, that's awesome. Been messing around with Polehammer W1 plus Assassin Shoes. Okay, Assassin Shoe, wait, let's figure it out together. So Bamboo says that, and was this all? Is this part of your answer of what is your favorite feeling in Albion, to mess around with weird stuff, or are you just saying that this is something you're into right now? So, with this is the 3 hits, yeah? This is the one when you hit the ground 3 times. I think they have buffed it, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone really use it in PvP anyway, right? Because it's almost impossible to guarantee. That's 1, 2, and the 3rd one is the big one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and it hasn't really been relevant in solo PvP because of how useful it is to have a slowing... a mobility spell which also slows your enemy whenever you move away from them. So that's why I'm not very familiar with using this in PvP. You're saying your Assassin Shoes on top of them and then W1 and hope that they don't dodge it and don't use defensives to block it or something, or to reflect it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it feels good doing weird shit. That's definitely something to add as well in some form. I'll ask other people as well who come to stream today. We'll have that. We'll have a conversation about what is your best feeling or favorite feelings in Albion. By the way, if you're here already, let me know in whichever chat you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. If you haven't yet wrote on Discord, then share here, or even if you have. But then we can later start trying to figure out some patterns and also understand why. Why does it feel good to do weird shit, you know? because it's definitely a relatable enjoyment. Okay, I want to open 2 chests also. Grand Conqueror chest. So this is this one, yeah, which I think changes every month. I think also, if I'm correct, maybe a bit more often. I'm not sure. I haven't been tracking them. Let's see. This is the mammoth chest. I feel like, right? This is the potential mammoth chest. I got 800. Okay, 600k because I already had these potions. Not terrible. I did get a little puppy or cub, but not a mammoth one. But the second one is surely going to be a mammoth. Well, scammed. I feel very much scammed. All the streamer luck packages I either have not updated or have been way overpaying because I did not get a mammoth. But I did get over 95 million of profits last time during the stream. Now a lot of those clips will be in the video, so keep a lookout if you haven't, if you weren't there. But I can tell you in some secretly as well. Unfortunately, it didn't feel as amazing because it was not a 1v1, yeah? It was me being pretty much just a rat. And also having a pretty good build rat. But I did get my first 8.4 kill, which was part of that 95 million profit last stream. So if you weren't there, you will see it on YouTube. But if you're here, you know that it's still, at the end of the day, it still feels good to bank amazing money. But you know, it's definitely a very different kind of enjoyment, and probably at the end of the day, if I had a choice, I would rather have the feeling of having a 1v1 against an extremely expensive build, rather than having, and not having the money, you know, to show anything for it. Just having knowledge that I beat the guy, rather than having just the money, but no actual beating happening, and, you know, just getting the money as a rat or any sort of other non-honorable fight, yeah? But that's actually an interesting question of why and which feels better, for example, to you. If you had to choose between 60 million payday without the kind of enjoyment of having beaten someone, or would you rather have the enjoyment of beating someone in an epic duel but not have the 60 million? Yeah? Thanks for following, Eggshell OV. Mr. Evecock says, when you actually manage to execute your random 3-4 man road comp on proper gang, and you feel like you're a god theoric. Okay, so when you're... So what you're... The big enjoyment is that you put a lot of effort into the strategy, thinking of what exactly you're gonna do, and when it actually works out, that's what you're saying? That's the enjoyment part? Mr. Evecock? Only to go straight back to dying over and over? Okay. What's up, Shob? Yes, the dog moment. Yeah, the dog moment was exactly. My favorite feeling is when Vic gifts me 200 mil. Okay, how many times has that happened, Dario? I'm gonna venture a guess that 0, unless there's someone impersonating me on a different server. In which case, you know, if someone is, I know that people like try to impersonate streamers sometimes. I'm not obviously pretty new and not that big, and I'm guessing very few people would be interested in that. But if someone is impersonating me and giving away 200 mil. I mean, okay, whatever. Just be careful, yeah? If you take a lot of free stuff from someone, be careful with RMT allegations later. Holy shit, is it the psychology session? Ilya, it has always been a psychology session. It's just a secret. We are hiding it under Albion Gaming. Can I enter here? No, it says closed 4 minutes. I thought they made it so that you can enter much more frequently. I want to do some depths. Rapid Scrap says, good not morning, Victor, and good not morning to you as well. It is afternoon. I did not sleep well because I think because I had coffee too late last night, or, you know, sometimes insomnia just happens. But at this point, it doesn't affect me, but I do know that I will get tired probably faster, and the morning was a bit rough. But it's okay. That's okay. You know, even though, yeah, it doesn't take that much to ruin a sleep schedule, it will still take more than 1 day. Like my schedule of waking up at a good time in the morning and being kind of productive last week, even more than a week. It also connected to going to finally having like a sort of picking up my gym schedule, yeah? Kind of connected that as well. My sleep schedule has also been pretty good. And I feel like 1 night is not enough to ruin it, but who knows? Fingers crossed, you know? Ilya says in YouTube chat, hi guys, my name is Ilya and I am addicted to Albion. Welcome. Everybody say, hello, Ilya. Okay, can I enter? Okay, it says 3 minutes. You don't see it because it's behind my face, but it says 3 minutes before I can go into the depths. Tosha says, my favorite feeling is when someone in Ava Road team up to clear big solo green chest and then suddenly leave party and backstab me to loot chest and my 100k set. So that's a very, how would I say, masochistic approach, yeah? I was expecting you to build up this story, Tosha, to a situation where someone adds you, betrays you, and then you still beat them and take their items, yeah? Like, I would imagine that would be like on top of the world feeling. Because a lot of people who've answered my question have actually gone the route of saying that they especially enjoy not just winning difficult situations, but winning against toxic players, against players who, who try to get all kinds of advantages. Like in situations where you kind of don't feel like the other party is playing honorably or doesn't deserve, and then you beat them. Yeah, like a lot of people have pointed it out, but Tosha did not get around to that. Hello, big happy weekend. What's up? Hello, Tosha. If you're playing tier 7 in 1v1 Mist, what will your build with Spear? Kirisama, if I'm playing tier 7 in solo Mist, Spear, you have seen me play quite a bit if you've been on stream. But no point to be cute or somehow special. Just get Assassin Jacket. I am gonna go for Refreshing Sprint. But any plate boots on Rejuvenating Sprint are absolutely good and fine, especially low IP. I have lately been more in love with Refreshing Sprint because I'm trying to push to the limits of cooldowns, yeah? Always storage. No doubt about it. If I'm playing tier 7, I will already get a Smuggler's Cape. Tier 6, I don't suggest having a cape, but tier 7, yeah. And the helmet is really the making point. There's just so many good options right now. Depending on the mood, I could potentially go for Duskweaver helmet. Definitely a good choice right now. I could go for Stalker Hood. I could go for Merc Hood. Or Helmet of Valor. Those would be like the 4 I would choose. Helmet of Valor, yeah? So the 4 helmets, I would choose one of those, depending on the mood. If I would suggest to someone new, I would also include a Guardian helmet as a very good choice for someone newish to learn PvP in general. Mr. Eavesdrock, you're not a creator full-time, right? Does your regular work not keep you on the straight and narrow schedule-wise? I don't feel like I'm creating full-time, although I have been putting a lot of time into it, and I'm kind of leaning into moving towards that, yeah? And potentially becoming or seeing this more as work as well and not just fun, yeah? But for a long time, like I have had jobs for years here and there, like a couple years. Last time I worked at a company was like 2 years or so, and it actually was amazing, but it's very difficult for me to kind of fit myself or my psychology. I don't know, it's the way I grew up, or it's just some stupid excuses I make up in my head, doesn't know. But anyway, throughout my life, it's always difficult for me to fit myself into like a predictable schedule and hierarchy and so on. So most of my work has been project-based. Different projects, different clients that I've worked with, different situations that require my intense work and attention for like a short period of time, and then I can rest for a while. So also right now I do still do like actual real work stuff, but it's not the 9 to 5. So that's why it doesn't. It's mostly that I have to get some stuff done by a certain. If I want to get paid, if I want to eat, I have to do some stuff by a certain time. It's not so much that I have to wake up at a certain hour. How is Cultist Skull? Cultist Skull is okay. That's actually Cultist Skull is also really good. Yeah, it's just limited that a lot of the helmets that work pretty well from a distance. You know, if you are taking a fight where you are kiting a lot or you are being kited, then you have to deal with that somehow. Then Duskweaver or a Purge like Helmet of Valor are actually really helpful. But if you don't need them, you can change to the new spell they added to every shield, every helmet, yeah, the energy shield, which is awesome. The only kind of problem, and this is also with, for example, Stalker Hood, Cultist Skull, the same. It's really nice. It's really nice in some matchups, but the big problem you kind of run into is, what if your struggle is actually the kiting part, yeah? What if you just want some extra mobility? In that case, your helmet becomes pretty much entirely useless, right? Like if you are trying to kite someone, or if they are trying to kite you, the Cultist Skull is kind of weak. And changing from Duskweaver to this is two very clear, different approaches, yeah? Or also Call of Purity, by the way. Whether I'm using Avalonian Beam or the shield are going to be very, very different, yeah? On the other hand, Cultist is much stronger in some situations, but going from Cultist to Energy Shield is kind of the same thing, yeah? You're gonna use them in a similar way. when you get attacked, you use it as a defensive, you know, to not lose too much HP when the enemy's on top of you. But yeah, but Cultist is actually, it's a good addition, yeah? If we had to expand the different helmet options you have for a spear to still be strong. The big thing about Cultist is that some matchups become so much easier, yeah? Like most daggers, especially Death Givers, most swords, will become much easier, and some other brawlers as well. What are we doing today? We are going to, at least for the beginning, play some depths for me to get into the rhythm. And, also, what's up, Zombilius? Gonna play some depths to get into the rhythm of PvP for the last 2 days. I played Marvel Rivals for like 2 hours yesterday. That was the only sort of like gaming related time I spent these last 2 days. So need to get back into the habit of clicking buttons for things on my screen to happen, you know. Ryesh says, the feeling when begging in Bridge Rush for 8 hours actually gives you some decent silver. You are enjoying that. The role-playing aspect of Albion, yeah? RPing as a beggar. I have never tried that in any MMO. I don't know. I assume that since so many people are writing, like, I'm dancing for silver or making jokes for silver or just give me 20k. There's so many these types of messages in chat, like in the global chat that or local chat, that I assume it is actually like a profitable way to play to some extent, but I've never tried it and I don't really know. Part of me is kind of surprised that this can work. Johede says, hey Vic, question. Okay, let's see. Why does it feel like you don't see any players in any mist besides on the weekend? Doesn't the amount of mist scale? So there's... this has been... so I can see that... what's up, Johede? I can see that you have not been on stream many times. Because this has been like every second stream, I throw this exact question out into the universe, yeah? I wonder the same thing of how does mist matchmaking work? Why is it not scaled to where, you know, if there's fewer players online, there's fewer games or fewer instances being created? And I've had this question forever, and no clear answer. No one really knows. But they have added to the next patch, so the one currently on test server, next patch which will go live at some point, like probably next week or so. They have specifically added that they are changing this so that when there are fewer players online, the system will create fewer mists. So I don't know exactly what it will feel like. Maybe we will barely feel it. Maybe it will be a very big difference where the mists actually will feel packed with people. But they are at least acknowledging that it's a thing. And if you're playing during downtimes or, I mean, in general, you feel like your server doesn't have as many people as you would like to, playing that content, Mist should feel much more full after the next update, which is a very, very big, exciting part of what I'm expecting from the update. Vic, why is there so much delay between answer and response? If you're reading this, I probably sent it a minute ago. Do you think that there's a delay, like when chat messages are getting to me? I hope there isn't. I mean, there might be a little bit because of the restream, you know, because of the software that is taking my stream and putting like it on YouTube, so that it's simultaneously on YouTube and Twitch. There might be like a couple seconds of delay, but what do you think? What is the most logical answer why there is a delay? Is it maybe that I'm doing other things also? Or speaking about the previous message that came just before yours? Literally sent it 2 minutes ago. It's sad. Don't be sad. Be happy instead. Who do you main in Marvel Rivals? The thing is, I have not played Rivals for like a couple seasons, yeah? I played it like during season 0. And then a little bit after that. But right now, when I played yesterday for like 2 hours, I played only Hela. Okay, one time my teammate took Hela, so I couldn't. So then I took Adam Warlock. Because I feel like the it's so much easier without, like, if I'm not constantly playing, you know, Rivals. So if I'm not like on top of my game and I don't even know like all the new heroes and so on. So I feel like it's easier to still be very useful. And actually, I think I only lost 1 game out of like 8 or 9 because they you know, they demote you, so I got to play lower rank. But I felt like I was really useful and good with Hela because it's so much easier to aim, you know, just if you're not used to Rivals or if you haven't played for a while, The hit scan seems like... I mean, hit scan is the same in every game, yeah? It's always hit scan. But if I was playing some other characters, which would be maybe fun, I would probably miss so many more shots just getting used to their abilities and things. So, the current answer is Hela, but I have played others as well. That's also why I picked Adam when Hela was taken, because if I remember correctly, at least his primary is also a hit scan. It feels like a hit scan at least. Fishy says, I'm trying Quarterstaff, which is the best Q, the 1 or the 2-1 for solo mist PvP? That is an interesting question. When I played Quarterstaff for a day, we had some... I tried to try different things. Actually, Ahaha even used channel points to make me try the Q1 with Carleon Cape, and it was very, very interesting. But I would say it's kind of situational. All three of these can be useful, depending on the situation. This can be good setup for your E, or for your Gale Dance, because you have a decent stun. This is the most damage if you are just on top of your enemy the whole fight. But sometimes you do want the interrupt, or the mobility you get from Cartwheel. So it's pretty good to change between them. Victor, did you go for the gym today? No. Yesterday? Yes. My wings are getting larger. I was actually surprisingly strong. I don't feel like I've been... I feel like sleep schedule-wise I've been definitely better, but I don't know. I felt pretty down, but I went to the gym anyway, which is, by the way, a good sign. But, like, the progress, because, I'm tracking, the progress was actually surprising. I guess I just had a good day. Maybe I ate, like, too many carbs the day before or something, but I was doing, what are these, lateral lows, I like working without special machines, mostly with dumbbells or barbells. So, I did the row, and I was lifting more than I normally do. Jello says, I'm a returning player and I create a new account on EU server. I'm surprised with how much fame you can gain now. I maxed the dagger tree in 2 days, like 8 hours of gameplay maybe. No joke, back then it took like a week. Daggers are actually almost famously difficult to spec up, so that is surprising, yeah. But some of the things they added is, first of all, depths. I don't know if you played that, Jello. Depths give a lot of fame and are pretty accessible to someone just starting. You can't go there right away, but it will take you like a couple hours probably to get to a point where you have one set where you can play depths with. There's also things like journal rewards. When I made a new character recently, just to try some things for a day, I was surprised with how much money and fame I got pretty early from all kinds of journal rewards. Yeah, so journal definitely helps. I just farmed open world caps. Okay. I'm not aware of. Okay, they did add camps, so that's a big thing. Yeah, but otherwise I'm not aware that open world has like significantly been revolutionized in how fast you get fame, but I guess the camps at least are an addition, a fairly recent addition. Can you do a triple crossbow Q with Carleon Cape? Yes, you can. Oh, today I'm hydrating myself without channel point redemption. My mouth seems kind of dry. I don't know why. From common chest you can get up to like 120k fame. Okay, so you were using the untradable books on top of it as well, is what you're saying, yeah? Okay. I am a little bit surprised, but I mean, to some extent happy, yeah? Although I do like Albion being an MMO, and I do like long-term goals, and sometimes long-term goals really make the same content, the same game, without changing mechanics, without changing how difficult it is, without changing anything about the game. Sometimes the same game becomes just simply better if you are doing it as part of some long-term adventure, long-term goal. I guess life is also like that, to some extent. Ooh, interesting. I don't have a gig bot. Or some way to get out of their big one-shot. That's still interesting, though. So yeah, so I kind of understand that, but it's... At the end of the day, I am also happy if the grind is just slow, like not slower, but shorter, so that more people can enjoy the PvP that I know makes the game really, really fun. Okay, I don't know if I can find any more stacks. So remember, this is the first level. I'm just pretty much just gonna look for stacks. There's not too much point fighting yet, because I'm not risking anything. Probably my enemies also are not really risking anything. Any stack I get right now is super valuable though, because next levels, it's gonna be important for fighting. Hydration inflation. well, I can use my own channel points, you know, to redeem hydration for myself. Vic missed my message above, brother. Wait, let me see. I have to scroll quite a bit, yeah, because remember, oh, somebody's hitting something to my right, I think, right? Oh, never mind. It was just the oh, never mind. It was the sound of the opening of the doors, yeah. So yeah, remember, for me the two chats are together, even though you just see Twitch chat above here, but the stream is on Twitch and on YouTube, and the chat that I'm reading combines the two. So if Twitch chat is active for you, it might seem like, oh, on YouTube there's only a couple of messages, but let's see. Carnage, Vic, my message above. Oh, you were already pointing. Wait, your message was just that, hey Vic, what are we doing today? Is that what you thought I missed? Because I don't have a clear plan, but I do feel a little bit not really tired, but at least did not sleep enough. It was difficult to fall asleep. So at least for the beginning, I'm gonna just play some deaths, relax, and talk about what is my or your favorite feeling in Albion, because I want to get some more answers. I'm really curious to put together, based on what, by the way, in Discord also we have this discussion open, so I'm kind of curious to find out and put it together into a bit of a video with some of the clips from last streams as well. It looks like sometimes there's a lot of delay, and Zombilius, you understand that is me, yeah? There is the delay is just what message I read. This should be obvious to you, yeah? If you understand the concept that I am a human being, yeah? This is not AI, this is me. I am real. You know? Sitting here, looking at messages and the game, it should make sense to you that sometimes I see the message that just popped up, and sometimes I try to, you know, go back to things that I missed when I was playing the game or talking about something else. I hope that makes sense. Maredao said, I just died to Incubus Blazing and Badon one-shot on open world. Incubus Blazing, one of the most typical one-shots for duos. I guess they just invited a Badon to go with them and went as a trio. Yellow says, personally I feel like making a single weapon 100 spec should take some time, but they should make getting abilities a bit quicker. Yeah, they have already, I feel like they have moved a bit towards that, yeah, but that is, so at least you have unlocked all abilities on like tier 4 weapons, yeah? So you don't have to buy like tier 6 to actually play the game. But yeah. I also felt that when I was playing Spear, that was already way before the updates. I was playing Spear for the 0 to Villain challenge, and I realized that it can actually take a beginner. Like, it's easy for me to say in theory, like, this Impaler right now the best W, you should use Impaler here in this matchup because for this reason, yeah. But then I realized how many beginners probably start playing Spear and don't maybe even reach the point where they can use Impaler, because it does take a bit of time. So I kind of agree with you, yeah. Abdel Kifi says, my favorite feeling is teaming up with a random in open world to beat up Nature Staff duo. What about it? Is it the fact that you are so, like, you made a friend, you're playing with someone wants to play together with you, like in impromptu team up? Or is it specifically the enjoyment of beating Nature Staff? Because some people did answer actually like their favorite feeling is killing specifically a fire staff or specifically a meta weapon. Blue says, first of all, thanks Blue for subbing. It's time to get our spears out. Is it... wait. This is you got the 3 months badge, right? You got the 3 months picture of a... I need to not die to mobs while I am excited here. Yeah, that should be. Okay, so anyway, thank you for subbing. I appreciate you. And I hope you enjoyed the tier 5 spear in front of your name. And Blue says, with his sub, he said also, what? Ads? Go away, ads. Yes, there will be a bit more ads. I have learned from other streamers. And, you know, as I'm spending more time to justify it to myself as well, to some extent. I mean, I don't have to justify having fun. And this is the most fun I've ever had in Albion, yeah? Playing it on stream. Kind of the social feeling of talking about these things, kind of playing together in some way. But still, you know, I need to think a little bit about... if I want to spend more and more time on it. So there are more ads, yeah? It's not only manual, but I actually click the thing on Twitch. That Twitch decides itself a little bit when to run ads as well. Okay, somebody has been here. I have 9 stacks, it's not terrible actually. Okay, while we wait... what am I waiting for, actually? Whatever. While we wait for something, I'm gonna also hydrate. This is signal for all of us to hydrate. My mouth really feels dry today, so thank you, Forefinger, for the absolute hydration redemption. Put too much lemon in this. It's really sour. I like lemon, but it's a bit too sour, but what can you do? I'm hydrating anyway. Carnage test obligated. No worries. I was wondering if it'll be spear or some other weapon. I don't know. For depths, I'm still feeling this hammer very much. Especially since I have not played it outside of depths, which kind of... This looks like a serious duo. They have 7 stacks and a soul. They both have the annoying phase scale rope. So they might be able to kind of mess up my plan. It looks like they were the last survivors here, and they're now clearing the camp. Do I just... I mean, I'm not really risking anything, right? Maybe I just go and try. It sucks that I just changed my potion, so now I can't really... I mean, he won't catch me, so... It sucks that I went to change my potion, so I had to tank all of that. I don't know if you saw it, but it's because I had the 10-second cooldown, yeah. I'm a bit of a waste of time for them, but I mean, they have some chance of catching me with the triple kick. It's not crazy to think that he will catch me, yeah. Would be interesting to fight though. And the reason I was changing potions is obviously because I'm not gonna... Like, if I want to actually fight them, if I want to have any actual idea to... Or any kind of hope to actually fight them, I need a damage potion, yeah? I'm really not sure if it's worth their time, but... I guess they think that they can catch me. And they very much might, but if I run around long enough to start healing again, it's possible that only this guy will catch me, yeah? And then I can maybe turn around, but we'll see. He sensed you changing potions. I mean, no joke, it's possible that he saw that I changed something, but I think they would attack me anyway. I think they were just trying to figure out who my teammate is, yeah? And the moment, like, one of them said, like, oh, yo, maybe that guy's alone, you know? I think that's when they decided to strike. When they realized that it might just be a 2v1. And they don't think that I can beat them in a 2v1. I would really like to find like a situation where I can turn back. A lot is gonna depend also on their phase scales. They have obviously the pretty nice phase scale counter to my jacket, but a lot is gonna depend on that as well. We have 2 bows there, who are definitely juicier than me, but then again, you know, here you don't play for items that the people are wearing, yeah. So maybe I can turn around here with my next boots and go see what happens. To be honest, like, after he uses his... the problem is that I can't really Stalker Jacket against Phase Scale Robe very well. I'm gonna end up standing in the middle of them, and I'm gonna take a lot of damage, yeah? Like, a lot of damage from 2 Cloth Armor players hitting me while I'm standing stunned. But, after if he already used his Phase Scale, I have some chance to just turn around. Also has a silence in his head. So, if he doesn't have phase scale, he doesn't really have any defensives. I'm not sure if, like, a tier 5 resistance potion... it will change a little bit, the way the fight goes, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's my time to get on their nerves now. After they had spent time, you know, trying to chase me. I don't know what happened to the bows. That's actually decent damage from 1 helmet. Surprisingly much. Happy Saturday and raise your spears. Yes, Forefinger. Indeed. Oh, this is the chest place. Holy shit. Okay, I could have turned something in here as well. One of them used their robe, yeah? Okay. If I had the other potion, I could keep running forever. But at least, wait, almost. But unfortunately, oh wait, yeah, well, there's no dying here. Oh, thank God it doesn't work. So yeah, so there isn't actually, unfortunately, there isn't that much 1v2ing if I'm in the middle of them, yeah? Like, I need to use mobility to 1v2. This is also kind of true in open world usually. Or if I had some sort of spell to actually survive a bit of time in between them, even that just a gig potion, that's an option as well. It was kind of close though. I should have thrown my potion earlier. I didn't realize that he's actually getting stunned there already. Okay, well, lost absolutely nothing, I think, right? I hadn't looted anything, I think. Yep. So yeah, so I kind of need to find with this weapon. The big strength I have is my burst, of course. But I kind of need to find situations where I can do my burst to one player, or if they really line up perfectly, that could work as well. Oh shit, I didn't mean to put it there, I meant the opposite, to take it out and see if I have... I need more food. Let's see if I missed something. Fishy said, I don't know why I never stay loyal to one weapon more than 1 week after the rat phase. I come to quarterstaff. That's fine. That's a very good way to play the game. I've said this, you know. I think also real life works like that. Like, some people are running from one thing to the other, from one person to the other, from one activity, hobby. And some people enjoy choosing or finding something they really like and then going really deep into that one thing, yeah? How is sound volume? I keep getting the... It shows like it's almost like too loud when I speak, but I don't understand. Okay. So anyway, it's the same. It's very much fine. Like, there are benefits to both. There's a big benefit to constantly changing weapons. Like, you are keeping your brain engaged, yeah? So it's not that easy. You have to constantly learn new stuff. And you end up learning so much more about different weapons and different ways of playing the game. But you miss out on knowing the in-depth, some strategies, some matchups, some mechanics of one specific weapon. Is my sound fine? Is it the way it should be? It's constantly showing me like it's going into the red, like I'm speaking too loud, but nothing has changed from before. I don't know. And so anyway, and if you are playing like if you play one weapon for like 1,000 hours, it's the opposite, yeah? You do then get the benefit of knowing some really in-depth like matchup tips, some sort of like kind of niche strategies almost for that weapon, or that weapon tree even. But you miss out on knowing a lot of different builds, approaching it, and you can also get kind of like stuck in your habits, yeah, if you're just playing the same thing all over. You don't have to reevaluate why you do things as much. I've succumbed to the fire staff lifestyle. I'm sorry, Vic, says Madedao. It's okay. It's just a phase, Madedao. You will get through it. I mean, Flamewalker is in a good place, yeah? Yeah, it was annoying when Flamewalker was so strong that it was like the obvious choice for solo PvP for a couple months. It was annoying, yeah? It was like a balance issue. It wasn't an issue with the players, it's the issue with the balance of the game for a while. But honestly, Flamewalker is... it plays a lot like a spear and gives you a lot of the same enjoyment that you have to... Like, you have a lot of different tools and you have to figure out which part of your toolbox you're using for this fight, which is awesome. How do you customize your HUD layout like that? If you want to copy, you can go to Discord and look at Albion questions. It's a pinned message in Albion questions channel if you want to copy my HUD. But if you're just wondering how to create your own, you can go, I think, wait, where is it? Interface, yeah? HUD editor, and you can do whatever you want, and you can save it, and you can share it. Just like I just said that you can find mine in the Discord. You can share it with others, you can import somebody else's HUD, or change something about it, and then apply it and then use it. Okay, we have a healer plus shapeshifter there. I should change potions back now, as I'm not looking for PvP. The 10-second cooldown is kind of annoying, because I would really like to have access to both potions, depending on the situation. Because this potion is really so much better. Whenever I need to get away, tornadoes is kind of a no-brainer to keep kiting. But then when I actually do go for a fight, I kind of need, depending on how the like 1v2 is shaping up, but generally if I want to have some shot 1v2ing, especially if the enemy has a healer, I kind of need to have my Hellfire potion ready. What's the difference between tier 4 and tier 6 tornado? I think the higher the tier, the longer it stays on the ground. I don't know if it actually pushes you further away. I don't... Maybe it does actually. Yeah, I think... Yeah, it might actually also push you longer away. Where is your friend? He has invis potions. And wait, what? He had chicken pie? Is that like a joke? It's just for fun? I'm not really interested in fighting him, to be honest, but if he has chicken pie, he's also not here for PvP. Is that his friend? No way. Is that actually his friend? Okay, I'm gonna try to attack him and see what happens. No. My boots are on cooldown. Was a pretty big mistake to E there, because now, next time he has E, I don't have the stun I need. Is he running? He must be running to his friend. I don't understand why they weren't together though. This guy has his chest on mending wounds and he has invis potion. And Avalonian cape. Nothing makes too much sense about this. And I don't want to waste too much time actually chasing them, but also all the rooms were clear, unfortunately. Which makes it so much less attractive to actually be killing mobs there. Interesting why they are so separated. Is there no range? Like if somebody takes... if one of them takes a buff, does the other one also get it always? Because in Abbey, you need to be kind of in the same room or very close. If your teammate takes a buff in the Abbey and you want to get the buff stack, you need to be kind of close. You can't just run around and kind of run across the whole map. I don't know if I've become weaker or the mobs have become stronger, but I feel like the first level of mobs... Maybe I'm just better at clumping them all together. I feel like the first level of mobs used to be much simpler to deal with when I last played. But maybe it's just me that I'm being more ambitious with gathering the whole room together. Thanks for following, by the way. Yoons1234. My favorite time of the day is 1234. What's the point in doing solo depths? Aren't you just limiting the fights you can take? Well, yeah, but comparing to what, Yohede? I am kind of... Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I cannot... There are fights and situations I cannot take. With a duo, well, depending on the setup, but with a duo I could fight almost anyone, yeah. But I enjoy playing solo. I'm not saying I don't like playing duo at all, but also this way I can talk to you, yeah? I'm not focus on the person I'm playing with, but I can focus on your questions, the discussions we're having. Ugborg said in YouTube chat, interestingly, Ugborg said, my best feeling is when I enter a state of flow. Finding and winning big fights after each other. Been on the drive for a while, sadly. Okay, I will add that also, actually. That's something to think about. State of flow is very familiar to me from other activities, specifically like work-related challenges, you know. It's very easy to, like, if you have a work task which is just difficult enough, but not like overwhelming or where you get anxious about it because you don't know how to do it, yeah? Like if it's the perfect amount of difficult, I feel like I get that a lot, like that feeling of flow, and it's really enjoyable. Yeah, you can end up in a situation where you decide to like work on something for like half an hour before, you know, changing or whatever. You have a plan, like, okay, I'm just gonna do this a little while, and then like the whole day goes by, and 6 hours later you're still doing the thing. I mean, we're talking about something like you want to do something maybe productive or useful or that improves you. It's a pretty nice feeling, like you've time flies by, you know. So I understand that, yeah. I think one of the reasons why we play games in general is probably also to try to achieve that state of flow. But it's unclear for me what. Maybe you can want to specify. Maybe someone else wants to chime in. Like what in Albion gives you that state of flow, or what sort of situation? Because I haven't really felt it as much as I have in some work-related tasks. Zombilio said way earlier, my favorite feeling was when I killed the life touch in Corrupted by dodging his Q and him running out of mana. This goes into the list of... a lot of people have a specific weapon that they really like beating in PvP. Like someone said earlier, Wait. Where was it? Abdelkefi said that good feeling to team up, but especially when you're killing nature stats, right? That's interesting. I just died to a wildfire, dodge his E, and then he starts spam skill, I die. Yeah, if Q1 fire staffs, just stand in one place and do a lot of damage. It's not advisable to stand and brawl them on most builds in most situations. Okay, nice. I need the door to get out of here to the next level. Only 4 stacks this time, because unfortunately there were a lot of other people clearing rooms. It sounds like you're spacing away from your mic and then talking with your mouth on it, but it doesn't bother that much. Okay, well, my mic is here, actually. You can kind of see it, but I'm looking away from it when I'm looking at chat, because chat is there, mic is here. Maybe I'll put it on the other side at some point. My whole computer is on my right side, so logistically it makes more sense like this. I can try also to put just mic a little bit clearer in front of me. This is the mic here. You can see the little edge on at the top there. Can I get through you to the other side, sir? I don't know if they can just kill me or not, but it's the same, guys. How are only 70 people watching this holy stream? Does it say 70 on Twitch? Yeah. Okay. What do you mean only? Can you imagine 70 people in a room? That's like a proper audience. Like it's especially, I mean, I know we are not complete strangers anymore, but still, if you imagine 70 people you don't really know in an auditorium in front of you, that's proper public speaking at a conference or like at some sort of event. Okay, I almost entered this one. This one goes out, but this one here at the end goes deeper, and I want to go deeper. Kai, the one says, solo is chill, farm some fame, get some loot, do a few PvPs, good. Nice. I like that poem. Some chill, some loot, get some PvP. It's good. Or something along those lines. Yeah, solo, yeah, you're right. Solo is chill, and plus, yeah, when I'm on stream, it kind of makes sense. Yes, but can you imagine 1,000 people in single room? Yeah, of course. I can very much imagine, yeah. I have definitely held speeches or talked in front of 1,000 people in a single room. But what I'm... Ooh, no. Okay, close. What I'm saying is just like 70 people is already a lot, yeah. I like killing death givers, I give death to them, says Shop. Okay, so that's one of your best feelings? So there's two kind of extra enjoyment from killing a specific weapon that I hear from people. We have 8 for... Okay. So one of them is, I think, specifically, you just, like, it's normal. Like, you have some personal... I don't want to say vendetta, but you essentially have some sort of, like, personal kind of gripe with a specific weapon. Like, you really don't like... Because of, like, a couple situations that happened in your life in Albion, you really don't like people who play a specific weapon. Like, it's understandable, yeah? Most people have something like that, yeah? But then the other kind of category of enjoying killing a specific weapon, I think probably comes from the enjoying killing people who play very meta weapons, yeah? There's like a bit of extra because someone playing meta, it feels like they're probably doing it, you know, because they want an easier time. To some extent, you know, that's true. When I play Daybreaker, it's... there's a reason, yeah, I play Daybreaker. Because you know, I want to play a weapon which gives me like... Not necessarily an advantage over my enemies, but it does give me a very good starting point to actually be successful, yeah? Much more than playing something like very niche and weird. So yeah, there's two reasons. Either you have like a very personal kind of hate for a specific weapon, so killing anyone who plays that makes you feel better, or you just enjoy killing a meta weapon because you feel like, you know, you look at your enemy and feel like you played a weapon which is one of the strongest. I didn't, and I still beat you. Like that sort of enjoyment. Can you make a KDA counter on top of your camera? I have some sort of one shot there. He used boots right away. It's a Badon. I could potentially turn into them. The E is pretty long cooldown. I don't know though. I need to be careful. It's not crazy to think that they will actually one-shot me, yeah? There's nothing really protecting me. I don't have any sort of cleanse, I don't have Gigpot. But they went the other side, so it almost seems like did they hear someone else, or I'm not sure. Because they straight up ran to in the other direction when I turned here. I'll think about the KDA thing. To be honest, I kind of like someone who doesn't know exactly what happened on stream. Like if you know, I know it's normal you tune in and out of the stream, yeah. Under the stream you can see you can see also the the today's kind of kills or deaths, or it should show in the extension from Killboard 1. But also it's kind of nice, if someone comes back and asks, yo, like last time, a lot of people said, hey, I just went to eat for like 20 minutes and I came back and you have 90 mil profit. What the hell, yeah? Because I had like 20 mil profit for the day, and then I got that big 2 ratting kills, and then it went from 20 mil to 90 mil. Wigosh says killing bloodletters. Yeah, as I said, we all have that. For a long time, when mists were dominated by hypermobility builds like bloodletters and double bladeds, for a long time I also had the approach that if I saw a fight happening in mist, I didn't care if it was who was worth more, who was more expensive, if it made sense for all of us to attack the Battle Axe together, because Battle Axe was playing like 7-3 or something. I didn't care. If there was a Bloodletter, I just went for Bloodletter, Just to kind of exert my personal, as I said, vendetta kind of, yeah? Feeling like another Bloodletter, yeah? I'm gonna make sure that I contribute to the death of this Bloodletter type of thing, yeah? I had that feeling for a while as well. Blue says fire staffs. That's your personal hatred or your best feeling is killing a fire staff? Okay. Ooh. Can't imagine there's anything useful here, but somebody died. Some PvP has happened. Oh, nice. This is a roam. Okay. On this level, it feels like I'm getting some good stacks, but the PvE seems more difficult, and I can't figure out if it's me or what happened. I feel like last time I played Depths for like 4 days in total, maybe, since it came out, like the first week, and then like 1 day later as well, like 1 day, a couple weeks ago, I think. I feel like PvE here has been kind of a like secondary. I didn't have to think about it all, I was just looking at chat. Kinda ironic seeing you played Bloodletter a while ago. Yep, I played 1 day of Bloodletter. But if you were here that time, Anamawa, you also saw how I played the Bloodletter. Yeah, like that's not the same. And I don't say I have this feeling against Bloodletters right now. It was like the anger built up from like a very long time of hypermobility just dominating the mists, yeah? Like there were so many people playing Bloodletters, yeah? Shope says that his personal first death was Deathgivers. Okay. I like that. That's a cool origin story. Ugborg from YouTube chat said, I just sacrificed myself for a double-bladed staff being hunted by a carving. Feels like a hero, kind of. And did they get him? Did they get the double-bladed? That's another thing, yeah? What I said is that for some time I just attacked the Bloodletter, even if someone else was more valuable, just because I was unhappy with the amount of Bloodletters. But that's like a similar thing that Ugborg said. Sacrificing yourself just to help someone else catch the double-bladed. Because you don't like the double-bladed, that's a very similar kind of approach to life. So you take like a bit of inefficiency for yourself, but for the sake of making the day a bit more difficult for whatever weapon that you personally don't like, yeah? My hatred for fire staff stems from Arena, says Blue. I remember that, yeah. I mean, not your hatred for fire staffs, but I do remember that when I played Arena for a while solo, their fire staffs were very, very, very popular. It was usually just face scale robe, range, DPS, fire staff, just spamming the artillery, from 2 screens away. At least this chest will give me a... At least this chest will give me a stack. Okay, I guess I'll take some of these. Whatever. I wonder if this altar... How can I get there? Maybe from here? I want to... I need to clear this altar. Wait, this is leaving altar. No, I don't need to clear it. I would need the next altar. I need the altar to turn in my the soul that I have. Because I actually have not opened any real chests here yet. Hot Tub says, so, I want to level Tomb Hammer. Do you think Depths is fine for a half-half farm or better to be focused on Black Zone? I don't know how they compare currently in terms of fame per hour, but I've heard very good things about Depths. And just as you said, the half AFK thing, not you can't really be like half AFK, yeah, like in regular AFK terms, but you can definitely play depths and not worry too much about anything, yeah. Like it's much more relaxed. If you don't notice someone running at you, it's whatever, you die and you go back, yeah. And because the difference in fame between like first, second, third level is not that huge. So if you get knocked out or chased out from like second level, it's not a huge loss that you have to restart. So if your only objective is fame. So I feel like depths are a pretty good fame per hour. Zombilio says depths is the best fame per hour right now. Possible, yeah. I've heard similar claims, but I have not tested it out. What does this hammer do with E? Is a shield plus damage? Gosh, yes. So, this is the new, the crystal hammer. It does, well, essentially 3 things. First of all, it's a shield, yeah, for 4 seconds. And it's a pretty big shield, yeah. This is scaled down to being pretty low IP. And the shield is 1200 damage, yeah. And I'm on leather armor right now. So it's a pretty big shield for 4 seconds. Secondly, it does a little bit of flat damage. So there's a damage instance, but it's not much at all. Here it says 300, yeah. And then the final big thing is it puts kind of a stack on your enemy. And for how long? For 6 seconds, yeah, okay. It puts one of these electricity or whatever stacks on your enemy. If you get 5 stacks on your enemy, so you have 6 seconds to do that, yeah. Every time they take that, they take direct action. Man, my brain is or my mouth is not only dry, but words are difficult. Every time your enemy takes direct damage during these 6 seconds, they get another stack. So your E puts a stack on them, and then every time you do damage, or someone else does direct damage, they take another stack. That's why I use Stalker Jacket, yeah? Because it spams a lot of direct damage ticks. So every time they take direct damage, they get another stack. If they reach 5 stacks, they get a pretty long stun. They will be stunned for over 5 seconds. Which is also one reason why I'm using Hellfire. First of all, it's of course good against healers in general. But if I am going to turn around and try to kill a duo, maybe... Well, maybe it will work because I just have a lot of 15 stacks and they don't, and I'm stronger. But it's likely that for the actual burst damage, a big thing is if I do proc the stun, then I will be able to get full value from the Hellfire Potion. Wait, this is not a door. I'm trying to run into a wall. Can I go through here? Yeah, I can, okay. Hot Up Taco says, I mean, I couldn't watch shows while being a Black Zone. Or rather, it would be a bit pricey. Yeah, exactly what I mean. Yeah. But it's just, it's not like AFK in the regular sense. But yeah, the depths are much less intense. Because, first of all, you won't be attacked probably as much, yeah. It depends on how active the specific dungeon will be, actually. But secondly, the big thing, of course, that you don't have to worry too much, yeah. If you ever get kicked out of dungeon, or I mean, downed or killed, or whatever they call it here, non-lethal kill, then it's whatever, pretty much. You don't lose that much. Vigosh says, I got 400k from a green chest, why did you leave it? I left it because there was a 8.4 duo on it, who had 15 stacks, so I don't think I can fight them. Maybe in the middle of mobs, or if they chase after me, I can use the fact that they use their spells to chase. But it was what's it called? It was a full 8.4 Mist Piercer with Ray of Light and Royal Helmet, yeah. So he's gonna stun me, he's gonna root me, which also is a pretty good damage, yeah, Ray of Light. And it's very unlikely that I will be able to, 1v2 him and whoever he has, yeah. Like if I had to 1v1 him, I could try. I could try kite him around and dodge his E for sure. But 1v2 is... I don't know. I'll try. I don't have much to lose, so if I find them again, I will try for sure. But without much actual hope, rather just to see what happens and... and to try it out. Like a big thing that worked when I was playing depths the first couple of times. The big thing that gave me some hope to 1v2 some scary duos is that people didn't really value stacks enough. And I ended up in a situation where I have a lot more stacks. But those 8.4 guys, I have 9, I had 8 stacks back then. Those guys already had 15 stacks, yeah, which makes it not just that they are already a duo with decent build and a bit of IP advantage. The IP advantage is pretty small. Not only all those things, but they have also 6 more or 7 more stacks, and that's a big thing, yeah? Okay, I don't think I can kill these guys either, but at least I can check out. They also have 15 stacks. So see, people have started prioritizing stacks a lot, which is correct. So for me, number one part of adventure is figuring out how to get out of here, but of course, hopefully to find a situation where there's some chance of fighting. Hi Vic, how are ya? What's up, Chemrek? I'm doing well. I am, I don't know. I feel a bit more tired because I did not sleep well. I don't think it was my own fault, but maybe I drank coffee a bit too late yesterday. Like it was like... I usually don't drink that late, but it was like 5 or 6 o'clock, yeah, so maybe that affected it. But other than me feeling much more relaxed, maybe it's also just weekend relaxation, you know? Other than that, it's a very good day. Okay, I don't need to go here because I don't need I don't have a soul to get a chest. Let's see what else. This is the last level, by the way. This is level 3. And I, unfortunately, was not able to get 15 stacks. It looks like they sped up the levels, though. Last time, 1 food was not enough for the whole dungeon. I feel like they made the levels faster, right? Last time, when I played, every time, I had to eat a new food for the last level. So it feels like they made the content, and that's a good thing, because that was a bit of a... like a downside of it, because it was always you had to wait, and it was very predictable wait time, which makes it even less enjoyable than, for example, Mist downtime, because at Mists, at least, whenever you are waiting, you're always thinking that, okay, those guys are gonna kill me. Too many mobs together. There's these guys, this Mauler, no, not the Predator, the Mauler, I think, is the guy that holds you in place also, so I can't dodge the damage of everyone else, all the other mobs, unfortunately. Fishy says, wow, in 1 to 3 hours, I get my quarterstaff spec to 40 and 65 in the tree. Nice. That is something we've talked about. We also mentioned earlier, and something right now. A feeling in general that speccing up your items seems like it's not crazy difficult right now. There is some sort of very not very strong one-shot there. They're not letting me stack up, which kind of sucks. Bow and fists. Every duo is on phase scale, which also makes this much more difficult than it used to be when it came out. The content, obviously, people have figured out that phase scale actually is crazy strong. The only reason that that phase scale usually is not spammed everywhere in Albion, or one of the main reasons, is that it just costs so much. And, you know, most of the game is full loot PvP. But here, now that people have, more people have started fighting non-full loot, yeah, like the depths. People are figuring out, hey, actually, this gives me a crazy amount of damage because it's light armor, but also so much flexibility to defend myself in any which way I want. You know, you can kite away with fire circle. You can counter things like my stalker jacket with the stun ring. Yeah, there's so many ways. So phase scale is definitely very, very well, not overused, but is very, very popular. I'm unhappy that everyone has 15 stacks. Everyone I saw, that's a new thing, and they're not letting me stack up. I would love to get some more stacks myself as well. Also would be nice to get them to fight each other. Okay, at least it's setting up. I would love to find a stack somewhere, but it's setting up to be kind of an interesting last level. Because there are several duos. I've seen already 3.5 duos. I don't know what the one-handed dagger was doing. But I've seen the one-shot duo here with Grail Seeker plus Bow of Badon. or sort of one-shot. I've seen the healer duo with Hellfire plus healer, one-handed holy, 8/4s. And then I've seen the double DPS duo, the Fist of Avalon that were chasing me. And I think they were together with also Bow of Badon, if I remember correctly. So I've seen like 3 relatively serious duos, yeah? So there's a decent chance that there will be some sort of fight in this Abbey. Not in this Abbey, in this depths. So I might be able to maybe participate. Why would they not make solo version of depths? Whole point is that this was a transition point for new players, safe zones to full load zones, right? I don't know. I really don't know. There's the best reason I can imagine if I'm trying to figure out if I'm trying to kind of think, okay, what could be an actual legit good reason? The best thing I can think of is that maybe they don't want to split people into too many different types of content, because by creating a solo version, solo players will go into solo instead of finding a random partner, so that it will pull players away from other types of depths, you know, and from duos and trios, and like make every content a little bit like more diluted, you know, fewer people. That's the only thing I can think about. Maybe they're thinking something like solo players who want PvP already have like Mists and Corrupteds. I don't know. There might be something like that going on as well. But I'm not sure. I would like a solo version of this, but at the same time, just simply the fact that I would like it doesn't mean like they should add it, because at the end of the day, I'm probably not gonna play it for very long anyway. Yeah, it's nice warm up and it's a bit of extra fun. And currently, it is way overtuned in terms of silver rewards. Yeah, but it's not going like it. I cannot see this becoming my main content, because I love the feeling of actually playing for items, for bigger stakes, and to evaluate my fights based on what I'm risking and what my enemy is risking, and that's not part of this dungeon. The reduced depth by 3 minutes per tile. Okay, we gosh, I didn't know. That I can definitely feel that. That's a good decision. Also, why play solo mist when we have solo depth? Well, okay, that's an easy answer, Fishy, because solo mists will be full loot and depths are not. People who have played Albion PvP a lot and really enjoy the mechanics and strategy of PvP, a lot of them are not obsessed with making silver, yeah? So, of course, that factors into your decision making. And silver, like, gaining or losing silver is an important mechanic in the game. But a lot of people, like, when I want to play for items, I want to play for high stakes. But at the same time, I'm not obsessed with figuring out the most efficient way to make silver, yeah? And there's a lot of people like that. I want the competitive feeling of PvP, but I also want to, like, high stakes. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but I'm just saying that even if depths remain forever as this ridiculously overtuned silver making method, I mean, this is my, I don't usually play them, yeah, I usually go mist still, so there's still things about other types of content that I feel is better. Even if I know when I go mists, I know that my expected silver profits will be less. Although, last stream, 95 mil, who knows? Maybe that's the new norm. To be fair, I just want to get easy specs sometimes, so then I will be able to PP a new weapon properly. Was that about the discussion you had earlier? Oh, wait. Somebody died here with a vault key. Damn, am I late to the big combat? Did they already kill each other? A bunch. There's a bunch of vault keys. Oh, okay, the 8.4 healer plus Hellspawn killed everyone. Well, I could really use a soul. Not this treasure key, to be honest. Would be nice if I could somehow get them to fight each other. Okay, they might actually be doing that. I think the healer went behind them. Is there any chance, if I help them, that we actually kill the healer? I'm gonna change my potions and go try to help them. I obviously need to focus, because if I stay alone with the healer and DPS, even if they're low, they're gonna destroy me, yeah? But if I stay alone with the fists plus bow, if they are very low, I can take the fight. Did they run away from healer? They're probably running away, yeah? Looking that this guy is full HP, I'm guessing they full ran away, but I'm not sure. I need to figure out also a way to get out of here. I have not found a... so, Vic, we're just brainstorming here with chat. No need to worry, I love that. Please proceed. These guys are not opening the vault either, which is weird. Why aren't these guys opening the vault? They are the unbeatable duo here, right? It's almost impossible for someone to kill them, and they have already killed a bunch of people. So it's not instantly clear why they are not... why they're not just gathering the keys for the vault. Maybe the vault... Maybe people have figured out that the vault is not worth as much. Because that was my experience. I've opened it twice. Ooh, my soul. This is my way out of here. Holy shit. I found an escape route. I don't know if I have enough time to actually do it. And also I'm not... I have nothing. This is the first time. I'm at the end of the 3rd level and I have nothing. I've spent a lot of time running away from people. Because people's builds are, first of all, much better than it used to be. So I don't see these duos that I know I can take on. And secondly, so like face kill robes everywhere. And secondly, people actually have figured out, or at least the ones I have in my depths, have figured out how important it is to clear rooms, you know? Like, almost every duo I ran into recently, like in this run, had 15 stacks. When I had 7 earlier, now I have 11 stacks. But stacks really matter. I was able to 1v2 even a healer duo like the first couple of days when I was playing depths. Partly because I had more stacks. I knew to prioritize stacks, and they didn't realize how important it is. Looks like they are opening the vault now. I think they just went for 2 different keys at the same time. Does the vault have good rewards? In theory it should, because it's the last way more difficult objective than anything else. The last thing where you need to bring 3 keys. It's like the culmination of the whole dungeon. But in my experience so far, it has not been amazing. I think I might just die to the passive damage here, because this is tier 8 mob. So if this is not cleared, this altar, then I'm... We'll see. I might be dead here. Because I'm gonna start taking periodic damage. And the biggest thing is not even just the damage, that my healing is stopped, my regeneration. But maybe I can just open this like this, yeah? Okay, never mind, I can. Okay, so this is the big thing. If you didn't know, the last couple of minutes you take, like you see I'm taking damage, but the big thing is I'm also not regening anymore. So if I had to kill all these mobs, it would be kind of tricky, you know, without any regen. Big Badal says it's just a normal chest that's visually big, but it is in theory supposed to be like the big thing at the end of the dungeon, right? Like the most valuable loot. But when I opened it, it was kind of okay when I opened it solo, and then when we opened it with Hamster, it was like 50k each or something. So it was definitely much less than I would normally expect. Than I even expect from like other regular chests. Let's do one more and then I'll probably go Mists, because this is not as exciting as I expected it to be, as it was before. And part of why it's not so exciting is because other players have become much better at this content. So for a solo to play against duos, like I need to have a really good build, or I need to find someone who has been unlucky with stacks at least, so that I don't have other types of advantages, yeah? Well, I have a bit better mobility, yeah? Which is difficult to turn into a kill, but it's possible. But the one advantage I could have when I'm fighting like an actual serious duo is the advantage of having prioritized PvE to an extent where I have more stacks. But last run I didn't find that. Hello, Manu Camera. Do you recommend any combination for duo mist double DPS? I recommend for duo mist to play, if you want to play both DPS, I recommend playing one melee DPS that is a bit tankier and has some sort of CC. At least some sort of CC. And another range DPS that is focused on just doing damage. Obviously, you will need to have some defensives, yeah, but I feel like it's easier to, because if you're playing melee DPS, you're gonna constantly eat a lot of AoE damage, because we won a lot of fights with my friend like that. against much higher. Like we played always tier 7. We killed 8.3 sometimes when they attacked us. They both jumped on my friend, for example, and then they're standing next to each other, and all of our damage, my stun, my friend's Q, WE, everything, we hit on both players, yeah? Just because they were both melee and they just both ran in. So in my experience, it's easier if you have at least one ranged. On the other hand, it's also better to have some sort of burst damage, and to actually be able to do a good burst of damage. It's nice if your melee DPS player has a bit of lockdown as well. So what I played was either Heron Spear or Tomb Hammer, which you will notice both is decent melee DPS, especially Heron. Tomb Hammer is a bit more tank, but also both of those have good E to combo with your friend's damage as a setup, yeah? They have a good AoE stun that you can use. Yo Vic, yo Sensei, hello. I think this is probably going to be the last depth run, and then we will go play Mists, I guess, again. Maybe it's time to play this hammer in the Mists, actually. I'm not feeling the 6-3 Daybreaker. I do want to continue it. I do have a lot of enthusiasm still, and especially last stream I played a bit more carefully, and that actually ended up working, yeah? I took some fights, I even did attack some 8.3s and 8.4s, but overall I was being much more careful with... I wasn't throwing my life away just to have a bit of PvP, which was awesome. Super, super helpful, thank you. I thought about either hammers, Heron, or axes. I think axes can be discarded. My partner will play either crossbow or badon. That's exactly what I did with my friend. I was either Heron or Tomb Hammer, and he was either light crossbow or bow of badon. Back then there was no Arclight Blasters. If we did the same right now, he would probably play Arclight Blasters instead of light crossbow. But yeah. If you haven't seen it, I have a video like as a kind of an introduction to Duo Mists. Now, I don't know, maybe you are already past the level where you need an introduction, but I think it will still be useful. Especially towards the end, there are some like general kind of strategy ideas as well. One of them is what I also just said, yeah, the idea of trying to use AoE, yeah? To avoid eating your enemy's spells together all the time. But there's other similar things like that also, which I noticed. You will find that. I remember that on the thumbnail it says it takes 2 to combo, but I don't remember the name of the video. But it's pretty obvious that it's about Duo Mists, and it's pretty short to get started with Duo Mists. Didn't know hammer could be DPS. Well, yeah, I mean, you don't really have like a dedicated tank unless you're going for a full one-shot build. You don't have a dedicated tank, yeah. So the hammer will inevitably be like a tanky melee DPS. But the rest of your build will also determine. Like, I did play it with plate armor, so in many ways, even though when I looked at the kills with my friends, like when I played Tomb Hammer plus Badon, usually it was like 40% of the kill was my damage, 60% him. But that's because most enemies knew that they have to focus him, yeah? So a big part of the fight for him was making sure he survives, and I try to protect him also. But in theory, yeah, I was like a more utility slash DPS, and he was just full DPS. I'd love to see Truebolt in some funky one-shot. Yeah, it just feels like a Tomb Hammer is just so much more useful, because you don't have to be in the middle of your enemies to proc your Tomb Hammer stun. You can do it from far away, obviously, and you get the extra benefit of reducing their max HP, which is incredibly valuable for the one-shot type approach. But I haven't seen Truebolt played much. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do after this depths, actually. Try some Truebolt in solo. The problem is it's kind of easily predictable, but I'm gonna have to use Stalker Jacket. I'm gonna use Stalker Jacket at least at the beginning to see how it works out. But one thing, like the E cooldown is not that long. So one thing I could potentially do against people who have like some way or some counter to my Stalker Jacket, some good defensive, and who are expecting me to use it, one thing I could do is try to just pop an E without Stalker Jacket and hope that they will kind of get baited into using their defensive. Because my second E will be ready before their Infernos or Cleric Robes or whatever. Because it's a bit lower cooldown, yeah. And then the second time I have E, I go E Stalker Jacket combo. But it rewards so much more. You mean if you do hit the stun, that you are also on top of your enemy doing damage? I guess I didn't feel like with Tomb Hammer you really have a problem. Like if you're gonna play this with plate armor, then your primary focus will still be just to defend your friend and hit those stuns so that your friend can do the big damage. Yeah? Hey Vic, do you think using 8.4 Satchel of Insight is worth it? Mainly farming Trio Depth solo. You have to decide based on your own, like what silver is worth it to you. Yeah, I can't answer for you. I personally have not used it. There is nothing there. I've never felt like I really need fame. The only times I really use Satchel is when I'm awakening to awaken faster. Other than that, I've never been in a situation where I felt like, damn, I really need fame right now. I pretty much always have more fame credits than I feel that I would. Well, I know what to do with, essentially. But if you have some sort of goal, yes, it's not a bad deal. If you have some sort of goal to you know, to 120 your weapon, your favorite weapon, or just unlock every armor, or like get every armor to 100. Although that's actually something I've almost done. Yeah, I have almost all equipment pieces to 100, well, except for weapons, and it hasn't taken me like specific time. Like specific effort necessarily. I just use all the tomes I get, all the fame credits to open what I like to put it into things that I'm not playing. Yeah, like for example, I wanted to play Quarterstaff. I started with all Quarterstaff, like these all 50, 20, 20. You see, this is all from fame credits and books. Yeah, I didn't have to do it specially with some sort of extra faming efforts. Interesting one shot there. He has mage drop, so he can really mess me up, but nice. I had to try. I'm risking nothing. I was curious to try. Too bad that it's so far. So my tornado almost ended up working, right? But unfortunately, the Wadama Jig was still close enough to use his E. He could not come close to help his friend, but he was. What happened to shield? It can also be removed. He purged it with his armor. Not this guy, but the other guy. He purged my shield, but not my Stalker Jacket, luckily. But yeah, that's not the problem with playing this in solo. But I'm gonna play this in solo, yeah. But I'm gonna be careful about it. Another problem, not only are you very predictable and Stalker Jacket is a bit of a problem, but you're also very weak to purges. Not only against defensives, but also if they click purge. I'm going for the big combo. If they click purge before I proc the stun, they will remove you know, the shield and the Stalker Jacket. But let's try. Let's try how True Bolt could potentially perform in actual full loot PvP. So let's try it with tier 7. I still had boots there at the end, so if I do kill the... Oops, not here. If I do kill the Energy Shaper, I'm probably dead, but you know, there's a chance of me running away with his soul. I hope that's why it makes sense. After I use my W, that I'm gonna go full all in. Also, he had also Mage Drop, but he didn't have it on Mage Drop spell. I could also run away and reset if I wanted, of course, at the beginning. You know, they have no way of really catching me. But hey. Okay, let's go there. Bro, you're naked. I am, yeah. I mean, I have a horse. Don't say I'm completely naked. Or I'm naked on a horse. Tony says in YouTube chat, my favorite feeling. Yeah, by the way, if you have share your favorite feelings about Albion. That's I want to get more answers, to get inspired, to kind of understand what really feels good, and also to put it into a video. And in Discord also we have a channel where this is the last question I've asked, like the question of the month channel. Let's clear up these. Just add these to the loot tabs here so that I can clear out the first couple of loots. This is a nice 80 mil loot tap. This is from last time, the 8.3 satchel that we just talked about, by the way, some 8.4 items. It definitely feels good to win an actual fight rather than just make money as a rat. But, you know, as days go by, the money is still in my bank, so, and, you know, I slowly forget the fact that I didn't actually fully deserve it. You know, that feeling goes away, but the enjoyment stays. Okay, do I still go for Hellfires? I think so, right? I think I still go for Hellfires. I'm not sure. I think I go double Hellfire. And let's see. Let's get tier 7. Do I need energy? I probably don't. So I think I can just get one of these shoes and use them with extra cooldown reduction. Tier 7 Stalker Jacket. Nice, I already have it. I'm going to buy a True Bolt Hammer as well. And for Helmet here, I think I go Helmet of Valor. So then at least I have some counterplay against some of the defensives, yeah? Otherwise, it's a bit hopeless because everyone will have something against my combo. But this way, I can at least get rid of some. Like, if someone has just an Inferno, I can remove their Inferno and keep the combo going. Let's see how much it costs to buy a True Bolt. Whatever it costs, I'm going to play it anyway, but I'm just curious how much does it cost. Actually, not crazy for tier 7. Definitely cheaper than a lot of other crystal weapons. And, yeah, I'm probably going energetic attack. We'll see. Anamawa says, my favorite feeling is making a holy staff cry. Why does it with holy staff? I understand the hate for, like, I said, we all have our own personal things personal weapons that we really like beating. I understand some people against Death Givers because Death Givers have been meta for almost forever. I understand the feeling of fighting fire staffs. For a lot of people, killing a fire staff because fire staff is seen as a weapon that is like, it's too simple, some people feel like, so they feel good about beating someone who's trying to win like by playing it a simple game. But I'm not sure I understand the feeling against holy staffs. Is it just from corrupteds or why? Or is it because you play 2v2, 3v3 so much and that's where holy staffs make you annoyed? Zombilius says it's the act. Wait. What? Oh, you're answering the question of what is ratting. Is it attacking someone that's low life from previous fight? Yeah, ratting is kind of used in all kinds of games, which is it's usually not. It's usually doing something that isn't like a straight up fair fight. But in Albion, the most common thing we refer to as ratting is when someone else is already fighting, and you take advantage of that. Yeah, they have big disadvantages against you because they were already fighting someone else. So their spells are on cooldown. All they have lost 10% HP, so they can't fight you anyway. Okay, this seems pretty reasonable, right? With overcharge and everything. Let's go try this out. Okay, wait. So, what is the good thing you shared? What was that you shared that was your favorite feeling that I missed? Can you read my favorite feeling? You'll have to scroll back a bit. Can you copy that message again, please? Because me scrolling back a bit is going to take a lot of time and effort here. Especially, don't forget, for me the chats are combined. Yeah, I see YouTube and Twitch chat together. So I can't just click on your name and see your last message as easily as if it was only Twitch. That's pretty much what I thought. Thanks. Yeah, Hariel, it's... I mean, oftentimes people in Albion call anyone a rat who doesn't fight in the way that they want. Yeah, so it's become kind of just an overused term to encompass every sort of gameplay. Like if someone dismounts you and kills you when they have like 300 IP more, some people will also call that person a rat. Yeah, but most regularly when we talk about ratting, we mean specifically third partying a fight. And Amawa says holy staffs have no mobility and they make it everyone else's problem. Ooh, that's such a good way to put it. Yo, I love that. Yeah, I love that that wording. Not like for holy staffs, obviously this is for group content, but in solo PvP, I like that wording. That's a good like sentiment because I feel that about some other builds that I've played in solo PvP, that they completely they don't have any mobility and they try to make it your problem kind of. Yeah, I understand that. So Zombilio says, my favorite feeling was when I killed a life-touching corrupted by dodging his Q. Oh yeah, I read that. I remember that. But that is the same. That is the same general gist of that. You have picked a specific weapon that irks you, for some emotional reason. We all have those. We've already kind of established that most of us have some sort of weapons or builds that we get special satisfaction from beating in PvP. It's kind of interesting to know why we have those builds, yeah? As I said, some of them is just because you feel like the enemy isn't deserving of a win because they're playing something too simple, yeah? Sometimes it's something specific, like the example of Deathgivers being the first weapon that you died to, so for the rest of your Albion life, you just, you do not like fighting Deathgivers. Yatots asked, 6-3 Bloodletter is enough, the regular build? Yes. If you're asking whether 6-3 is high enough for Bloodletter to use mobility advantage, to fight someone 1 tier lower, 2 tiers lower, potentially, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like, a very good cracked Bloodletter player will also fight others from the same tier, but it's more difficult. But 6-3 is definitely a decent IP right now to play Bloodletter already. Wisdom says, hello Vic, High Stream Nation. Hello Wisdom. My favorite feeling is to barely survive from 1v9 gank in Avaroads. It really happens though. Can you elaborate? This is a very common one that I also have heard from several people on Discord and in general when I've asked. The feeling of like just narrowly surviving a gank. Sometimes when you're just going about the business, you're PvP oriented, obviously you're not going to fight 1v10, yeah? Sometimes it's even like gatherers who say that when they're doing gathering or whatever, some other like, non-PvP activity, it feels so awesome when to be attacked and then getting like outthinking your opponent or just outrunning to some extent and surviving. What do you think? Why? This is not just a question for Wisdom, but for others as well. What do you think? Why is this such a remarkably good feeling? Adamava says, every time I reset the fight with a holy, they start crying and calling me a coward. This is in Corrupted Dungeons, yeah, that you got this experience. Ooh, we have a Chill Howl. Well, I mean, I have to try, but I have no idea how this will go, honestly. Let's see what happens here. I used my boots to get the start, and now I need to be a bit careful. Because if I use my W, which I kind of have to, I don't have anything else to get out of his E. So I need either for him to come to me, or I need to somehow get on top of him without having to use my W. I need to somehow. Nah, I can't. Yeah, I wish I changed to healing potions. I just realized I had to gamble to purge his invis. Then I could have killed him there. I think. If I just gambled, if I hit the invis purge, then with my potion I can kill him. Nah. Next D is killing me anyway. Maybe the shield? Nah, I needed healing potions. Both potions were absolutely wasted there. I went for the gamble that maybe he will get stunned there. If I purge his, it's both times. If I hit the invis purge, he dies. But I wish I had healing potions. Yeah, I would have so much HP to work with. Definitely, I had a big advantage from the way he played, and he played because he understood that it's almost impossible for him to lose. Yeah, but from the way he played, like specifically this fight, you know, based on the fact that he knew he's winning anyway. Based on that, if it happens exactly the same way, like I have a big advantage and I am very much winning this fight. If I hit the purge, or if I just change to healing potions, maybe I shouldn't try to go with the Hellfires. Maybe it's not worth it at all. Who knows? Maybe I just go healing and or poison and just hope for the best. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just pre-equip healings, because I can still play it as a kind of a normal weapon. Yeah. I don't have to only go for the meme strat, and I will buy some poisons. Juking a team of 3 in depth feels pretty good, but also getting tons of fame and maxing out spec. So that's a very different category. The feeling of getting tons of fame, that's like a very different category. I honestly, from my community so far, from what I've heard the answers, not a lot of people have actually pointed out the satisfaction of feeling that your account is progressing. Like, for example, getting lots of fame, even silver. Some people have pointed out the great feeling of being really lucky, yeah? If you get a very good drop, or if you just, like, if you eat a bunch of fame tomes and you feel like, holy shit, you know, like, it's so much fame in like a couple seconds. But I have not heard a lot of answers saying that how good it is to just feel the progress of your account, interestingly enough. Okay, True Bolt. Yeah, but this fight, I mean, as I said, if I had healing potions, he plays differently, yeah? He doesn't go for this. Even if I have poisons, that fight should be pretty easy. Like, it is already... I have already pretty much defeated. And it's nice to know that I can use my... Like you saw, I took no damage from his last E because of the shield, yeah? The shield was long enough and big enough, which is very interesting. Roast stew, and we'll get some soup again. Because why not? There's gonna be one situation out of 100 where I need the soup, so I'll just buy one soup. Okay, so this time, no longer messing with the combo with Hellfire Potions, because I feel like it's a bit too difficult to pull off, and also it's way too predictable, yeah? All you had to do is not get stunned. He used Invis, and I just needed to purge it right away the second time or the first time. Then there's a chance he just dies there, but... Anyway, seems like the build is kind of okay, actually, based on the first fight. Use Phase Scale Hood so you can get purged by all of your buffs. What? No. Sorry for a rather long answer. Okay, Wisdom. This was my question. Why does it feel... So I'm hoping, yeah? So before I read it for everyone else, this was my question, not just to Wisdom, for everyone else as well. Why does it feel so good to just narrowly get away from a big group of gankers, yeah? And here's Wisdom's answer. Sorry for a long answer, but I think the reason is that it tickles the survival instinct long dormant in modern man. Okay, that's gonna go really deep philosophical. All my life I believed that the reason why people like me play games because we don't have to die while chasing a wild animal or do not participate in nationwide battles anymore to protect our tribe. MMOs, especially sandbox MMOs, simulates the battlefield, the hunt. That's why I always say happy hunting. Okay, but this is such a... Okay, Wisdom, fair enough, but that's like such a general answer. You could say this about anything, yeah? In any sort of gaming situation, yeah? That's why these very stimulating high-stakes situations in general are kind of fun, yeah? I understand, like, I'm not saying your answer does not apply, I understand that, yeah? But you could say that also when you are playing for, like, in a high-ranked lobby in League or Dota or whatever. You could also say the same, yeah? Like, since in my real life the stakes are not very high, like they used to be when you're chasing a tiger or running away from a tiger or chasing a mammoth, since my real life my stakes are not very high, playing now, you know, League, when I need 2 more wins for the rank up is such an amazing feeling, yeah? You could also say that about any PvP, and I understand to some extent that's what you're saying, yeah? But I still don't feel what is it that makes specifically escaping a gank group such an elating feeling. Why is your answer that, rather than, you know, like fighting someone in a 1v1 PvP, for example, and outplaying like someone who has spent 3 times more on their build, something like that, yeah? I'm more looking for that kind of nuance, although in general terms your answer makes sense, of course. You survive 1 more day basically to see another fight, you succeeded evolution-wise. Okay. Okay. As I say, I feel like it's pretty generic overall. But essentially what you're alluding to is that you feel that when you are being chased by 9 people instead of 1, for some reason it makes you feel like stakes are higher, yeah? Stick says long-term goal. Wait. Someone here is. Holy shit. Who is that? How are you almost dying to low AP dual swords? Stop running to me. I want to dismount. There we go. Let's get this guy first, and then we'll go for dual swords. Oh, we're there. We have actually other challenges here. Oh, he's on demon boots. So he was running away from a panther, not from the dual swords. And he mounted up. Too bad. I don't like the demon boots, but it's okay. If you want 1v1, I will of course try the 1v1 against Chillhull. Although it doesn't look like it's not a very enjoyable matchup because once again, just like before, I need my W to catch him in the first place, but my W is also my only way to not get frozen. Luckily though, I can also E against his E, which at least will make me not take damage, yeah? Oh, he's on demon boats, okay, so he's not gonna catch me. Probably. He's gonna have to get on one of these mobs here if he wants to actually catch me. This guy is helping him, so they see me as the one who is, you know, who messed up with their fight. Interestingly enough. Well, I guess I'm just leaving here, but we'll see. I think they're doing this because they see that I interrupted their fight, sort of, you know? So I think I can just leave, but I'm not sure. Ah. I shouldn't have W'd there. I hit the Panther on the W. I think they saw it, but I mean, the dual swords was there as well. I didn't even see the Panther. But I hope that why they all chasing me, I hope it's because they were already fighting and they just wanted to get rid of me to continue their fight, yeah? Ah, I should have just run away. I was so close. I used the W and the Panther was in the air, unfortunately. Kind of silly way to die because I already made it to the exit without making that mistake. But unlike, as you saw, on my screen the Panther was still far away. But unfortunately, he wasn't. He was actually already jumping towards me, so I hit him while he was in the air. I kind of like. It was also like I kind of figured, yeah, the way that they were chasing me, that they want to kill me together. I'm not worth anything, really, right? I mean, nothing special. But it's like, yeah, I didn't leave. I couldn't leave, yeah, after I W through the Panther. I don't have anything here I can use, right? I need to buy new boots. I don't even have any smuggler cape here, so we'll just go and buy. Anamava says, I think it just makes you feel like you outsmarted a bunch of people. Yeah, I think that's a more clearly to the point answer. One reason why it might feel so good to get away from a group of people chasing you. It feels like you've won. It's the same, like it feels like you've mentally won if someone overcharges next to you and you just leave them, you know. It's not the best strategy to get a lot of PvP action, but it does. There is a bit of good feeling in that. There's like, I made you overcharge, like mal, outplayed, you know. There is a bit of that feeling. I think it's a bit of that. It's a bit of feeling with running away from a bunch of people. It feels like they committed a lot of resources and effort, and you outplayed them as a solo. Feels a bit like that. I just realized that the shields are also a counter. I think there's just too many counters to make this really work, this hammer. And my E doesn't give me any mobility, so it's kind of tricky. I'm just gonna reroll this. This is not a very good idea, money-wise, but whatever. I just realized, because I did not stun the Chillhull, he did not purge my Stalker jacket or anything. He ate, he was in my damage. I did not stun him because he used his helmet, which procced his cape. I can't show him. Procced his Brazilian cape. So, and I need to actually do direct damage to proc my E stun. So also Guardian Helmet is a bit of a counter, because if I don't do enough damage to get through the shield, it doesn't count. Stop sending me. How could I... I need this... Where is this? There is somebody, somewhere, this thing. Social auto-deny... Where is the auto-deny? There is no thing? Party invitations? Like, I don't want to get party invitations. Ooh, okay. Ooh, time to drink. Holy shit! Stop it! Okay, we have wisdom. What is... Okay, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and drink there, yeah? Because I 3, 4. I have to slowly, you know, pace it out over like 15 to 20 minutes. I have in this bottle like two hydration worths of drink, so I'm gonna finish this bottle, and that's gonna count for 2 out of 5. Wisdom, stop putting all your points into hydration. Holy shit. Okay, so this is the first 2, and then I'll have 3 also later. And by the way, don't forget that when I hydrate, we all have to hydrate, yeah? The channel point redemption is for everyone. If this is gonna be a common thing, I have to start doing like Froggy. Like I was in Froggy's stream a couple days ago, watching him play open world, and I got enough points to make him drink as well. And for him, hydration was just like a couple quick sips, you know. So I think like he's learned already how to deal with this. Does coffee count? I don't think so. I think in reality, coffee is an anti-diuretic, right? So it's the opposite. Coffee is like the dehydration. Wisdom also said, so we had this discussion about why it feels good to run away from a group of gankers. Wisdom's next answer was, in a more specific sense, you have outsmarted a conspired horde against you. Now this part I understand better, yeah. The fact that you feel mentally superior because they invested a lot of resources, and I mean part of the resources is the fact that there's so many of them, invested like them, and you've outsmarted them. That I understand. You've kept their resources safe while making them mad. Yeah, yep. Although gankers don't get mad if you survive, but okay, I understand. Still a general answer, but I realize they only play the most toxic and cancerous heroes, weapons, builds, comps. Not the highest win rate or the strongest to make people mad. I'm 35 and I don't enjoy videos like I do. Okay, so you're playing just to make people mad. Fair enough. In my earlier days, I'm not interested in having fun. What I do chase is make people not have fun while playing against me. You are like a special kind of evil, yeah? So that you're feeling good when you succeed in making someone else unhappy, you know, with your playstyle. And you're saying that running away from gankers makes them mad. I don't think that's true. I think most gankers don't care. Like, of course, if you are wearing like 6-3 plus, you are like a rare target for them, and they want to make it count to actually catch you. But I think in general, gankers just go to the next guy, yeah? As a Mist Gatherer, my favorite feeling is kiting a ganker around the same tree or rock for minutes, like in old cartoons. Nice. Okay. Like, surviving against someone who is way over-committing to kill you, I understand. That's a pretty good... that's the common theme between running away from 9 gankers who are committing so much to kill you, as well as Nerisher's example of running around a tree and wasting the time of someone, you know, when you're a gatherer. What's up, bro? Best spear W to deal with daggers. Way too general question to be useful, Spaz. You, like, record your fights and share your clips, and you can have discussion about specific builds and whether your W choice was correct. If you just want a general answer, it's not going to take you very far. But if you do want just a simple answer, go on Impaler until you learn more the nuances of different builds. Just play Impaler. It's going to be useful close range and long range. It's just the only downside of Impaler is that it's easy to miss, you know? So, holy shit, there's a lot of overcharging happening. So you have to sometimes wait for the dagger to use their Q or W and then go for Impaler so that you don't miss it while they're trying to dodge it. Well, it has water in it. Yeah, but I think overall coffee dehydrates you, right? Like, it's an anti-diuretic, right? It makes your kidneys get rid of water in your body, right? Maybe it's like short-term, a little bit of hydration, and then, like, if you measure like over a couple of hours after that, I'm gonna have less water in my body, right? I think Hellfire Potion can work with a Royal Helm and the same build. I will make a request when I have enough points. Who knows, yeah. I don't want to go, like, too crazy. Okay, so that was 2 hydration worth of water, so I have 1, 2... I have 3 more from Wisdom and 1 for... Okay, so let's go do 1 mist, and when I come out, I will have 4 more sessions of hydration. Maybe it's also time to stand up. It's been a while. I have to request my own. You could have been reasonable, and instead of requesting like 50 times for me to hydrate and drink water, you could have requested for me to stand up. That would have been reasonable. That's something I'm not doing right now. Right now I'm sitting. I would like to stand up, but I have to do it myself. You have 4 more. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I have 4 in total, yeah. 3 more from Wisdom and one from you. So I have 4 more hydrations waiting. Next time I die, get out of mist, then we're gonna go for at least 2 more. I don't think you can overhydrate, like, unless you're intentionally trying to, right? Like, the amount of water I would have to drink for it to actually be, like, a negative thing for my body is probably pretty high, yeah? Like, I would have to intentionally want to overdrink, essentially. By just drinking a bit more than necessary is okay. The Panther wants to fight me. Let's go. I know you're here. Come on. He wants to use the 5-second cooldown. Okay. Okay, sir. I will go and dismount myself. He has Guardian armor. There's not much I can purge other than his boots here. Oh, you have 5 stacks. Can we fight now, or is it still too early? Ah, he lost his stacks. Okay, I dodged his jump on the Panther. I think he's just dead now. I think I have enough of an advantage to kill him. He still has 1 more potion, so we'll see, but I think so. He hasn't used his tether, really. That was not very effective. Okay, we have the first 1v1 win for this, but that was honestly kind of easy. I don't know what his plan was. So it didn't feel like a real victory, but I mean, it still was. I don't have potions for this. He's still gonna destroy me, right? Yeah, he's gonna destroy me. I don't have potions for this either. Fuck. If I didn't miss the purge, I think he's already, like... I have a bit of an advantage there. At least he doesn't have a purge, so... If he E's after me and he doesn't hit me, I'm okay. He doesn't have a purge there, so he's gonna have to E after me sooner or later. But he has 1 more healing potion. Wait, he doesn't have to E after me. Too bad. Too bad that his mobility is still better than mine because of the W. Like, if he hits E's like he did, his mobility is just better. Next, he's just gonna boots and catch me there. Unfortunately. And I didn't have overcharge, right? Or I tried to click it when... I don't know if I had overcharge. That was close though, in the end. The 15 second almost gave me just enough. But I was trying to overcharge and I either forgot to buy it, or there's also the bug that if you don't have this, the HUD, the overcharge doesn't work, yeah? If I'm hiding the HUD, unfortunately. There's a lot of bugs with hide the HUD, honestly. It's very clear that developers don't really care about this feature, you know, because this has been bugged for a while. But most, like, hardcore players use it, yeah? So there's a bit of this discrepancy that, like, for casuals, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's why it's not a priority for developers to fix, I think, because for most people who play, like, just start getting into the game, it doesn't really matter. But almost everyone who's played for a long time, they use it. So, yeah. But hey, we got a nice 1v1 kill. And actually, like, this could have been pulled off if I didn't completely miss my purge. When he started running around next to me, if I didn't completely miss my purge, if I purged his boots, even with his cultist, I proc my, if I proc my stalker right away, I can use the 15-second advantage. Even though he has two potions, yeah, I could still, get it. Unfortunately. Okay. Do I have anything? I don't. Let's try one more. But honestly, I'm becoming pretty convinced that there's no real point playing this hammer in the mist. Like, almost every other hammer is more useful. If only you had heal pot and not poison. Well, the poison gave me, like, a chance because I could have thrown another poison, yeah? Stepped. Wait. Anyway, I have to go get water, yeah? By the way, to continue. But also... Okay. I stepped on a piece of something. I hope that nothing has broken. Some sort of piece of plastic from something. I just hope it doesn't come from something computer related. I don't think so. Maybe it's just from the headphones. Yeah, okay, that's whatever. So we'll do one more of these. Yeah, I will just buy lost equipment because I'm a bit too lazy. The purge definitely the only thing that works with this. But other than that, in the end, whether I have heal or poison doesn't matter. The problem is that I missed my purge when he started fighting me after the 15 seconds were over. He used his boots after I hit my E. Yeah, I already hit my E. I had a good chance to keep fighting him. He just used his boots and ran around, and I missed my purge. And then he also used his cultist. Yeah, so I didn't get rid of cultist, which is one thing to purge, but I also didn't get rid of his boots in order to stay on top of him to stalker jacket him to proc my combo. But I think I forgot Siphoned Energy because I clicked it, and I think I clicked it when I had the HUD, and it should have worked. Damn, too bad. That was definitely an opportunity, at least, to kill a pretty juicy, something relatively juicy, right? He didn't have Awaken, I think, did he? Did he have? Oh, he did actually have Awaken as well. Ooh, damn, this was actually not that crazy. I mean, this would have been crazy if I actually got him there. And it was pretty close, to be honest. The problem is, as you saw, I don't have any mobility advantage if he hits E's. He has better mobility than me. It's still true after the nerf, because of this spell, that Fire Stab just has, like, Flame Pocket just has very good mobility. But they nerfed it in a very good way. If he doesn't hit his E's, he doesn't have this mobility advantage. But you saw he hits every E because he only uses it when I'm already close to him. So I'm kind of don't have a chance to get away from him like I would against a lot of others. Hey, how the legend? What's up, Unknown Supremacy? Wholesome how the community cares for you, keeping you always hydrated. Yeah, community wants just... This is not community cares. This is specifically Wisdom wanting to see me suffer from drinking way too much. Semrek says you can, but it's too much water. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I don't think you can overhydrate by accident just as like a... Oh, oops, I drank too much water today. Yeah, you have to like specifically want to kind of harm yourself. Next chapter, thanks for following, by the way. I decided to redeem standing up myself, so I'm standing now. But we're going to have a quick 1-minute break because I'm going to have to get more water in order for the hydration to continue, to resume. So I'm going to be here with my build so you can see it. This is what we're rocking. And I'll be right back. Hope this is just a piece of the headphones now. Anyway. Oh, I'm already worried. I already feel like this is gonna be too much water. But anyway, so I have 4 more hydrations. The one hydration unit is being deflated, you know, inflation of hydration, because I can't. It's a bit too cheap in terms of channel points. But still, so here goes 1 more hydration. We're gonna do 2 right now and then 2 later. And you can hydrate with me, by the way. That's a pretty big sip still. Okay. Whew, that's 1 more. Unknown Supremacy said, me had very bad day in Mist today. What does that mean? What is a bad day? What is the opposite of a good feeling in Albion? Bad day is just when you lost silver? Or is it like something specifically annoying happening? I'm asking also because today's topic, and by the way, anyone joining, we're not here at the start, today's topic and the question I'm asking you is, what is your absolute favorite feeling in Albion Online? Is it killing a specific weapon, running away from a group, or finding something, or what is it that you think, like, from your experience, for you personally, is the best feeling? I want to make a video about this, and also we had this discussion already in Discord, you know, there's a specific channel question of the month. If you're here, tell me. Man, I wish I could decline these automatically. You overcharged on siphoned water. I am getting way overhydrated. But it's kind of good, because I felt also like my mouth was drier today. Okay, 1 more hydration. Okay, we have 2 more for the next mist. So I've hydrated 2 times now, and then we have 2 more next time I die or get out of the mist. Let's go. Spaz, you cannot post links in chat. I think you already got that from the automatic moderator. But if you want to share something that happened to you, then use your words. Okay, there we go. I haven't hydrated, so I will have to drink 1 liter straight to make up for it. I'm not bad at that. That's how I often hydrate. Like, obviously with stream, you know, there's this extra... Can I go higher? Like this. There's a bit of this extra thing, like, you know, I drink sometimes based on your channel points. But in general, it does happen to me that I try to force myself to drink, and I don't mind it. Yeah, I can drink half a liter of water, and sometimes when I wake up, I try to drink like almost half a liter right away, kind of just forcing myself. But when I get over, like, when I'm done forcing, then I feel good. And in the evening, if I realize I kind of forgotten to drink as much as I need, I don't have a problem drinking a lot at once just to make up for it. Roadman says, hey Vic, would you try a Prowling Staff, Spectre Hood, Assassin Jacket, Spectre Studded Cape, and Invis Potion? No. But good question. Can I fight him? Let's see if he wants to fight. No. Was he just tier 6? Tier 6 hammer with tier 7 jacket. He can fight. But Roadman, if you watch on Twitch, you can use channel points and channel point redemption. You can use channel points to redeem for me to play any build of your choice. Unless I'm doing some sort of challenge. In any build for half an hour or until I die. So if you have something in mind, you can use channel points for that. Fight outnumbered with my duo in the open world, and even more so winning outnumbered. That's your best feeling, Hot Top? That's the feeling you enjoy the most. Is so you have 2 things going on there, yeah, that you pointed out. First of all, you enjoy fighting with your good friend, so there's like this social aspect going on, that it's a bigger satisfaction to play together, yeah. And the second thing you're saying that you especially enjoy when you win from a disadvantage, yeah. I'm trying to like to kind of pinpoint the different things that you are referring to see more patterns between your response and, you know, and others that I'm getting. Robert says, killing higher IP awakened during 1v1 or 2v2. That's what you're saying is your best feeling, yeah? I feel like there's a lot of these sorts of answers that I'm happy, like, keep them coming, you know? If you have your personal opinion, of course, let me know. I feel like there's a lot of these sorts of answers that focus on overcoming difficulty, which makes for a really good feeling. Whether it's overcoming being outnumbered, or overcoming IP disadvantage, or the fact that your enemy has a very well awakened weapon. Sorry about the link. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you didn't know. There's no problem. It's the automatic moderator who will remove all links. The only links that you can post in this chat are Twitch links, yeah? If you want to post a clip from something that happened on this stream, or even somebody else's stream, yeah? That's the only thing that will not automatically get moderated. The absolute best feeling, says Nerishare, is... Oh, the absolute feeling as a newcomer, you say, is if your build finally works and you start killing players instead of being easy prey all the time. Okay, so the big feeling of progress. Okay, he will boots on top of me, sleep, and then do big combo. Can I do something about it or not? Is it just giga damage? The problem is this. That's a pretty big problem, actually. What, the hammer is killing something? What the hell? How is the hammer killing something? I mean, this guy should easily kill me, but... Can I just dodge roll this? What happens if I dodge roll? I could have overcharged. I forgot that I'm fighting a much higher IP guy. The dodge roll was a bit early, and he didn't do the big combo, which is kind of interesting. I expected him to go for big combo, but he didn't go for it at all. I guess it was enough damage that he didn't care about it, yeah? Because he has 2 tiers higher full spec weapon, which I underestimated a bit. Like, he has more than 2 tiers advantage, essentially, in terms of how much damage he does, yeah? And he's on cloth armor. And I purged in the end nothing, because he ended up just fire ringing. Like, everything about me says, of course, I'm already next to him, he's gonna go for Storm Shield. I ended up purging nothing, but then again, it's not like I would have something much better than purge. I should have just E'd right away. I should have kept my dodge roll for later. I should have just E'd right away there. And just tried to absorb his damage with the shield. But the damage is way too much, so I just one combo and done. Okay, that's enough. I think that, this hammer is not viable for solo PP. Not to a point where I'm enjoying playing it, but it was nice to try it, yeah? Let's try... I mean, we still have Pog Lock, by the way, from a different era. So we can still always go for that. I will play... Let's play some tier 7 Grove Keeper. And then go for some higher tier Grove Keeper after that. I think that makes sense. Let's see if I have some random horse in some random loot tab that I can use. Hello, Mr. Horse. 63 durability. Good enough. I'm gonna play a bit of Grove Keeper. I'm gonna keep it on the hammer theme, you know. And also I'm gonna be pretty happy not to rely on Stalker Jacket anymore. Which is another thing about this hammer that makes me a little bit... Like, it's a big thing that prevents me a little bit from playing the game the way I want, because I am kind of stuck using Stalker Jacket, yeah? It's not impossible to proc without Stalker Jacket, but the E is just... It feels kind of underwhelming if I don't have a good way to make sure it ends up with the stun. And here I did proc the stun, by the way, so... This fight, if he didn't have... like almost 3 tiers higher weapon, you know, because it's 2 tiers plus he's full spec. I'm not at all. If he didn't have 2.5 tiers higher weapon, then I wouldn't die from one combo for sure. You know? Then I would have a lot more time to play this. Okay, so let's go Grove Keeper. Here we're gonna go tier 7 first, and then after I die, then we'll take the old Awakened Grove Keeper out and use that. Caerleon Cape. Smugglers would also work, but why not Caerleon? To make it a bit more funky. Tenacity Jacket. This time I will have an actually decent mobility, better mobility as well, if I need to get in and out of a bad situation. Tenacity Jacket. I think I didn't need Energetic Sprint, if I remember correctly. So we're just gonna go for whatever cloth, leather shoes are gonna be cheapest for tier 7. I don't think the details are that important. And Growl of Purity. To continuously be able to put out like damage and pressure on my enemy when we are not next to each other. Because otherwise, the big problem I have is when the enemy is kiting from a distance, I am a little bit too weak. Yeah. And I'll buy healing potions for this, and some poisons as well. But generally, if I do run enough cooldown reduction, Once again, stew, a lot of the similar things to what we just played with the other hammer. Stew, cabbage soup, and siphoned energy. And I hope I remembered everything. If I forget something important, it's your fault. Hotap says, yeah, winning from disadvantages is the most fun ever. Underdogs for the win. Yeah, a lot of answers are going in that direction. And Amava says, jokes aside, my actual favorite feeling is teaching someone PvP. That's a first, actually. Wow, that's an awesome one. That is, I'm going to put that in my notes as well. Teaching. That's an awesome one. That's an interesting... No one has said that so far. And I've not only asked on the stream, yeah, it's also having a discussion on stream. Man, I wish I could... Can I just block this specific guy? It's this one guy asking me every single time I run by here, sending me a fucking invite. Come on. Do we want to fight him, maybe? So he stops? So he stops asking me to fight him? Maybe that's what will make these invitations stop. He's playing a kite spear. You know, and I can actually kind of brawl against the spear. At least kind of, yeah. It's not crazy. He will always dodge my E, but he cannot dodge my W very well. I can just get on top of him and just hope to brawl him forever. Next time, maybe I will just do that if he keeps sending them. Random meme, hello. Can we get some Scholar Robe Frost Staff gameplay? Very unlikely unless you use channel points. Oh shit, random meme actually... Oh wait, you did use channel points. I'm sorry guys. We bought the pog log, so I'm ready to go and pog the logs. But we have a channel point request. This can only happen twice per stream. And random meme... today my stream elements is working. Random meme actually used channel points, so it's not... You know, my answer was correct. It's unlikely unless you use channel points. But if you use channel points, then give me the actual build. So I don't have to think too much. I'll put this here so it's easy to get out of here. So this is what we're going to use right after this channel point redemption run. So the next build is like fully ready, yeah? Don't have to think about that. Everything there is ready. It's okay, I can wait. No. Give me now. I'm out now. Give me exactly what was the build. Random meme. Chesson said, best feeling is when you kill someone with tier 6 Avalonian fishing rod. Why? Because you think the other guy feels bad? Or what is it about it? Poglog Woo, yes, it's gonna be a bit of a... I wanted to play some hammers, so, you know, Poglog is like a logical one to enjoy some hammering, at least for me. Poglog E, then you use Hellfire. Yes, but no. I'd rather use Poison. Once again, to be a bit more dangerous, the whole time we are fighting, when I am not standing next to the enemy, I would like to have extra options to feel like... For my enemy to feel like I'm at least somewhat putting pressure. Frost Staff, Skull... Okay. Frost Staff... Holy shit, this is a big jump. Frost Staff, Scholar Robe... Oh, you want me to do the icicle thing, yeah? Sorry. Just... Okay, whatever. I'm gonna look at the prices, just randomly try to... So, Scholar Robe, Tome of Spells... Yeah, okay, I know. You want me to do the boom, 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 icicles falling from the sky approach, I understand. So, you want me to play this, yeah? And I'm guessing the first one still. Actually, no, not the first one. For this, I'm taking the damage one, right? Yeah. Okay, Helmet of Valor. Ooh, or Soldier Helm. Ooh, that's very interesting. Let's go Soldier, just because I haven't played Soldier Helm for a while, and it's actually a surprisingly strong defensive overall. Then Refreshing Sprint Boots. Okay, let's just go Assassin Shoes, whatever. Smuggler's Cape or Morgana Cape. I think Morgana Cape for this. I want to use it because I don't usually use Morgana Cape with anything. And I don't usually play this build, so I'm kinda... What's the cooldown difference? 118, and this will be... Is it just once per 112? Okay. Doesn't really matter much, but it's still gonna be pretty much just once per fight, yeah? And I'll buy a bunch of healing potions as well. So, we'll get to Poglog right after this. And... what is the cast speed passive? Oh, okay. I don't know if I will be able to time that. Okay, and do I use omelette here? I guess I use omelette. Or roast snapper. I guess I need to use omelette, yeah? To go all in with the crazy cost range, yeah? Or, I mean, cost times. And the last thing I need... I don't need anything anymore, yeah? I'm fine. Let's go. Geek pot could be fine, yeah. Let's get a geek pot, actually. Since I'm gonna use one potion most fights anyway, let's just go like this, and I will have healing potions ready for later. Okay, let's play this for a little while. As a channel point redemption from random meme for half an hour or until I die. We are... I don't want to say meme frost stuff, because this is actually not a meme. This is actually, like, semi-serious, yeah? Like, you can definitely make... like, you can definitely surprise some people and do a lot of damage. But I need to kind of test it out. Hey, I'm a bit late to stream. Oh no, Lemon! How could you? How could you do this? Tomorrow, I think I will start the stream earlier. By the way, tomorrow will be my first ever non-Albion stream. Not as in I'm stopping Albion, absolutely not. But I think about once per week, I am planning to also play other games on stream. And so tomorrow we will play a story game. Probably Alan Wake, to be honest. I've been kind of looking at that as something I want to experience. And also seems kind of like... It's not too scary, but it's also not like just light adventure. We'll see. I think I'll play Alan Wake tomorrow. And then next week we'll figure out from there. Just so you know. Okay, I'm ready to go. By the way, I didn't enter because I still had the last 30 seconds, but now I'm ready to go. Is Froststaff good at brawling? No. Doesn't mean that you cannot brawl in Froststaff. You can change to Frostlands and brawl. I mean, this build also, I'm gonna stand in one place and brawl quite often, yeah? But Froststaff is not good at brawling in general. Okay, here goes the omelette. I don't want to go into the Epic Wisp, because I think people there will not fight. Let me try this. I need to remember to use my robe there. Can I do this? Can I use Morgana Cape first? And do this QQQ like I just did? But then the second time, I'd only then use Scholar Robe. Or do you think I should try to put all of my buffs, like, together? No point dismounting on him. I can't get rid of his boots anyway. You cycle the robe and the cape and Scholar Robe. Yeah, that's what I think. So I'm not trying to just go for 1 giga burst only, but I would like to have good cast times all the time, or like more of the time. No reason to stack. The difference will be very low. So yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Happy to hear that you confirming that. Is Mist or Open World or Corrupted Dungeons better for solo fame? Brother, I enjoy all but curious. I want to spec my gear. From what I've heard recently, Shizu, but I have not tested it, but from what I heard recently, actually playing the depths is one of the best ways to get fame solo. I guess I just dismount and just start aggroing people, yeah? No reason not to. Why? Okay, I can't attack him. You should worry about mana though? You think so? I don't know. Doesn't seem crazy. You might run out before enemy runs out. Oh. I'm trying to dismount him, but... Is there... This is a good usage of our time. This is a very good usage of our time. For me and the Warbow both. I'm happy that we are both using our time reasonably here. I didn't hear his boots, interestingly enough. Okay, and now what? Is it enough advantage for him to run towards me one time or not? Next W, I need to... Okay, never mind. Didn't even need the W. Nice, he got aggressive at least. I still have soldier helmet, but I don't think... I mean, I have to... only thing I have to just block is one of his E's, yeah? I have Geek Pod also, but don't want to use it. That was fun. Tier 6 though, he is, alright? I mean, it's not like I have very good specs, but I have some, yeah? So, not bad. Viewer build, yes, Zombilius, yes. Random meme redeemed for me to play this. Good thing that nobody else came, yeah? Because I am risking for absolutely useless warbow. I am risking definitely a bit more. Come on, stop running towards me. I want to dismount. I'm gonna have my cape on cooldown. Who did you run away from? Somebody scary or not, I wonder? I'm really curious to know. Maybe he wants to fight me? I can't dismount very well with this passive and this Q. There's an Abbey there as well. I'm going around the tree so he does not get an easy dismount. Can't imagine me doing much to him, but... Where did he go? Oh, he went after the bow. 5473. I'm not gonna go into the Abbey. Doesn't matter. Maybe I can just find the next... next mist. 5 seconds actually would have been lots of damage with this build. If I just want to do maximum damage... Let me see. Do I go for robe? Cast times by 50%. This is also cast times 50%. And this is for 5 seconds, and the robe is for 8 seconds. Okay, so if I am in a situation where I just want to do a lot of damage, it's pretty much the same, but I need to remember robe is longer. By the way, thanks for following. Kekeway is the way to pronounce you, yeah? But yeah, but Vanis, unfortunately, no matter how much damage I do, I am not killing him, man. I don't think there's any world in... Even if I have 15 seconds, I don't think I'm killing him, yeah? Like, the damage part works when the enemy is walking into me. If he's walking away, I cannot stand and just, like, spam Qs, yeah? If he decides to walk away, but he probably knows that he's killing me anyway, so he will walk into me. And I do a giga damage, which will be like 25% of his HP or 30%, and then he's gonna take 70% during one stun. He dismounted on you. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think there's any way where that happens, but the point is correct. Yeah, I mean, you know that when people dismount on me. I mean, the fires, the flame walker, that was a good one. This guy who dismounted earlier. I don't remember which one it was. This guy. This was a good one. This was actually kind of close. Valonchero says, just woke up. Hello, world. Hello. Good morning, or good waking upping, whatever time it is for you. Okay, I would like to find the next mist. I think 5 minutes... Wait, I can actually check. Yeah, 5 minutes have passed, so I can exit to Brazilian and re-enter. And I still have 2 hydrations. Man, I already feel like... Oh, thinking about water right now feels like a job, you know? Like, whoa. This has not happened in a while. I need to reduce how much hydration one challenge point redemption actually means. But anyway, here goes another hydration. This is the last one redeemed by wisdom. It's like half an hour ago, but since if you weren't here half an hour ago, hydration got redeemed like 7 times in a row, so. Okay, one more. This was Zombilius' last request. Oh. Okay, I'm getting used to hydrating not like crazy every time there's a redemption, but that's still a lot of water. Like, I feel like I am instead of being 70% water, I'm like 85% water right now. Ooh, that's a lot. All of this together. Just forced it down. I promise. Just force it down. I promise you won't regret it, bro. I always just tank a bunch to get it out of the way. That's what I do in the mornings. And that works. Like, by the way, it's a good tip also. You know, if you wake up in the morning and you're not feeling that good, at least for me, it works. Like, forcing yourself to drink, like, I drink a big glass of, or right now I have my favorite glass. I drink like 2 glasses of water, yeah? Which is like half a liter, yeah? Total, more or less, exactly. That works. I know. Man, he has bad spells for me, but... I don't like these spells. He changed to Shadow Edge now. He's on... oh, he's not on Assassin Shoes, okay. Why is he so fast? He's on Demon Boots. That's unfair. That's unfair. Why is he so fast on Demon Boots? He actually caught up to me. When he was almost full HP. I didn't realize. I specifically don't do too much damage to him. I need overcharge, of course. He's tier 8. But I specifically don't do too much damage because I think, okay, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, so he's on Demon Boots, so I can, you know, run away into, like, whenever. But he has enough speed to catch up. I need to keep running also. He started with E. Well, I mean, everything kind of is planned, yeah? Like, the way he runs away, if I dodge, I do need to dodge his Shadow Edge. He ended up hitting the mob in the end. Otherwise, maybe I dodge it, but yeah, no. I need to be in a situation where I want to just stand and defend myself. And it doesn't seem like a good build to overcome this sort of IP difference. Could be kind of, like, could potentially work with it. That E didn't root him. The last one, yeah, the last one I also didn't click it correctly. But I'm more like surprised at the Demon Boots thing. Because the trade-off, like, he's going for the trade-off where he cannot catch me, right? At the beginning of the fight. And he's really greedy, yeah? He's tier 8 and he doesn't want to use Shadow Edge because he doesn't want to just be stuck running after me forever, yeah? And just me doing damage. So he's not even using Shadow Edge here. But I guess, I mean, I took 1 bar of his HP, but I'm surprised that it's enough. So he used his E right away. And here... I'm surprised that he can just catch up with Demon Boots. There's nothing I'm missing, like, right? Well, I guess it's okay. Like, I took a little bit of his HP, yeah? But yeah, the one problem with Soldier Helmet is that I need to decide whether I'm Soldier Helmeting or I am just using... I should have just committed to this, I think. And if he Mage Robes, then I use my robe as well. Like here, instead of trying to run, I should... I now realize also that I should just QQQ and just stop worrying about anything. Just QQQ and see who dies first. It's definitely... Okay, that kind of feels like we need to quickly do another. Because this was like 5 minutes. And this is built with a lot of potential, which I did not explore. Casting Q is a good way to bait abilities. Yeah, but I mean, okay. The fight went... I did get 2 Qs because he was being so... greedy in a sense that he didn't want to use his boots, he didn't want to use his Shadow Edge, he didn't want to use anything to get... He just walked towards me, yeah? And the problem is every time I cast my Q, I stand in place. So unfortunately he can actually catch me. Yeah. Let's go one more, quickly. I've done this before also. If I die like in the first 5 minutes, I sometimes go for quickly to extend the period. So I'm not even gonna reroll the quality, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna buy overcharge and actually use it. But let's do a quick, another quick one here. But I realized that since he's on Shadow Edge, he's on, like, he used his E. Because at the beginning also I thought that he maybe chain slashed into me, but no, it was clearly an E. So I can just stand and QQQ. The only thing I need to be careful is to not let him purge both my cape and my robe. No, sorry. That's all the hydration. So, if he doesn't purge my cape and my robe together, I just stand and QQQ forever. If he purges one of them, then I use my... Actually, I don't use anything. Maybe I just use soldier helmet, or I just wait out a couple seconds of his mage robe, and I just keep going. And I just hope he dies before me. I just use my geek pot and just hope that he dies before me. Pretty much. That's what I need to do. So whoever attacks me now, I am just gonna stand my ground. If I do fight, yeah, if I'm not running away from like a 7-3, I'm just gonna stand my ground and just QQQ to see the damage. And not even try to be cute about it and run away. Maybe even the W blink is like not necessary every matchup. Next patch, this build will be more interesting with Purge Resist on any plate helmet. You think this build specifically will somehow change because people... I don't think people are gonna use the Purge Resistance that much for PvP. The Purge thing on helmets, of course people will try it out, but I think it will mostly remain just for gatherers or PvE players who want to have a freer time and get away from people attacking them. In serious PvP, it's gonna be very rarely worth it. When I can't imagine, like, what are the things that are so important that you really want, that you're gonna sacrifice all whatever your other helmet ability can give you, sacrifice it just purely to not get your things purged. Yeah, I guess it might, maybe if you have if you're using Helmet of Valor and you have nothing really to purge from your enemy, some people will choose this, but still we have this spell as well, which is very strong. So people will use it maybe for some mercenary jackets sometimes, but that's about it. Use Geekpot way earlier and then Soldier for ease. Soldier for ease. Okay. Isn't anti-purge shield going to get cancelled? You mean they decided not to put it in the game? Random meme. I have not seen it. If that's an update, it happened during these 2 days. I wasn't really playing. I mean, I wasn't playing at all. Any said, I know Death Givers aren't something you play. Oh, I do like Death Givers, yeah. But you have so much PP knowledge. Can I get some tips for them and how to play against Spear? Generally, against both Spear and Daybreaker. The most difficult for the Spear is to play against Q1 Death Givers, yeah? So, changing to Sunder Armor. However, now, if you change to Sunder Armor and Chain Slash, you are gonna absolutely outbrawl and destroy a Spear close range, but Spears will react to it and start kiting you, so that's a bit too greedy. So what I suggest is changing to Sunder Armor, and your W, keep it on either Shadow Edge or Dash, so that you have mobility to catch up, because the Spear is gonna... if the Spear is not experienced, they will brawl you and they will lose against Sunder Armor. If the Spear has more experience, they will kite you, and you need your W to deal with their kiting. It was crossed in ND8 patch. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay, so the anti-purge spell has been removed. Okay, I didn't know. When will the new Mist update be dropping? Usually it takes about a week from when it's added to a test server. So we'll see if it's actually gonna be a week. Ooh. This guy doesn't have a sleep. But he's still very... Why is it Morgana Cape with Hellfire hands again, like last time? Does it make sense? You use your E and then the triple kick is just easier to hit, or what? He has a purge, unfortunately. Have you encountered the heavy crossbow? I've been bullied by them in Corrupt Dungeon. I've encountered it only in Corrupted Dungeons, yeah. And it does suck a bit to play against it. Crossbows in general are really good with the constant Q and W spam. There's a lot of damage output potential, but the heavy crossbow also puts you in a position where you have to, like, they have a big advantage from far. Like, you have to get close. It's kind of like a war bow, yeah? The same kind of playstyle, yeah? They are just being annoying from far. I would fight this guy. I cannot cancel his robe, but... Man, his cultist is gonna be very annoying, though. He's an omelette as well. Well, okay, whatever, let's try it. Don't like it, but let's try it. I have to do this time now. He wants to play from a distance. I can't. I will just get destroyed. I need him to get close. Even if he hits his E, I need him to get close. And even then, I'm in a pickle, right? If he cultists me, I will need to Gigpod, Soldier Helmet, do something about it. He's also an omelet. Interesting. He's kind of full kite build with cloth armor and everything, but he is also using he's using cultist cowl, which makes him much less kitey. I need him to run into me. Okay, now he's finally doing it. Did he go north? No. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, nice. No, come on, bro. Broski. Damn. I needed one more hit on my thing. He tried to just tank my damage with Mage Rope. Sorry, not Mage. With Scholar. He tried to tank my Scholar damage while channeling. Big Damaggio. Yeah. And he missed his E. That's the big thing, yeah? I mean, he kind of also used it weirdly, but he did miss it. I still have Gigpod. My cape's on cooldown for a little while, but I don't think he's going to think about that. He never even cultisted me, which is also interesting. If he cultists me, I need to use Gigpod, or I need to just use my Soldier Helmet there. My cape is still on cooldown. What is this? What is this? What the hell just happened? I did not expect that. He hit his E, right? So his E was almost ready. I had W and boots ready, but that was fun. That was kind of fun, yeah. I mean, channeling his robe, like in range of my Qs, is kind of funky decision from him, yeah. I understand he wants the robe resistance and to use it, but either run away for it or just change it to Frost Shield. But still, that was funky. My Soldier Helmet, I used it just to time out his Cultist Cowl. I'm not sure if that ended up being a good trade for me or not. He had some tier 8 stuff. Too bad the weapon trashed. He's also doing, by the way, this is a good lesson, you know? Learning builds and inspecting with Vic Zane. This is a good lesson. This guy made a lot of the mistakes I talk about. Of course, I don't know his specs, right? So it's not 100%. But still, look at the things. Look at his. Look at the IP difference here. Yeah, I overcharged, yeah, because I'm playing low quality. I have some specs actually in other Frost steps as well. But still, look at the IP. Yeah, it seems like he has an advantage, but in reality, look at where this IP comes from. His weapon, tier 7. From a moment. Oops. What is this? Okay, doesn't matter. His weapon, tier 7. His armor, tier 7. The two most important things are tier 7. Mistcaller, tier 8. This is okay, at least it does scale decently. His cape, he paid extra to buy 4.3 on that cape. Kind of a waste of silver, right? If he's not worried about silver, okay, sure. But if he doesn't care about silver, then there are other mistakes. Anyway, he is invested money in all the wrong places, kind of, yeah? Mistcaller is the only one that I understand. It makes sense to upgrade. His cape is upgraded. His helmet is tier 8. Pretty much... I mean, I don't want to say no reason. It does scale, it does do more damage, but his helmet is tier 8 and his boots are tier 8, where the important parts are tier 7. And with all of this, he bought flat tier 7 omelet. Having invested, randomly in a cape, upgrading his helmet and boots, but only tier 7 omelet. He would be so much more stronger and exactly the same average IP if his weapon and armor were tier 8 and helmet and boots were tier 7. Well, he would run into energy issues, so maybe at least swap his boots and robe, yeah? Buy lower IP cape, this doesn't really matter, and higher, better omelet. I mean, I know for many of you this is obvious, but it's a very good example of something I speak in one of my videos about inspecting people as well. Who is this? Okay. Why is he always canceling robe? What do you mean, why? Why is he even channeling robes on Bilius? Did you see the fight on screen? He was like straight up dying. Like the resistances and the healing from his robe were not near enough to offset my ridiculous damage there. He tried to tank first time, didn't work, and he did the same on the second trade. Yeah, kind of, yeah. But the second time he hit his E, so the second time in his head, and kind of correctly so, he's just thinking, okay, he's thinking he just needs to survive long enough for his E to be ready. Which he didn't, but it was close. I mean, I still had my blink and boots, but it was close. But big respect, like the way he's spending silver on his build is very bad and clearly indicative of the fact that he's not trying to be efficient or he doesn't understand how to be, yeah? But the way he plays is indicative of someone with a very awesome attitude towards PvP, right? He took the fight even when his cape was on cooldown. Holy shit, what is this? It's tier 6 though. It's not gonna want to fight me, right? I mean, I would, of course, but I don't think the tier 6 arcane will try to fight me. If you're going mostly all in with your cape and armor, I wonder if damage offhand isn't more valuable. But this is my damage offhand. No? Or you're saying that if I only cast my Qs when I have armor and cape, that this might not be as valuable, the cast time reduction? I don't know. I understand the diminishing returns there, but I feel like I can still use a bit extra cast times, or not cast range, cast times, yeah. I feel like that is still being used. Like, I am using the extra I get from the tome. I could even have a bit of, like, I can try combining them, but right now, when I'm casting Qs, I still feel like it could be a bit faster. I'm pretty sure that Fire is thinking right now, why he killed me so easily, I had better AP. It's possible, yeah? I hope not. I hope he understands that there's more nuance to it, and obviously the AP difference is also not that big, so, like, it's not like I'm 200 AP lower, yeah, after overcharge. 50 AP is nothing. Even for a not super experienced player, 50 IP shouldn't feel as much, yeah. But I'm just pointing. This is a good learning experience that his IP is not actually indicative of how strong he is, because his IP comes from this, and this, which are the less impactful parts of his build. Like a lot of IP comes. Keep in mind, it does matter. Yeah, Cultist Call does scale. You do more damage with your with higher IP Cultist Call, but. And with all of that, he had just tier 7 flat omelette. Okay. Can we actually find something? He hit his first E though, this time. And his W's, obviously, which I can't. I mean, I can dodge with Soldier Helmet. I used my Soldier to get against Cultist Cal. That's one that I'm really curious if that's... I don't know if against Cultist I should just Geekpot and go full Davai with my Qs, like full crazy. That's a Dota term, by the way. I saw you asking also earlier if I'm Russian. No, not really. I mean, my mother is Russian, but I did not grow up, like, I did not grow up in Russian language or in Russia or you know. I grew up fully Estonian. But there is a bit of Russian blood hidden somewhere from my mother's side, for sure. That's why Dota expressions like full Davai is... I understand what it means. What do you think takes less skill? Dagger or bow or curse staff? You won't get a good answer. What kind, like, I'm not sure what exactly. It's very difficult to compare the whole tree, yeah? And you can use them in so many different ways, in so many different types of content, like... I'm not saying you can't compare different builds and say which of these, like, solo builds are more difficult and require more strategy. That could be a legit question, yeah? But we would have to talk about specific content, and we should talk about at least specific weapons for it to have any actual usefulness, this discussion. Holy shit, what is that? I can't catch him, right? There is no chance. Really? Are you sure? Are you sure? need him to come back. I have zero chance to actually catch him there, though I need him to come back at least one more time. This is fun. This is surprisingly fun. I don't know if he expected that or not. Double-bladed, not very good weapon to play at tier 7, but I enjoy that. I must admit, I enjoy that. And not only because he's playing double-bladed, but also because it's just fun. The Geekbot was a big thing there as well. He kept messing up my casts because he has so many ways to cancel it. And he kept messing up my slow Q cast with his helmet, with his constant cartwheel spam. But because of Geekbot, the cartwheel didn't work, so I was able to, you know, to cast it many times, my Q. Holy crap, yeah, that was fun. I was, as I said already, it was surprisingly fun. Do I really have no... I have no way to get more carry weight. Okay, I need to throw, I don't know what is... Oh, the horse, okay. Let's go check out the chest. I didn't loot any bags or better mounts here. Okay, never mind, I have a tier 4 horse. Sir! Stop attacking me, Mr. Mob. Let me do this, okay. GG, yeah. I don't think he expected that. I mean, he did dismount me, which is brave, because it's not like he has an advantage, yeah? He's tier 7 without specs on his weapon. Not that it matters that much on this weapon, but still. And I am tier 7 with overcharge, maybe because of the quality, you know? This is a very specific and I think actually a surprisingly effective way to bait people to fight, yeah? Of course, I don't have any stars in my items, yeah? If I had like 120 spec, like I have in my spear, this maybe wouldn't work. But this is, like, the fact that I have such bad quality items also is an interesting extra way of baiting. Oh shit, I need a potion. I don't have gigs anymore. Okay. I guess I'll drink healing. Oh shit. I'm not fighting that. Mr. 8.4. Why is he coming from the north? He for sure would normally come from the south, right? So people can't see him. Equip food, they're heavy. Yeah, I can actually also throw away this omelet white. You know, my loot filter in my brain says that this is too cheap to carry. I can carry these things out. Let's play this out until I die, until the end of the overcharge now. Because it's actually kind of surprisingly fun. And then we'll go on with Poglog. W Fridge, thanks for following. It was a while ago. What a name. W Fridge. I like that. I guess your armor is full-blown damage, so having damage offhand has diminishing charge as well. Also good point, Venice, yeah. Stacking too much damage amp does not feel that good, yeah? Because if your base damage that your spell does is 100, for example, all of the damage buffs you get from your food, from your armor, from some buffs from your friend, like teammates if you are playing not solo, all the damage buffs will give you extra damage based on your base damage, yeah? So if my base damage, let's say I do 100 damage with a spell, and my armor gives plus 50%, now I do 150. Now my food gives plus 10%, it doesn't give me 10% of the 150, so it doesn't give me extra 15, it gives me 10% of the base damage of the initial 100, so it's another plus 10, yeah? So essentially, if I already have damage buffs from other places, the food that I'm eating or the offhand is not going to give me the percentage that is listed. In reality, it's going to give me a bit less, yeah? I have 150 gig pots. Let's use some of those. And I definitely have a bunch of omelets here as well. Never mind, I only have cheap omelets, okay. Also in that build, you almost never want to auto. Yeah, it's just better to just keep queuing and hope that my enemy overreacts to it. That's a good point as well. Wait, I don't need omelet. What am I saying? I do need one omelet, yeah, because overcharge will last longer than the food, because this is the food from before. Hi Vic, what are we doing today? What's up, Hong? I played some Hammer. I tried the new Hammer and Mist. Didn't feel... I first of all played Depths and then a bit of Mist with it. In Mist, I felt too limited, yeah. There were some interesting situations, like this was a close one because he dismounted after I was already engaged in another fight, so he got 15 seconds. But still, I felt too limited with this True Bolt. And my plan was to play Poglog after that, to play a bit of because I still have the 4/4 Grove Keeper and to play a bit of tier 7 Grove Keeper. But Random Meme redeemed for me to play this funky Frostab build with the icicles falling from the sky. So I'm gonna play this until the overcharge runs out. That's the day. But if you are here in this chat, first of all, thank you. Secondly, you are getting those special drops if you're watching on Twitch. I know this is available on YouTube and Twitch. This is the week of the noble drops, which should in theory be more amazing, but I don't know. I got a nice armored horse skin from it, but I don't know what are the chances of getting different things. You can get the new pig mount skin though. However, what I really wanted to say is that if you have an answer to the question and you haven't participated in this discussion yet, if you have an answer to the question, what for you personally is the best feeling of Albion, let me know. Whichever stream chat you're in, I am interested in those kinds of... interested to kind of hear of those kinds of experiences. What do you enjoy the most? Like what, killing something specific, not dying in a situation, maybe dying in a situation, maybe like looting something, you know? Let me know. I am curious. Oh shit. I don't think I can beat that, right? The damage is gonna be crazy. This looks like Ugborg friend. 6-3 with specs. I can't figure out, like, I can't just stand. Yeah, Cultist Skull is actually annoyingly good. The Fire Staff didn't really properly use it against me. But it's actually pretty good, yeah? I guess we can fight this guy also. He's gonna Inferno. Inferno is good against me. Let's go fight. He's tier 6 though. I hope he has overcharge. Hello, Mr. Is Deathgiver's very IP dependent? I feel like I take fight at around 60 specs on it. I just die a lot. I mean, they're not like specifically IP dependent, but I mean, all weapons obviously depend on IP. The only exceptions are weapons where the weapon itself is not a significant part of your damage. I need to figure this one out. Close though. I thought I could do it. He got the big burst off even without cape. I was kind of ready, but apparently not fast enough. The first big burst when he got on top of me. I was kind of ready, but apparently not actually. When he boots on top of me, it happened so like his spell happened so fast. Unfortunately. That I wasn't sure also if I need to click W or just a soldier helmet right away. Kind of sucks. The other spell would have been better for me. Probably this one would have been easier to use. Okay, got the fun out of it. Let's go pog logging. This was a fun little experience. Let's go tier 7 first, and then we'll go higher IP later if it does indeed turn out to be a good pog logging day. And if not, then we'll switch around again. We'll see. I'm feeling much more relaxed today, so I'm looking for a more chilled experience. So even though 4-4 can still be chill, but I feel like Poglog in general, or playing something like a little bit new, a little bit not that I have played a lot of Poglog, but you know, I feel like it's not the exact try-hard level of Daybreaker. I'll sit down again. Maybe some new funky builds with some weapons I already know would also be a good idea. Dodge can actually work in that case, though. I don't want to. Against the sleep thing, I don't want to just because right now he instantly went for combo, but that's not a good strategy. Like he kind of outplayed me by, you know, making what normally seems like a pretty big mistake. Unfortunately, because he boots on top of me and instantly sleep me, yeah? Normally, he doesn't have to do that, yeah? He can just Q from far, he does as much damage as I do. Wait, see what I do, and he also can wait for escape, which is gonna proc very, very soon. Right? So, usually in this you would wait for your cape and then do this, so... So the dodge roll, yeah, okay, in this case, if I dodge roll instantly, but I can also... If I'm dodge rolling instantly, why can't I can also just soldier helmet instantly? The thing is that either my reaction is not fast enough, or he is like a bit too eager to go for his combo. But I'm kind of surprised. Honestly, I still thought I had him after that. I think running away a little bit was not really necessary, yeah? The Gigpot was good, and the problem was his Cleric Robe, which I cannot do anything against, but I think I should have just used my robe next to him and just keep queuing and just hope for the best, yeah? No need to walk away there. Okay, I'm ready to log the Pog. Let's go. So yeah, so the question, W Fridge, still love the name. If that's how you meant it, W Fridge, that sounds fun. But the question of, are Deathgivers somehow specifically IP dependent? No. And in fact, Deathgivers are a very good weapon to kill people a couple tiers higher. If you are focused on the... like, if your build is good for, not exactly one-shotting, but if you like have assassin shoes, maybe even light armor, although you can do this on leather as well. If you are, if you have Stalker Hood for the big damage burst, and you are willing to change to Q1, like those things make you better at killing higher IP players that are like a couple hundred IP higher even. But there's absolutely no like nothing special. But at the end of the day, every weapon that relies on the weapon to do damage will scale better with IP. Yeah. And the reason I point this out is because if you're playing like a Bloodletter or Double Bladed, where your weapons big part of your weapon is just the mobility it provides for you to be able to get on top of your enemy for their Stalker Jacket, yeah? So if your weapon is in most part just mobility, then it's a bit of a different story. He has to turn, right? He's 100% turning here. He has Mage Robe as well. Come on, is he actually not turning here? No way he's not turning. After all I used? He has to be turning here. Now he's going for the exit. This whole time, I thought he can just turn here. Too bad. Too bad. Haha, supplies! Okay, that didn't work. I was sure he's gonna turn. I mean, I do have Inferno, but he has Mage Robe, yeah. He doesn't mess with the Poglog. He knows. He knows, Shope. He knows. He has felt the power of the log many times before, and it has made him wiser. Okay, let's see if somebody comes for the chest. Somebody is at the chest. But this is not a scary somebody. This is a great fire staff. Why are you on the chest, sir? Is it a good idea for you? Or are you just gonna... Oh, okay, never mind. I guess it is a bit of a good idea for you. Let's see who else shows up. It's a 4.1, by the way, right? So, it shouldn't be a... much of a question, but I can be the double-bladed in this matchup until he decides to do something. 4-4 spear. Don't attack me, please, sir. Why is he still attacking me? I hope he understands the other guy, right? Okay, nice. No, he's still attacking me. Okay, dude. Stop attacking me, fire staff! Brother! What are you doing? What is he doing? Why is this happening? Why? What is... What, I'm tier 7. Come on. What the hell? Dude, he can try to kill me later, but... It was legit 4-4 that dismounted. Not even joking. Yeah, I should have just killed the fire staff right away and not messed around. How lucky is this guy that the fire staff is just randomly... Okay, let's go for Poglog. I'm too lazy to buy more tier 7s, so I should have most of the items I use, right? Hopefully. I just have the Poglock, really. Did I already use everything else I had in this set? I guess so. Okay, I guess so. What is that? Oh, yeah, no, okay. I have no worries. I mean, it's okay. It's my bad for not just fighting the Fire Staff earlier to get rid of him right away. Do I have? I don't have this. No, not this. Is this by any chance 6-3? No, it's not. Okay, so I need to buy a Tenacity Jacket 6-3 for this build. It's getting kind of expensive, actually, to use Tenacity Jacket. I'm gonna buy any sort of shoes. Once again, cloth shoes, but this time let's go 5-3. Doesn't really matter too much. Sorry, not shoes. I meant leather, of course. I don't really regularly run out of energy on this, so hopefully I won't also here. And Call of Purity. And the spear also kind of realized, yeah? The spear like felt that for some reason he's not being attacked, yeah? I should have overcharged also. Wait, what am I doing? But holy shit. What is it with the... Why? Why? Is it just because I attacked him before? So he's like, whatever, I don't care. Because he could make a... Like, he stood to make a lot of money. After he kills the... Like, the spear is... He's probably not gonna catch the spear either, yeah? It's not like I am some sort of Giga Mobility weapon. Carleon Cape or Undead Cape? Undead Cape feels good for this as well. Not this one. Why is it so difficult to buy a cape? Okay, let's go Undead Cape. And I'll buy Smuggler's Cape for a very serious fight. No Carleon this time. Let's go Smugglers and 0.2 Healing Potion. A couple of these to swap to. And for most fights, just regular Poison and Undead Cape. And I will usually be able to throw 2 poisons in one fight. And good old Stew. And since I'm going, like, I will buy at least 1 cabbage soup because I am going high AP, so whatever. Would be sad if I just don't have the soup at all to swap to. Okay, I think we're ready. What are the disadvantages of Clarent Blade on small scale? I don't know that much about small scale, but it's there's also he says big respect. Sorry for this. Okay, I will so send him a love as well. This is the spear guy. I know the spear guy obviously did nothing wrong, yeah. But it's just funny that the fire staff was like, holy shit! I see tier 7. I need to kill him. And he says that the fire staff died, so that was funny though. Yeah. It would be frustrating. If we were dealing with like 6-3s and 8-3s and stuff, that situation would be frustrating, yeah? Because the fire staff clearly is not looking around at what happens. I'm even surprised he knows which of us is which, right? Because he specifically tried to hit me this whole time. He even tried to put a firewall behind me somehow. So like he at least understands which of us is which, yeah? So it's not like his first hour of Albion, but not enough experience to either not enough experience to actually inspect us, or he has like this vendetta, which I kind of understand. It happens, you know. One of the reasons why sometimes you get attacked when you know, the other guy is obvious target is because he just might have been like this. Since we were already in a fight, you know, he's attacking me first. Yeah, I don't know about Clarent Blade in small scale. That's not a very good question for me. I can tell you from solo PvP that Clarent Blade's very big disadvantage is not having any mobility on your E. And even though swords are not terrible at mobility, still your Q and W doesn't make up for the fact that your E is just no mobility. Hi Vic, I ordered Lenovo Legion Go S Z2 AMD. It's a handheld PC. You think I can play Albion with it? I think so. I mean, you can play Albion on a phone, so I don't think it's going to be a problem, but you will... like, from my experience, I cannot, like, based on your, like, description of a computer that I have never heard about, you know, the name, I cannot give you an actual answer, but I can tell you from my experience that Albion is much more likely to be CPU bound, yeah? Like if you have troubles, your graphics card usually is not really working that hard. It depends, yeah? It's usually the CPU. And it usually happens just when there's too many people on screen and there's too many things to process. If you're having trouble with graphics, you should find settings to like turn it down, yeah? To turn off shadows and stuff like that. But my friends who play on PCs that are like not amazing but also not bad, they still have problem. Even you can see my FPS drops to like 80 when I'm in a city which is almost full. So it's possible that you will have FPS problems in a city where it doesn't matter, and that you won't be able to play ZVZ, because, you know, when you have this 50 versus 50 fight, it's also gonna be too much. I know it's a bit random, but even after the healing potion and smuggler cape, you can still hold double potion if you have 15% CDR. After the changes, you mean? Are you sure? 15% is enough to bring the new healing potion cooldown to 80 seconds. I feel like something about your maths is wrong. I feel like you will need a lot more. Nerishir says, I bet Firestaff was a mobile player locked on you. He would lose target if he inspects the other guy. Is that how it works? If that's how it works, it's super, super good to know. For me. Ooh, 8-3, but 6-4. This is a decent matchup for Daybreaker, but I don't think I want that to be my first Poglock fight. Probably because it also is going to be my last Poglock fight. Then he's gone for 6-4 Bloodletter though. So he's hoping to get a big E in there as well. It's not just for mobility. So yeah, if that's how it works on mobile, that's really, really useful to know. Because that can explain a lot of these situations. For me, mobile isn't that hard to change target to inspect, but you will have an open window for people to catch you. It works like that. I play on tablet and can confirm. Switching targets on mobile is kind of bad. Oh shit. That is very useful information. That is a big, like, as I said, for me, the most logical explanation is that he thought that we are already in combat, so he was just like, I am his enemy, and he just rolled with that feeling, yeah? But it's also very possible that he was indeed on mobile. And he was a bit overwhelmed with, like, Limon says that like, it's not a problem to switch targets, but if it is at all like this sort of discussion, you know, then it's probably something that new players will refrain from doing to some extent, yeah? Okay. Well, it's just a good thing to remember, kind of, yeah? Like, I could have also just walked the other way and just run away, obviously. But I am tier 7. I am gonna go for the Awakened Spear, no doubt. And in my mind, like maybe this will change my calculations someday in the future, knowing that that's how on mobile, like, it's more difficult to change targets. But in my mind, until the end, it's not clear, because a lot of the Firestaff's abilities are AoE. I feel like there's a good likelihood that he's about to change targets, yeah? And who knows, maybe he actually was close to clicking the inspect button. Wisdom said, I hate to admit, but I perform better at PvP on mobile. How come? How is that possible? How can you possibly perform better on mobile? Is it because you grew up playing mobile games? Because I feel like Albion, you are actually a disadvantage on the phone, a little bit. I feel like that's, like, objectively the case, yeah? But at the same time, I also understand that part of it is just that I am very disadvantaged on the mobile, because I don't have the kind of mechanical skill to play a game on a mobile like this, yeah? Because I didn't really grow up playing games on a phone that much. You know? Especially these sorts of games, like card games and stuff, yeah, but the kinds of when you have to constantly, like, use two thumbs, like now FPS games are pretty popular on mobile. I couldn't do that, yeah? Like, maybe it would be fun for a couple days, but it's too frustrating because I've played too much on computer and almost not at all on mobile. Stick says, another problem for mobile players, you can't change skills while moving on mobile, because the action device counts as double click. And just put them off instead of opening menu. Okay. That actually... that is a good reminder, yeah? You know, one stream we had this kind of a wholesome discussion also that sometimes the guy that you're fighting, when you cannot figure out like what the hell that person is doing, sometimes that is legit. Somebody's like an 11-year-old brother having fun on a phone, just playing a fun game, and you like we are super try hard trying to figure out how to best PvP, and there's legit like somebody's child or little brother trying to just have fun on a like completely like disadvantaged platform, like with a lot more difficulty. So that was like kind of a good thought, yeah, what can sometimes happen. This adds an extra layer, you know? Like sometimes the people we fight against make decisions that don't make that much sense, yeah? But the reason they make it is because, you know, they've learned to play a certain way on the mobile where controls are different and like certain things are maybe more difficult. So it's actually a good thing to think about. Is this room cleared? The red buff room? No, it's not. Okay. Hopefully I can get this. Maybe later, actually. I'll remember that room. What others say are true, though, because in PvP you can't risk you in a second not paying attention. Okay, so what you're saying is that's a pretty big thing, though. Like, okay, I understand that it's difficult to change spells while you're moving. That's a disadvantage. So you have to step. That's kind of makes the fight and everything slower. But if you legit cannot change targets without losing a second, that seems like a very big thing. Because changing targets can be absolutely critical. What if you accidentally target like a mob? Or maybe it's difficult to accidentally target. What if he accidentally targets a mob while he's chasing? Oh man, the hydration today. I can still feel it. Manbo specified that since healing potions have an effect duration, you don't need to have it immediately. So you're saying that with the new cooldown reduction, you will have your healing. So that they changed that the cape removes only 80 seconds, right? Not 90. And you're saying that with 15% cooldown reduction, your healing potion will end, like you will end charging a healing potion or like healing from it at exactly 80 seconds. So the healing potion cooldown will be 89 seconds. Okay. Now, there's a lot of red rooms here. Okay, I will clear this. It's 9 stacks is already okay. I'm doing a lot of damage with my auto attacks. Kind of... Okay, this didn't seem as impressive, but I'm kind of surprised. Okay, hopefully I get the red buff down there as well. I will have at least 10 stacks ready. The axe decided not to take advantage of me killing mobs, interestingly. It was a tier 7 battle axe. And he's gonna come for the chest and make me unhappy. Ooh. I have no idea how this plays out. I have to figure out. My helmet is at least good against the light crossbow, because I can helmet from far and kind of make him think like he has to come close, yeah? But he has 13 stacks, so there's also a 4 stack difference there. Oh shit, this is the most valuable target by far. He's gonna have boots though. It's 8.4. That looks like what Sagox was playing last time I raided him. The crossbow, I hope the crossbow uses me. Use me, use me, use me. Ah, the crossbow, yeah, okay, we won't catch like this. The crossbow, okay, you can use mobs now. Nah, I won't catch him. Did I catch him? Okay, at least I'm in combat, but he's just gonna leave, so it doesn't matter. He has way too much cooldown reduction. And if the crossbow turns on me, then I guess I'm fighting. Not much else I can do. Use me, use me. Nah, okay, he's afraid of me fighting him, but... Damn, he did a good job keeping his W for my E, but sooner or later I have to use it just to get close, because his mobility is so much better than mine. Damn, that would have been nice. I wonder if he's still in the Abbey. He probably has so much cooldown reduction that he can just keep running around. And he's not gonna get caught by the crossbow at all. I don't know if he's trying to fight me or not now. The battle axe did actually some damage, by the way. You saw when they ran. Okay, maybe they killed someone else also. But you saw the battle axe was like 40% HP, but that guy also was like 55% on the 8-4. Which is cool. Huang said in YouTube chat some weapons or mechanics are easier in mobile, like the inspect button in mobile or the shadow edge instant target. Okay. Man, yeah, playing on mobile for a while would be pretty helpful to understand how people play. Oh yeah, right, I remember now, I saw this guy also earlier. So maybe he had something to do with the fact that Frost Staff was kind of low. Man, there's a lot of people here now. Is he getting away from me or not? I don't know. The battle axe is dangerous to me. Derisher said, don't laugh please, I lost fights on tablet because I targeted the mob while switching. So what happens then? There is still an option in settings to prioritize players, still it can happen. Yeah, I've heard about the settings, but what happens then if you accidentally target the mob? Now you have to lose another second to target whoever you actually wanted to, yeah? Like the targeting disadvantage still applies, yeah? Did I understand correctly? Somebody's definitely coming here. Damn. That looked a lot like when I raided Sagox last stream. Like what he was playing, the 7-4-8-4. The one-handed frost. Okay, the chest is ready. I'm between a bunch of tier 7s. And we have the crossbow there. I need to be careful about fighting the crossbow when there's a bunch of guys around. But I think it's not impossible to fight the crossbow at least. Okay, now I have red buff for long enough so I can do this dance if it comes to that. Otherwise my buff was almost over, you know. Okay, the battle axe is not gonna fight me, he doesn't have a buff. And he's tier 7. He's just lurking to see if I fight the crossbow. I'm pretty sure. His W is also still mobility. Although, who knows? Maybe if I use all my mobility to run after him, maybe he will turn around. He's overcharged also, which gives him like an extra argument to actually fight. But I guess not. Okay, let's see what the crossbow does. I don't feel good about the fighting as crossbow at all, but I mean that's not a reason. I'm gonna change now, at least to have correct. He has 13 stacks, but he has no red buff, so he won't fight me without buff. Wait, who is that? That's the same wildfire from before. I don't want the crossbow to leave, so I'm gonna go chase away the wildfire, because the crossbow is the juicy one for me after the 8.4 left, yeah. I need the wildfire to leave somehow, so that I can fight the crossbow. So I'm gonna try to position myself so that the wildfire is in the sandwich and not the crossbow. But I think the crossbow will leave anyway. No, I'm not your friend, but I just don't like wildfire more. He's charging up his boots. Nobody likes the wildfire. Everyone wants to kill the wildfire, I'm sure. Leave then. Okay. I'll make this guy leave and then we'll figure. Because he's just hanging around to get the last hit. If whoever I fight, he's just hanging around to try to get the free last hit. So we'll make him leave and hopefully the other two are still in the mist by the time I get out. Yes. Go. Come on. Okay. He's on Flame Maul. And he has also 3 stacks less, by the way. Not amazing start. Kind of makes me sad because I will gonna have to use my potion now. Never mind. Not if he doesn't come after me. Why didn't he come after me? He's leaving. Okay. Or he's baiting. I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna leave. Never mind. He's trying to help me. Okay. He's in combat now. Not what I was hoping, but hey, at least we got the wildfire. Yeah, the most annoying guy from these. Surely the crossbow has left by now, though. Why do you not want to fight the crossbow? I do want to fight the crossbow, yeah, but it's gonna be super difficult. Like the crossbow fight, I do want to fight, but it's gonna be very, very difficult. And I cannot, like, I'm 100% dead if I fight the crossbow when somebody is close by. There's no chance. The only way I kill the crossbow, I think if I do, like, if I get very lucky and I play correctly, I will still end the fight on like 10% HP max, yeah. Because the damage from him is gonna be overwhelming. Wait, what? I am on Gigpod. I changed wrong potion earlier or what? Oh no, I just equipped it from his. Yeah, okay. Wait, Sagok said Arg. What the hell was that, sir? I think Sagox was the 8.4. Did you? He didn't die. There's no way you died, right? Scared the shit out of me. That he was in the middle of a lot of people there. Okay, let the 4.1s fight. Reload, yeah, it was Sagox. So it was you. I thought that. Yeah. So it was you. Okay, so he actually killed someone, or how does he... Oh, maybe he's on stream, that's how he knows. Yeah. Well, we'll never know what happened. We'll never know what would have happened if I E earlier. Because when I E, like, he dodged it with his W, as you saw. But there's a very decent chance. I have no idea, probably not, you know. But when I ran into him originally, I don't know. If he just W'd, if I E right away, his W is still on cooldown. Because if I get on top of him, I mean, the cooldown reduction is still enough to get away from me long term, but he was already at 50% HP, right? So if I get on top of, and Sagos is the 7484, remember the 100 Frost way? We kind of 4 people chased together. So essentially, yeah. If I get on top of him, it's much more difficult for him to keep running away. Because if he's on top of me and then W's, whether I have my W or E, there's a decent chance that I will be able to slow or stun him enough. Bro, can you play on other weapons and make a guide how to PvP on each weapon? Yes and no. I pretty much, now that I stream, a big part of it is what do I find fun. But I am thinking about it, but it also feels like it's a lot of work, yeah? Which right now, a lot of it is going into streaming, like to actually, you know, put... Because if it's gonna be a guide, I don't want it to just be me sitting and just copying a clip from stream talking about things. Ooh, next Abbey, let's go. This Abbey was so awesome. So many people. 5 people in total, right? We saw. Plus a dude on the ground who is already dead. Another day for Vic Zane's big fat log. That's it. That's true. Huang said you can actually change target on the phone by holding the fight button and drag it. The target will change and display as the yellow circle under the object. Kind of easy if your hand is fast enough. Okay. Well, okay. I understand that different people that have different setups and different kind of muscle memories when it comes to playing on a phone. But at least one thing I learned from that earlier situation with the fire staff, and with from your comments, I still learned that there's a smaller, like there's a bigger likelihood that a player will just fight whoever they were fighting already, because it's so much easier to do on the phone. Yeah, it's still a very useful thing to know and remember. Let's change back to Undead Poison and go. If you played Mobile Legends, easy GG's. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm sure that in Albion there's a disadvantage when you play on a phone. It's more difficult, but I think it's not a very big difference. The reason I would be at a crazy disadvantage if I played on the phone is because, and there's a lot of people who are like me also, because I don't have the kind of muscle or mechanical skill to play on the phone. Yeah. Because I'm not gamed on the phone. And that's exactly what I meant, yeah? Like, if you play other very mechanical skill-intensive games already, then, yeah. Yeah. Oh, damn, that was close. That was close still. Now that I know it's Sagox, I don't know if he's streaming right now or not, but it would be interesting to see from his POV. If I E right away, whether I can get on top of him there or not. Anyway, like if I chase after him, it's likely if we get the kill, I'm gonna die to the crossbow anyway. Because my only way to fight the crossbow is to avoid full brawling him, I think, for a while. I need to try to do my burst and then kite him. And I pretty much cannot really do that because he's on royal boots, yeah? So let's say I want to E into his face, do my like Q damage, throw a poison, and then W away. That's my only chance, because if I just fight crossbow like straight on, just for one big brawl, I'm losing 100%, yeah? So I have to play kind of like that, but the problem is since he's on royal boots, my plan won't really work, yeah? I E into him, I do my Q, maybe my helmet if it's on off cooldown, although I can use that from far, throw a poison, maybe I brawl a bit when I have Inferno ready, and then I just W away and keep kiting him for a little while. That plan would be nice if he had regular shoes, but since he has royal boots, I'm not gonna be able to create enough space for him to not get after me. Hi, I'm back from Corrupted, so about mobile control, from someone who played both on PC and mobile. Okay, so Limon has played on both, and Limon says, first is the stuff you can see on screen and can click on screen. In PC you can click on name to inspect while using the RTS WASD, okay? But mobile, it's awkward to move your finger just to even click on names. I understand, yeah, but I mean, keep in mind, for me, everything on mobile is awkward, so, but I understand, it's more difficult, yeah. This is the very first thing I find awkward when going on mobile. Yeah, okay, I understand. So, it's possible that a lot of people who play on phone, and like, I would say the other way around, it's possible that a lot of people who, you know, when you meet them in the mist, and you feel like, come on, just inspect everyone, yeah? So, you make good decisions. Like the fire stuff before, but you know, there's a lot of these situations where it seems like people have not inspected and they are making decisions without having information like who has which item, who is tier 6-3 or 8-3 and who is not, yeah? It's possible that a lot of those situations come down just to the fact that there are a lot of people playing on mobile and it's so much more tricky, it's more trickier to learn to inspect properly on mobile, yeah? Like, I understand that you can do this, and we had also earlier like examples of this. You can get used to this, but it is trickier to learn inspecting properly on mobile, if I understand correctly. Shizu says that mobile's only real disadvantage is overheating ping FPS and screen size, and maybe quick swapping, but very easy to win fights. I had a hard time on PC. I don't know how you aim on PC. Okay, that goes back to the fact that if you are more used to mobile, the differences are not that big, yeah? But I've heard also on mobile that it might depend on the weapon, yeah, Shizu? Like, some weapons on mobile, I've heard from people, are difficult because the game tries to help you with the aiming and ends up messing up what you really want to do because it's helping you too much, essentially. So maybe like the sheer freedom, because on PC you can do whatever you want, yeah? I can use any spell in any direction, except for some bugs, maybe, yeah? So not having that is essentially now. It still can be a situational disadvantage, depending on situation and build. I still kind of wish the crossbow used me. To be honest, like, it was pretty obvious. Even almost already at the moment when Sagox dodged my E with his W. Well, yeah, I'm still following, hoping that he jumps into a wall or something, yeah, but how likely is that, yeah? That was already kind of the point where it's clear that I am not going to catch, 7-4 Frost. So already at that point, I kind of wish that the light crossbow just kept Wing me. Because of Royal Shoes, he has a chance to catch up at least, yeah? But you saw, like, even for a while, we were running, and he just didn't W me, because I guess he didn't want to aggro me to fight him. Which is unhappy, yeah, that this happened, but hey, it's understandable. Because he waited so long with his Caltrops, so much movement speed he could have gotten from me when there were no mobs around. Dragonfire says, I'm pro on phone, but PC is better. I think so, yeah. Huang said on YouTube chat, the biggest disadvantage... This is disadvantage of mobile, you mean, yeah? The biggest disadvantage, I think, is that the left and right bottom corner view is limited by your hand, which is a huge problem. Very understandable. Sometimes you can have an enemy assassin choose dash. Yep. Especially, yeah, because it's from the south. Even on PC, like viewing things, or seeing things from the south is much more difficult. The range is not that high. So, understandable. Okay, let's trust that I find another red buff. I'm gonna take this and hope that I find one. Poglog always reminds me of Earthshaker, not gonna lie. Kind of same, yeah. I was thinking at some point about this weapon, like where does it come from and why does it exist? And is there any historic actual relevance to this? Because this looks like just a one-man battering ram. The only thing I can imagine seeing like this sort of weapon is just a bunch of guys... Sorry, a bunch of guys carrying a huge-ass log in order to break down, like, you know, big doors or walls or something. That's the only relation I have. But if I think about not real life, but about games, then yeah, it does indeed look like Earthshaker from Dota 2, who has the same, exactly the same kind of weapon. Come on, I need a red buff before the chest is ready. This abbey doesn't seem as active as last time, because so many rooms have not been cleared when I run around. He's tier 6, if he was a bit higher tier, I could not start the fight by limiting my mobility that hard, yeah? I need my mobility to kite him. Nice try. Oh, he killed someone. This was decent loot. 700k for that was very decent. Did not expect that at all. But yeah, if he was a bit higher tier, this fight is it's gonna be GG if I run into him like that, yeah? If he's same tier as me, this Q1 Deathgivers, very, very dangerous. But at least I got maximum value from my Inferno, pretty much. Come on, is there really... All the red buffs were already taken on the other side of the... Okay. Come on. Give me one red buff before the chest. Someone can still be in the center, yeah? That's a place I didn't check. Okay, that's blue down there. This is yellow. Oh, wait, this yellow is for the big room. Yeah, okay. But it is still yellow. Come on, 1 minute. Limon also said that the only bad thing is it's hard to change spells. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, we've had that discussion that you have to decide whether you're moving or changing spells. Yeah. That's a big thing of people. Oh, red buff, come on. Please have mobs. I don't see any mobs. No. You were the chosen room. You were supposed to bring me a red buff. 4 minutes for... Okay, I'm gonna change food just in case. He had a tier 6... Oh, he killed a chill hell. Okay, he killed a tier 6 chill hell, the guy. The Deathgivers. Damn, somebody here might have red buff and I won't have it. You will find red room, but it will give you chest. No, Zemrak, why? Why are you cursing me like this? That's like telling me that I will have 7 years of bad yields and bad sex and unluck in my life. Why are you putting this voodoo curse on me? Okay, I didn't get a red buff, and this buff is also timing out, so I hope it's not an amazingly fun fight now, which kind of sucks, but I have to be careful. And it is actually a good fight, and he is on red buff, and that sucks massive balls. I think that's the technical term for this. But he looks like he was afraid of me, yeah? I don't know why. I don't know why he's worried about me. Do you raid Deathgivers with red buff against no red buff? If I was him, I would look at this as the opposite of running away. This is a good opportunity for him. Like a 50-50 fight, I think, at least. For him to make a good amount of money. Because I am clearly worth more than he is. Do you think I could use Helmet of Valor instead of Stalker Helmet in traditional Deathgiver build? Yes, of course, Shizu. But I mean, Helmet of Valor is very often, like not very often, but it's a common choice for any high IP, like mid-tier or high IP build, and Deathgiver is included. He's killing stuff here. Can I fight you? He still has red buff and I don't. I don't have Snapper either. Is he not gonna fight this actually? He can get on top of me and get a big advantage from the start. He's 6-3. He's not even T-rate. I was wrong. Okay, he doesn't actually. He's not risking that much less than I am, yeah? I have the attunement. Why is he running away still? He's full 6-3. He's gonna instantly delete me if I make some mistakes. He has specs also. It's not a beginner. I'm trying to speechcraft him into fighting, but I think I was a bit too mean. I'm convincing him. This is working, you know? He's considering it because he's still standing there. He has wrong cape for this Q, but that's the only thing. I have 2 potions, which he does not. For some reason, he bought a 7-1 gig pod. Okay, now he has good Q. Okay, he's gonna fight this. He changed Q and then left. Okay. I guess we're going after him. Oh, we're going after him. I mean, I'm not gonna get into the same abbey, but... a very relaxed Saturday. I think if I am going to have like a proper schedule, as in like the default schedule that I'm gonna follow almost every week, I feel like, I'm not sure, but I kind of feel like Saturday is a good day off, and I'm probably gonna have to take Mondays as a day off, because Monday is the day where I can actually play basketball, and also like it's a pretty productive day for other stuff, you know, because a lot of other whoever like is I'm involved with in terms of other work, then it might usually people are more productive on average on Monday. How's Mist? Oh, what's up? I'm Fort. I saw... Anyway, yeah, the Mists are going... I mean, it's going fun. I tried a bunch of weird stuff. I played a bunch of weird stuff, mostly. I played... I tried the new hammer in solo PvP and it didn't work out at all. And then the frost thing... Do I still have the frost somewhere? This was not a frost. Oh, yeah. With the frost, somebody redeemed channel points for me to play this. The funky frost build where you just drop 1,000,000 icicles per second from the sky. But now it's Logos of the Pogos. But I wanted to... So, since you're here, I wanted to say that there was a... It was 2 weeks ago, right? It couldn't have been this week. Anyway, at some point, I remember opening your stream, and that was such an amazing energy. I was really happy to see like this. You also played Spear, you know, so it was already easy for me to open my heart. But yeah, I remember it clearly because it must have been a week when these noble drops were on, because I really wanted, you know, you don't have the noble drops I think yet, right? At least you didn't have it in the title. But we were looking for a while for like an actual Spear mentality stream to raid together, and I remember coming across, and the energy in the stream was amazing. But yeah, but during noble drops, they kind of like, it sucks a bit like for those who are not yet members of the AOCP or the creator program, but it does feel like, you know, some people who are just having stream in the background to get the buttercup, that you know, we need to raid someone who also has them. But I just remember it now. I think it must have been like 2 weeks ago, yeah, last time when there was the buttercup drops. Because if it was at the beginning of this week, I would remember it more clearly, I think. Who knows, maybe not. So yeah, I just remembered. What else I missed? Meow Meow said, I was going to run Stalker Hood, Assassin Jacket, and can't decide on shoes. I'm new, so low IP and budget too. What you playing, Meow Meow? I'm sorry if I missed like some messages. Keep in mind, yeah, I'm reading 2 chats at once. So if for you, sometimes it might seem like YouTube chat, you know, your message is just 2 messages above, yeah, so why can't I just read it? For me, the whole chat is here, so since there's a lot more activity usually in Twitch chat, you know, for me it's a couple pages behind sometimes. But if you're playing one-handed spear, Meow Meow, then I kind of actually suggest refreshing sprint now. I've fallen in love with cooldown reduction more and more when I play spear. But rejuvenating sprint, so any plate boots will also be absolutely fine. You can just use soldier boots if you're going for full budget. No noble drop for me, but I appreciate the kind words. I hope that, I mean, the actual, like, the requirements to be part of the creator program are not very steep, so I think it won't take long if that's what you're into. Very excited for the anti-dismount rat change coming. I keep getting 1v3 and 1v4, it's so bad. I am also excited for that, but I need to admit that my first 8.4 kill happened last stream, and it was exactly that sort of rat. I don't know if it's here anymore. Probably not, right? There's no way it's still here. Yeah, it is still here. It was exactly the kind of situation where, I mean, to be fair, I was chasing him for a while, so the 10-second like 10-second kind of the debuff wouldn't have like drastically changed the situation, but still, it was exactly the kind of ratting where I dismounted myself by being on top of the fight, which is gonna be nerfed. But overall, of course, I'm super happy for the change. Yeah, like we are all rats when the opportunity presents itself, but I'm not trying to. It's not a focus, and I think everyone knows that. And that's the better way to play. Can I bully this tier 7 quarterstaff? Looks like he does. Oh, this is not even tier 7. Vickstain. Yeah. We had a lot of jokes. Yeah, it was that situation. I was exactly exactly like it was the Goldstein style ratting, except I'm not swapping items clearly. Yeah, so it's not. I didn't try to appear like I'm not dangerous. The guys who started the fight, especially the guy who was actually more angry later. The 8.4 didn't write anything, but the other guy was a bit angry. He came to chat as well. Like you see, this is my build, so I don't look like a harmless guy at the edge of your screen. I didn't do that part of Goldstein strategy, where you just like 4.1 escapes it and then you swap, yeah? But still, the ratting itself was exactly like what Goldstein does. It was kind of fun because in that situation, I even said, like you can see it on VOD if you go back, I said that if right now I could press a button that prevents me from ratting, I would do it. Because I was so interested in looking at the fight, I wanted to be able to be the cameraman, yeah? Like, I wanted to make the trade-off that I am allowed to watch this fight, and if those guys know that I'm not ratting. But it ended up being like over 70 mil profit from that mist. So I'm kind of happy that button didn't exist in retrospect. But at the same time, if I was able to completely, to press a button to disable my ratting in order to just watch their fight, I would have done it. Because I was very curious to see how the fight goes without interruptions. But like, unfortunately, you can't, go in the middle of the fight without changing how the fight goes. Like the moment I start ratting, 8.4 plays differently because he knows he's worth 50 times more than the other guy, for example. You got your juicy kill now, perfect time for the patch. Yeah. Now I can. I've done. It was like the last hurrah. Yeah, it's like this bachelor party. Yeah, you go crazy before you get married. The last night. It was the ratting bachelor party. Yeah, the last rat hurrah before. But I mean, we're talking about it like they have actually like removed ratting from the game or something. To be honest, of course it's gonna stay, and in a lot of situations it's gonna be exactly the same. It's just gonna require more. Like you need to wait more, you need the enemies to get lower and stuff like that. The Ratchelar. Yes. Ratchelar party. Like the video, people? What's up, Bento Ray? It's not a video. This is happening live in front of your eyes. I feel like the music fit that moment very well. Yes. Stream is on Twitch and on YouTube. I mean, everybody knows, but I will keep repeating because if it's your first time here, you can choose whether you want to watch on Twitch or on YouTube. The quality of the stream, like the maximum quality you can set, should be the same. But I think Twitch has more. If you need lower bandwidth, I think Twitch has more options, but I'm not sure actually. Maybe YouTube has a bunch of options as well. And then there might be differences with ads, yeah, depending on whether you're subbed or whether you have a Twitch Premium, YouTube Premium, whatever those things are. I feel the same way. I hate walking up and ruining people's fights. Yeah, well, okay, it wasn't that I felt bad about it. It was more that in the before the fight started, it wasn't that I didn't want to get them free money. I'm gonna be ratted 99.9 times out of 100, right? If I'm in that situation, so I mean I have to kind of at least sometimes get something back for it, so that's okay. it wasn't that much of a moral issue. It was more that I was so curious to see how the fight goes that I wish I could delete myself from their existence and not rat it. But like the trade-off would be that I cannot rat. I'm not allowed to rat, but the trade-off is that I can stand on top of the fight and like, you know, like a cameraman, watch it. That was kind of what was going on in my head. So it wasn't about feeling bad. It was just that I know that if I'm on the screen hovering, or especially if I go close to the fight, like I did to rat later, like I am messing up. Like the fight changes. Yeah, they fight differently because they know I'm there. And plus, I don't get the kind of valuable information to see what the hell. Because how it seemed like the Bloodletter guy, not the 8.4, the other guy, seemed like he was actually an amazingly experienced and good player. And he was beating the 8.4 a little bit, it seemed. But I will never know exactly how. Because I'm not able to go in the middle of the fight. Come on, give me somebody now. Someone in this mist is looking for me. And I'm looking for them. We need fate to bring us together. Albion Observer Rat Effect. Yeah. Mists is the one place where this observer function wouldn't be like crazy bad, yeah? Obviously it would still suck, and there's still I don't think the developers should put any effort into developing this function. I don't think it's really necessary. I mean, okay, they kind of have it already, to be honest, with those portals, you know, like city portals. You drink the, what's it called? Fountain or whatever, the invisible water, and you become invisible, and then you cannot attack anything, yeah. So they kind of have it to some extent, but I don't feel like it's worth it to calculate all the effects it might have and for the developers to think about it. But if it was ever to happen somewhere, because in other types of content it's too abusable to just have invisible scouts everywhere, yeah? Like gathering information in non-instance content is very, very, you know, you need to make sure that you have to risk. Even currently scouts are a bit of a problem because some people use like bots or other multi-boxing, yeah, to set up scouts. So I wouldn't want that anywhere else. But in Mists, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because you would essentially... Well, if I was able to become Invis, it's not like I could give this information to someone else, what I see. I could just use it to look around the mist. And of course, once you use this become Invis or become cameraman feature, you can never play this mist normally again. Your only way out of that is to go to Brazilian. But even then it would be kind of weird, because if you can activate it in the middle of the mist, then it's kind of like running away from a fight. You just go Invis and survive. Anyway, I don't want to think too much about that. It's never going to happen anyway. It's just a little thought experiment that was just curious, because in that situation where I got the most valuable rat I've ever had, I was exactly saying that if the function existed, I would turn it on. Thanks for following Meow Meow Fruit. I can see you now made your way to Twitch. And by the way, I still, Bentore, if you're here, I still appreciate you saying like the video. That is a good idea, even though it is not a video. I mean, YouTube automatically saves all the VODs as well. According to YouTube previews, it's already called One-Handed Cursed. You mean the Observer? Like the function where you just go into the mist to watch how other people are playing? If that's what you meant, that's pretty good. Oh, you meant the Ugborg thing. Okay, okay. And Ugborg said they should make a rat shapeshifter strat with abilities, extra good ratting. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. How are your cooldowns going? I wish I had a cooldown reduction for this. Nice, brave soldier. No. Tier 6, by the way. Wait, doesn't he have 2 potions? He does have 2 potions, yeah. Oh, now he used one. I should be a bit careful, because I'm obviously risking gazillion times more than he is. And unfortunately I don't have a purge for his Inferno, which will be ready at the same time as mine. I don't think he can... Oh shit, he does have a purge, okay. I slowed him. Tier 6, by the way, the guy. I should not be just brawling, yeah, against Snapper Carving, but it's okay. I hope it's fun for him, because he has a chance to win a lot of money, you know. without risking really anything, to be honest. No. I don't think he has another healing, so... Still awesome, though. Awesome show of importance of Purge. The last time I was hoping that he purges the air, so I get a good educational clip, but... Either he was too slow at the Purge, or he predicted it correctly, but yeah. Yeah, things are easy when you are 3 tiers higher, yeah. But yeah, normally I need to kite carving, especially of course when he's on Snapper, it's full kite, yeah? Pretty much. Especially when he can purge my Inferno, which is a big thing. Otherwise, I brawl only as insofar as I have Inferno. But the moment he clicks Inferno, I am just back into kite mode. But you've seen that, you've seen me fight. It was kind of the same with like I fought 6-3 Flame Walkers and stuff like that, yeah? This was a very bad deal for me, because I'm putting myself in a... I'm risking whatever I'm worth, like 4 mil or something. I'm risking that whenever... If somebody else shows up and dismounts, you know? I'm risking 4 mil in order to kill a tier 6. Okay. But I see you meant that... you meant that as an answer to Ugburg that 100 Curse is already the ratting shapeshifter. But... it is... I like more the joke that formed in my head when I read your message, Vingot, or your chat. Yeah, I liked more the joke in my head that one-handed curse is already the button that we're talking about. That if you can just press a button, so that you are just a cameraman, you know, just running around looking at people. Shizu says, "I'm surprised they don't have a rat mount skin. Which skin could have that? The mule or what? If you would create a skin." Applicable only on Mammoth, no Nourisher. No, legit. I mean, it doesn't make sense that a rat mount... Like, if the mount itself is a rat, yeah, it's not like, what, is it one rat? Like, riding another rat? GG, man, it was me, the carving. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hope I gave you a good deal, yeah? You have a chance to win to get my 4 million with your tier 6 set, so... So, I hope it was a good proposition for you. I mean, obviously, since you took the fight, it was... GG indeed. It would be a very interesting matchup if you brought 6-3, because then I cannot play like this, yeah, obviously. It's then full kite. Let's go, Abby. I'm hoping for another Abby like that first one, please. Full of people with 184 running away from everyone. Give me that again. Or even just the light crossbow. Obviously I'm fighting the light crossbow if I see him again, but as I said, it's if I fight that light crossbow, we are both gonna be, especially me, like his HP will depend a lot on how well he plays, but I am, no matter how well I play, obviously if I mess up, I'm just dead, yeah, and that's it. But if I don't mess up, I'm gonna win that fight on my last 5 to 10% HP, yeah. So that fight cannot happen when there's 2 other people hovering around, unfortunately. Lenda also said in Twitch chat, yep, I saw you in YouTube chat as well. Nice try. Yeah, man, that was very close, Lenda. I mean, it was a good job. Like, it was definitely not a kind of fight you get. If you bring 6-3, you know, the fight is going to be completely different. But it was very good opportunity for you to make a big payday, considering you are only risking tier 6. So, it was close as well. I'm surprised you didn't, that you purged my last Inferno as well. I don't know if you were just slow with your purge, or if you predicted the fact that I'm gonna dash. But anyway, at the end of the day, I cannot just brawl a carving, but you can brawl anybody if you have 3 tiers advantage, yeah? And that was... clearly just a tier. When I played last, like the tryhard Someone is killing mobs here. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna catch him, but... Are you sure, sir? Maybe wasting that was not a good idea. Is he on Stalker? Yeah, he is. But he's on... his W is not mobility. Maybe using my E here was a bit of a waste. He did give me a purple chest, though. No. Oh, 300k for this? Okay. How did that happen? Okay, let's open the purple chest we got from him. So yeah, today I haven't seen that yet, but that last stream, that tryhard stream on 4-4 Daybreaker, by the way, I got such an amazing rare RNG with weapon. But anyway, when I was being more careful with my life and so on, and that same one where I got the 8.4 kill as well, I definitely had a very good time, because I sometimes have this question that, you know, if I'm not attacking like 3 tiers higher players, which, you know, I always do and often do in tier 7, tier 8, yeah. If I'm not attacking higher tier players, is nobody else ever fighting, or what's happening? Yeah, I felt like very often I'm the only one taking the risk. But last stream I had the exact opposite experience. Like I went with 4-4-6-3 on Daybreaker, and for the first couple of hours I was constantly attacked by lower IP players who wanted a chance. So I was very like impressed and positively surprised with how many people were not afraid and just wanted to take the risk and try to fight me like tier 7s, you know. So there's actually a lot of people who are interested in the overcoming difficulty. How do you like multi-stream to YouTube? I'm using Restream, which is like a plugin. There's definitely other ways as well. It's some sort of platform software for OBS. I'm not technical enough to know exactly what it does, but from my understanding, I am actually sort of streaming to the Restream application, and they are then taking the stream and redistributing it to whatever I specify, yeah? I'm not paying them, like they have a paid version as well, and with paid version you get more statistics and you can stream to everywhere at once, yeah? I could have this also on Kick and, what's it called, TikTok and whatever, yeah? But the free version is just 2 places, which, I mean, I'm not interested in others anyway, so... But yeah, it's just called Restream. I'm not trying to make any advertisement for them, because honestly, I don't super, like, I don't have experience with other options, but I don't like them like crazy much. For one, every time I link my YouTube stream to the actual, like I create a stream on YouTube, and then I link from my software, I link that, okay, stream this under that name or that video or whatever. Every time I do that, it automatically adds their own kind of ad to that to my stream title, yeah? No, sorry, not title, no, not the title, it adds it to the description, but still. Like, things like that make me feel a bit bad about the software, yeah? I understand that it's a free version, but still, I don't like the fact that they're trying to hide their own name in my stream description every time. But yeah, it works, so that's the most important thing. How do you like doing it? Enjoying having 2 chats together? The only problem is I don't see some of the things that I would see on Twitch. Like, for example, moving emotes. If someone puts an emote I've never seen, I tab out to my, to my stream manager to see if it moves, yeah? And there's some other, like, Twitch-specific things that don't show up in this combined chat. But otherwise, it's very convenient, yeah? Like, this is you, this is the chat here, and I have both chats combined, so... I can see that, I can see your name, and I can see that you wrote this in Twitch chat. And all the YouTube messages are also there, intertwined. I need a red buff. I only have 6 stacks, that's pretty sad. It was not worth it to chase the double-bladed for so long. I mean, not that I would have gotten a lot more stacks, but still, I lost like 1 or 2 stacks probably. At least 1 stack, maybe 2 or 3 even. While chasing him and then going back for the chest that he created, so... And I got other chests as well, that's why I actually have 7 stacks. If you didn't know, starting next patch, there's an important update for Nightfall Abbeys, which makes me very happy, which is that getting a chest from when you clear a room and you get a chest, it's going to give you a buff stack. Finally. It's the same change they made for depths, and now, a couple patches later, they remembered that actually Abbeys also still exist. Somebody's fighting mobs there. Tier 7 Battle Axe, does he have a red buff? not going straight for the exit. He's going for a different exit. And he's not on adrenaline. Okay, so I will catch him. If he doesn't go... he has blue buff. We'll see. I'm probably gonna catch him, but it depends. I don't... Okay, if he's going that way, I don't even want to use my W. I'm gonna use my W later to slow him. I'm just gonna wait for his boots and then W. Okay. 500k, man. I'm getting these kind of free kills, right? I mean, this guy also doesn't really have a chance to fight back. It's close. Like, tier 7 Battle Axe is a good build to fight back, but in this circumstance, it's kind of... I can't really imagine. If he has already these spells selected, so he doesn't have the correct Q and W, I can't really imagine how he fights back there. So, in theory, it's kind of a free kill, yeah. Not really risking anything. But these kills are right now worth a lot more than the chests, on average. Finally, yeah, it's Emrak. It's... Oh man, it is... I've been... thinking and talking about it for a long time, way before depths. And then it's just like to add salt to the wounds of missed players. They added that to the depths patch. Depths didn't come out that way, but then at some point they added it, but didn't add it to Nightfalls. And then I kept asking in the creator Discord, the guy who... I don't know if he's officially like a communication guy, but anyway, he communicates a lot of things between developers and creators. A super awesome guy, in my experience. At least he does make a lot of things pretty clear. Interesting. This guy must be fighting, right? It's the same as before. Yeah. He should fight. I mean, he didn't purge my actual stuff. And I don't have a red... What did you purge now, sir? I'm waiting for my W, and then I'm probably getting out of here for a little while. But we'll see. I would like to wait for my potion, yeah? Because once again, he's worth so much less than I am. So there's no point like giga risking it. Wait, what? What is that? I'm worried. I don't mind him killing me, but I don't want to die to internet connection problems. Okay. Another one. It's exactly like the previous fight, yeah? I can never take a fight like this without buff, just brawl a carving. Never. But since I'm 6-3 against tier 7, that lag was scary though. Like, if you were here that moment, I died against... was it Blazing? Yeah. I died against 8.1 Blazing. That was crazy. There was a fight where the enemy was... they had some collection issues, and I could not see their name tag. Like, I spaced away. I was ready to go back. My healing potion, because I still had cooldowns from previous fight, my healing potion was about to be ready. I was ready to go back, and the guy, he didn't even appear on my screen. Like, he was 50 meters away. You know, his name tag didn't even appear, and he teleported with his boots, like, all across the map. That it was a situation where for a moment, like, everyone who was in chat tried to convince me he's a cheater. I looked at his profile, and I'm very sure that he's not a cheater. Yeah. He's not actually trying, like, he wasn't doing anything unfair on purpose. But just the fact that it happened was crazy. So this also looks like that. But it's another situation exactly like that. Like, Brave Carving, yeah, he has red buff, I don't. It's a perfect opportunity for him to get a good kill. Once again, he has a Purge, I don't. So he likes to, like, everything about brawling is good for him. But, you know, at the end of the day, I am 6-3 and he's tier 7, so I can do this, yeah. If he was also 6-3, I have to be completely different in how I play the fight. Somebody opened the chest. I went for red buff to be ready for a fight, but I missed on the chest now. I mean, I do have 2 mil to take out even more, so I guess we can do that. It's likely that the person who took the chest just ran away anyway. Yeah, this teleport was a bit less scary. But yeah, that other situation was... he didn't just... Like, he used night boots, yeah? But he used night boots from my screen, from 50 meters away. Like, I ran away and I started going back to, like, restart the fight or get the fight going again. He used night boots from 50 meters away through a tree, like, directly through a tree, just kind of, it was crazy. Crazy clip. But it, as I said, it's probably just something that happened. And because some people later, not that same stream, but later we had also a discussion. I showed a clip, and someone said that they also have experienced this. Yeah, that, essentially, it's like the person is actually taking actions, but on your screen, for some reason, they remain stuck in one place. So what happened wasn't that like lag made him teleport, but it's just that on my screen, for some reason, even though in reality he was moving closer to me, on my screen he stayed in one place for very long. So on my screen, when he did actually catch up, or like when I went back into him, it showed as if he teleported from across the map. But in reality, he was much closer to me, but for some reason the server wasn't telling me that. Okay, I'm too lazy to sort all of these things. Let's put all of this here for now. So I can have the good feeling of a bit of profit. 4.5, okay, it's something. And I need some soup. Can I use soldier boots on dagger build? Shizu, you have to be careful, depending on which build exactly. But a lot of daggers run into energy problems. So I don't want to say no as a general answer. But most of the popular dagger builds, for Death Givers, for Bloodletter, you are too prone to running into energy problems. So you kind of have to use energetic sprint. Especially if you want to use dash as your W. Speaking of cheats, did you see Eckwards caught a cheater about a month or two ago? No, I didn't see that, but I have seen a lot of like cheater clips over the last half a year for sure. I've seen Bloodletters with crazy long Qs, Ws, and Es, and recently, more recently, I saw several clips of a Fists of Avalon cheater whose E was also consistently, and his Qs as well, like all of the mobility spells essentially were consistently like a lot longer. Like he could also, from the other side of the screen, he could EU, and that was like he was taking the whole fight like that. So it wasn't just it didn't seem like a random lag spike one time, but it was actually the whole fight him using them. And there were several clips of him. That was quite recently actually. But the specific moment randomly, no, I didn't see. The cheat was extending dagger Q2 range. Yeah. Okay, that has been a lot around for what the cheats do. Yeah, I've seen that. Like that has been around for a while. Yeah, that Q2 and also W and E. Like I've seen also like Bloodletter E's from across the screen all the way to the other side. Yeah, and as I said, more recently there was a player doing this with Fists of Avalon, and quite a few people clipped that also, and that I saw. And the cheater tried to explain themselves. You mean they actually... what do you mean tried to explain themselves? So he had the cheater had a discussion with Eckward about it. So the Eckward found out, or who this was specifically? Or what do you mean? Range hack is real? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's probably just some sort of lag switch, I'm guessing. But I mean, I don't want to go too much into detail, but you know, in a lot of games, this is... some sort of lag switching is a part of how many cheats work, because I mean, you can't have a multiplayer game without having a server that has to communicate between your PC and my PC. Yeah, so inevitably there will be a communication between where I have to tell the server where my character is, and the server has to accept it or not. And I think lag switches usually like mess that communication up and convince the server that actually I'm there. The cheater came in chat. Okay, so the cheater killed Eckward then, yeah, in the open world, yeah, or how did it happen? I haven't seen Eckward play Mists. Although honestly, I haven't seen him like that much in general lately. But from whenever I have opened his stream or watched like his YouTube thumbnails or stuff like that, I feel like lately he's been playing Depths. But before that, for a long time, he was showing like the beauty and the fun of the open world very well. And I don't imagine someone would have been using those cheats in the open world, right? That's like a Mist thing, right? Where you're a mysterious stranger. I'm guessing every cheater who actually wants to cheat is going to do it in Mist. I don't know, though. The cheater died while cheating. Oh, the cheater died. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Or got away. Okay. I see. So you don't actually know. But you remember that somebody in chat was saying that they're the cheater, yeah? It was open world. Okay, I mean, I don't want to give tips on cheating. Yeah, cheating is absolute pain on the community of all video games. But I also kind of feel like I have to say that you're pretty stupid if you're trying these sorts of cheats in the open world. Like, if you are, like, I think there's a reason why 95% of them are just doing it in Mists, yeah, where they are anonymous and the stakes are higher. Because also, I think that 90% of them probably do it as part of their real-life job, yeah? Because they're actually RMTing to feed themselves, yeah? I don't, like, most people who just want to have fun probably are not gonna cheat in Albion, although. I don't know. I don't know. I heard Echo had been grinding New World recently. Is there something special about New World recently? I played New World when it came out, and it was an amazing couple of months, yeah. Just the sheer fun of exploring a new, just created, completely unexplored, unknown world together with so many people. All the problems with the game, obviously there were so many more problems at the beginning, were secondary. It was so much fun because nobody knew how, like, the max efficiency way to play, how exactly that do things work. It did later turn out that even developers didn't know how a lot of the like perks and stats worked. Yeah, there were a lot of mistakes, but still, it felt like everyone's discovering it together. I love that. I did not feel good about the game, and I realized it's not a long-term game. You know, there's nothing to do there really after you play for a little while. At least that's what it was back then. But this is an experience I don't think I've gotten elsewhere. Like, I don't usually play games the moment they come out. Yeah, but with New World I did actually play when it became public, and it felt good. Would you say someone cheating in Albion for RMT should just go get a job at Walmart? I'm not gonna say that they should, yeah. I obviously would, Shizu. Like, if I was in that place, and I've definitely been, yeah, like, my finances are just like the rest of my life has been like pretty unpredictable. So a lot of ups and downs in my life. I've definitely been in a place where I just have to accept or do something, yeah. That wouldn't even be like, if I think like, okay, I need to make money to eat, yeah. That would be not even like my top 50 different if I was brainstorming ideas, yeah? So I obviously wouldn't, and I'm not gonna say what someone else should do. I don't know what the person's life is like, yeah? Especially if they're like from a country where working as a RMTer is making them 5 times more than a regular job. But I 100%, yeah, like, she's my answer, of course I would go to Walmart. I would do anything where I don't feel like I'm harming the world as a whole, yeah? Import said, big new patch, I think. I don't know much about it, though, but he was trying to sell No at Punch on it, saying it's a very good update. Oh, the new world. Okay. Well, I mean, my heart has been broken too many times to believe that the update is good. In any case, I have a more careful kind of approach. But I definitely love New World. And I played New World a little bit again when they made like new start servers. I don't remember some point they launched the first big expansion. I'm trying to find the next mist. Maybe I can just leave. Oh, there's someone actually. Oh, it looks like Ugborg without specs. It looks exactly like Ugborg without specs. Does he want to fight me? Is that why he wants to try to be the Ugborg? Do I need to change my cape for this? I don't, right? I can just wait out his robe. I mean, it is again tier 6, yeah? So, okay. Now he's tier 7. I can just wait out his robe, pretty much. Because he's playing this without mobility. He says XD. Well, maybe bring 6-3 if you don't want to have XD fights. You can also bring 4 million. 100% I'm fighting a 4 million arcane build to see what the fight is like. Yeah? Had the exact same experience about New World, Thirds Fortimus. So yeah, so what I was saying is I got a bit of that same experience when they came out with a big update. And they made those fresh start servers, and some of my friends also started from the beginning, and it was awesome. Do I need to E on top of him? Is that what's happening? Well, he can't mount because of my helmet, so he's gonna have to get to charge to mob again. I used the poison already. With poisons, I don't have this. You know, like with healings, I often try to win the fight without using my potion. With poisons, I don't really have that sort of interest as much. But yeah, that's the limitation of Ugborg build. Is what happens if mobility actually becomes important. This is kind of annoying for him. This is exactly like what it feels like for me to play against double-bladed on Spear, yeah? Like, this is kind of a fight, but I'm not even really letting him take the fight properly, right? He's gonna get out. Too bad. I wasted 2 potions there. This is exactly what the double-bladed fight feels like. I should have just brawled him. He's also tier 6, so it's a bit sad that this happens, but hey. Risking even a little bit? As I said. It's interesting, yeah, because it seems like, and also for me, when I play tier 7, it's like, what the fuck, like, yeah. Like, I'm tier 7, you're 6-3, you know, just kill me or just fight me, yeah? But I understand that from the other side, when I play 6-3 on Daybreaker as well, I understand that sometimes, you know, it works the other way around. Like, if he was higher IP, you know, fights are different, but also there's so much more. If he's 6-3, I have full motivation to, you know, to kill him because it's worth something, yeah? But here, even if I lose just 40% of HP, that means that now if an 8.3 comes, I am dead, yeah? So, sometimes. If you bring more expensive items, you get more fights, but not always. One Senmark, thanks for following. I hope Lendo I said thank you to you as well 10 minutes ago. If I didn't, then thank you for following. If not, then... If I did, then double thank you now. He said the new world broke his heart too many times. He doesn't trust the new update to fix things. Oh, okay. That's exactly what my feeling was. I see. Yeah. Yeah, because when the big update came out, it was a lot of hurrah and also like really fun for a little while. But at the end of the day, it was the same kind of... I don't want to say empty game, but it was the same kind of thing where there's really nothing to do after a couple of weeks. Maybe even less. The launch of New World was amazing, but yeah, eventually realized there wasn't much depth to the end game. Yeah, there wasn't anything. And it's not even just depth, the activity, the grind itself. If you remember the beginning towards Quartimus, before they even publicly talked about the IP cap or whatever it was called, at the beginning people weren't even sure. You had to kind of manually track, and you had to do the same loot runs over and over and over again for hours, hoping that you get one item that will increase how, like, the quality of drops you get in that specific item slot. So you got like one helmet, which like was a little bit better than your previous one. You knew that you got like that you now can loot a tiny bit higher, but all of that was kind of a weird secret system. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not just the depth. It was like Assassin's Creed, yeah. Like it felt like new Assassin's Creed, not the old ones, yeah. It felt like just a bunch of content just for the sake of running around and having content, yeah. Like, I don't mind grind, but, you know, you could have some variety in there. And, of course, the PvP also was less satisfying at the beginning. They didn't even have Outpost Rush when it came out. The arena didn't exist and all those things. Last stream, you talked a little about double-bladed. Can you explain what makes the weapon cheesy? I got hit with the dirtiest ad. Okay, oh shit, you got 2 minutes. Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be saying, oh shit, yeah? I clicked the button for Twitch to run my ads for me and told it like the average. I didn't put it very high at all, of course. I want this to be a good viewing experience, but I did talk to... oh, we have a tier 8 bow. It's definitely gonna fight. I did talk to some guys who have a lot more experience with this, and were very strongly suggesting that I do that. Where did you guys all suddenly come from? Holy shit. This is very dangerous. This dual swords with assassin shoes is very dangerous. He's gonna assassin shoes on top of me. I cannot brawl him. He is still a dual swords, even if he doesn't E. I cannot really brawl him. I'm gonna dash away. He's gonna E after me. I'm gonna E away, and he's gonna... If he gets a purge on my boots, I'm dead. If he doesn't get a purge on my boots, okay, I just run away, yeah? But I can't really fight him because he's just full-on brawl, and I am, unfortunately, I need to have some room to kite. But maybe we'll try it, yeah? I've already kind of run away from a lot of situations here. So... maybe it's time to accept death, just... I would like to fight the bow. The bow is worth more, and the bow is 10 times better fight for me. This guy is not worth much, and it's a terrible fight for me. But looks like he's also not convinced what to do. I wonder who they think is more expensive, me or the dual swords. I don't get ads, no idea why. I don't have an ad blocker or turbo. I don't know. It took me a very long time to find out that Twitch even has ads. I don't like this what's happening because I can probably not even fight this dual swords 1v1. If they're chasing me thinking like I'm the juicy one, and because they want to 2v1 me, there is zero chance. Must be a streamer, he says. Why? Because I'm playing Grove Keeper. You don't think a normal person can play Grove Keeper? It's time for them to team against you. There is zero chance. If they team against me, I am instantly dead. And it's not even like I can kite away and win the fight by kiting like sometimes on Spear. No. Because they have a Purge on the dual swords will just stick to me forever. And Badon is just going to do some extra damage and that's it. So I don't think there's any chance. As I said, I don't think I can beat this dual swords 1-on-1 even. The build is really good at forcing a brawl, and my build is really bad at taking a brawl. Unless I am 2 tiers higher, yeah? But against Bo, it's a different story. Against Bo, I can brawl reasonably. I have kind of tools to catch him, yeah? 1v1ing the Bo would be a very good proposition for me. Like this, I definitely want to do. Then it comes down to can I somehow catch him or not. But the Bow doesn't want to, I guess. Okay, I'm back to... So double-bladed looks so cool, but I guess there must be RMT snipers. Well, they're not just for RMT snipers. Shizu, at the end of the day, whatever seems fun to you, absolutely any build, any playstyle, unless you are like straight up being an asshole in chat and writing shit to people, that's not okay in my book, yeah? But when we're just talking about playing the game, as a solo especially, any playstyle that seems fun to you, do it. Doesn't matter if you hear someone say like, "Oh, double-bladed is just for RMTers." Yeah, even I express that sort of emotion. And double-bladed often do play in a way which is annoying because, as I've said many times, if we all played like that, the game would die. But nothing should stop you from having like fun. I can guarantee that there's like 2 double-bladed players who play that weapon for fun, and everyone else is playing it because for them it's like a job at McDonald's. Yeah, so I don't think that's really that much fun long term anyway. But if you enjoy it right now, take it, play it, and figure out why it doesn't work. And if you want to know like the reason why it does get that sort of rep, is because double-bladed is probably the safest weapon in terms of having enough mobility to get away from any situation if you get into trouble. But it comes at the cost of not being able to take proper fights. So double-bladeds usually run around looking for free kills when the enemy doesn't even fight back. Because if the enemy doesn't fight back, or if the enemy is 4 tiers lower, it doesn't matter that your weapon sucks at the actual fighting part, mobility is enough for you to get that kill, yeah? It's kind of like what I did to the carving earlier, yeah? Both carvings, yeah? Lando who came to stream, and the other guy as well. Not this guy, but... Like, you saw, if you were here, if you saw what I did to carvings, it's kind of doing that, but only doing that, yeah? If you play the mobility double-bladed, like, that's your only option, yeah? King Rat type of weapon? Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. You could say that, yeah. I mean, it depends on your definition of ratting. Double-bladeds do take a lot of fights. They just take fights against people who are, when they have other advantages. Are these guys fighting? Are you going to fight each other? Or is one of you going to fight me at some point? As I said, it's hopeless to 1v2, and this build is... If you want to play a very strong dual swords build, this is very good. Like, what can I do? I cannot stand and brawl him, right? I cannot stand and brawl him, right? But I also... He has such good... He's gonna start with dash, W, then after I W out of him, he's gonna E after me. And then either I use my E just to full run away, and then if he, he purges my boots, he's forcing me to brawl. And in a brawl, I am gonna die so fast in this. So this is by far much unhappier and worse proposition than fighting the bow, unfortunately. There's a coffer here. But maybe it's time for me, like... I've been alive for a long time, so... Maybe it's time for me to accept death. Well, let's try it, but... I have to somehow use, like... I have to somehow get him... damage him from far, yeah? I don't know how that's gonna work. The moment I dash, he's gonna E after me. I can't use my E aggressively, so it's gonna be pointless fight for both of us. Unfortunately. If I play this correctly, the fight will never happen, yeah? kind of, yeah? If I do everything correctly, I'm just gonna keep running away and the fight will never happen. Because there is no point at which I can just stand and brawl him. Only thing I can kind of try to do is hope that he purges my... Like, not hope, but click my Inferno. If he purges it, then I can E on top of him, W away, and start running. But once again, like, he's gonna lose like 1 bar of HP, and I'm gonna have to run away fully. Like, the only way I win this fight is if he's just, you know, chasing me like crazy, like, without any strategy. The moment he decides, you know what, it's not worth it, then the fight is over. But hey, I mean, at the end of the day, I've learned to change my expectations, so maybe this is one of those situations. This is the only thing I have. At least I have the helmet, yeah? At least I have the ability to potentially force him to come close to me. Like, his IP is also... Like, he has full spec 6-3, and I am without spec. Not without spec, never, not. I'm also full spec, but not as crazy. But at least he's not overcharged. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else can happen in this fight. It sucks. As I said, this is the only thing that can happen, kind of. If I get a decent HP advantage, then I can stay and brawl him for a little while, hope for the best. Another problem that I discovered is that I can't really react to his E with my E, which really, really sucks. Like, there are some E's like you can react to, but not dual swords. I need him to use another spell and then hope for the best, yeah. It sucks. It sucks for both of us. But I hope he understands that, like, he chose this build for that reason, yeah? It's the same reason people play Assassin Shoes Death Givers, yeah? At the end of the day, it's pretty simple, yeah? He just has to face, like, he just has to face roll all of his buttons into me, and he gets a big advantage. I can try. We can just try to brawl to see how bad it is. If I had Purge for his Mercenary, it would also be a bit easier. I don't know, if maybe if I play like this, maybe I should change to Poison, actually. Is that a thing? And then I keep kiting away while I'm poisoning him. What did he purge? He tried to pre-purge my boots? I missed everything. But at least he wasted his purge randomly, so I get another reset. But that's cool. If he was willing to use his spells, he doesn't need to though. But if he plays like this, I can actually, like, that's okay. We can maybe take this fight somehow. Because he doesn't need to waste his spells, you know, like he just did. Don't, even though he only used part of his W, we take the same damage here. But I mean, if it goes like this till the end, I have some chance of outplaying him. He's trying to verbally bait me. I mean, he has to. If you go for a build like this, it's kind of a... It's like a reasonable strategy, yeah? It's like the Fire Staffs who change their boots to gig and then tell people, like, what the fuck, why you're not fighting me, you know? Too bad. Too bad. He hit his E. I was trying to react to his E, but unfortunately not fast enough. I don't know if it's possible. I don't think it's possible from my previous experience, but it might just be my brain being slow. If I react to his E, if his E doesn't hit and my E hits, then, no. I have a bit of an advantage from this sort of start. Get the grip. Same to you, my friend. Change your boots right now. If you're such a big boy, change your boots. Look here, this one skill go. Yeah, this is exactly, yeah. It sucks a bit. I feel like I am correctly evaluating this, but it's useful to take this sort of fight every now and again, especially if this was tier 7, even more so, you know, to make sure that I'm actually correct. Because if I'm, let's say I actually do stay and just full on fight him, yeah, to see, like, because I'm pretty sure, you know, in my evaluation of the situation, but who knows? I mean, maybe it's worth it to try to see if I'm actually correct. And at least the one thing I can do is use my Inferno and see if he purges it, because that will change the fight. Yeah, if he purges my Inferno, I have to run again. But if he doesn't purge my Inferno, at least during my Inferno, so if he keeps his purge for the boots later, during my Inferno, at least, you know, I can play him. Also, maybe I should be on poison, so that while I kite around, every time he jumps on me, while I kite around, I throw poison. That might be also an idea. I don't know. Assassin Shoes cooldown gotta get nerfed, it's too scary. I love the fact that it's like there's a lot of extra variety. It just sucks to play against it when this is also why this build is not meta, yeah? Like if I was playing Spear against that, I can kite a lot more meaningfully, and I can kite without like fully running away, yeah? And on a Spear, let's say I'm on Impaler, I am still, first of all, I'm a bit dangerous as a brawler compared to this. Like the dual swords has to respect my brawling a little bit. Secondly, I can E out and hit Impalers, and I'm also at least somewhat dangerous from a distance, yeah? I'm not saying that's a good fight for Spear, but at least on a Spear I would have options against it. So overall, I like the fact that they added like assassin shoes and made them like they added them to selection of meaningful like options that people have for good PvP. That's actually an awesome thing, you know? I like the fact that it's not only sprint on every single build. Loki, this is just a bad matchup, that's all. Yeah, but it's not just this. It's also the Assassin Shoes Death Givers. Both of those builds that's why they are played right now, because you make yourself one of the best brawlers in all of the mists. Yeah, in case of Death Givers, T1 Death Givers, you are actually legit probably the best brawler in the mist. In terms of dual swords, I think he only gets out-brawled by Death Givers, yeah, probably. So you make yourself exceptionally scary close range, and then you just kind of disregard your mobility for the sake of just being able to stay on top of your enemy. So there's a reason why those builds are really popular, and it's because they have most of the matchups are good for them, yeah? For this dual swords, there isn't any matchup that is like straight up a big problem. Except for what I'm doing, yeah? The problem is that you will get really kited. I guess Froststaff is very bad for dual swords, because Froststaff will be able to react to their W. Unlike my E, the Froststaff W will be able to react to their E, I mean. Do you ever want to make an event called play randomized builds? I have done that, yeah. I've done that on stream. Rap is crap. They don't need rejuvenating sprint. Nobody needs rejuvenating sprint. What do you mean, Shizu? So rejuvenating sprint is just if you. I would rather think of it the other way around. If you don't need something else, go for rejuvenating sprint, because it's guaranteed stable value. In any situation, any fight, you're gonna get good value from the extra HP. But there's no build that needs rejuvenating sprint, right? Whereas there are some builds that full-on need energetic sprint, because you just run out of energy. Viewer 1v1 event when? Next week. I will do a day. What's up, hamster? I will do a day next week when I will just play. I will just buy a bunch of tier 7s and fight anybody who wants to fight tier 7. Probably any build, to be honest. I don't know. We have to figure out. Maybe you can help me, actually. We can think of it together. Do you think it would be more fun to try to do mirror-like builds so that whoever wants to fight me decides? Or is it rather that I don't know, I play like a Daybreaker or something and then just try to fight against anything? Like, Daybreaker can handle anything pretty much, yeah. The only clear problem is going to be some crossbows, I think, but even that is at least manageable on Daybreaker. Fort said I like them. This was about Assassin Shoes. I like them, but in 1v1, a sub 10 second mobility, like that feels busted. I think Night Boots is plus 3 seconds CD. Maybe they should be the same. I think, are they? I mean, they're sub 10 second because of the cooldown reduction, right? The Assassin Shoes are like 12 seconds or something. I mean, I have cooldown reduction now, so I cannot actually test it. Now, see, even with cooldown reduction, I have 11. Okay, I have 11% cooldown reduction, and it still says 11 cooldown. Yeah. Where are you, Assassin Shoes? Okay. Night Boots. I think they cancelled the Night Boots buff. Yeah, they were going to also buff Night Boots considerably. Yeah, Night Boots feel like they're in a decent place. with CD reduction included. Okay, okay, but those builds that use shoes are not usually don't really have a lot of CD reduction, if any, right? Both the close range, the one-shot death givers, as well as these, I can't show him because nobody died, as well as these dual swords, they might very well have no cooldown reduction at all. Yeah, their focus is the out-brawling part. Just so we're clear, I'm not arguing. The point is still correct. Yeah, assassin shoes are really strong, but I feel like they're generally in kind of a balanced place. Yeah. It just sucks because, yeah, some matchups feel kind of impossible. Because this foregoes, because otherwise the weakness of the build, the weakness of a very brawl-heavy build, is to actually create that brawl, yeah? Like, you play regular Death Givers, you have to figure out. It's your job to figure out how are you actually going to get your enemy into a brawl with you, yeah? Because you're going to beat the brawl, but are you going to use Shadow Edge? Are you going to run away until they use mobility towards them? Something like that, yeah? This kind of circumvents that a little bit, because it gives you a very good answer against that, but at the cost of people not taking the fight. It's exactly the same like Fire Staff with who changes their boots to Gigantify, and there's wondering like, what the fuck, why isn't anyone fighting me? Well, you kind of like a similar logic, yeah? You make yourself much stronger at just standing and brawling, but at the cost of having people run away. Somebody dismounted on my right. Someone definitely dismounted. I heard the horse pop. Oh, there we go. No, sir. Wait. Sir, wait. I'm your friend. Kind of. I just want to dismount you quickly. Okay. That was some good audio, though. Right? Although I thought he was in the middle at the beginning, but that was good audio. I don't usually... It's been a while since I understood. Like, I do hear combat sounds, obviously. And by the way, the game is louder for me than it is for you, yeah? Is that the same guy? Man, he's absolutely not afraid of me. So anyway, but here I actually heard the horse pop. The only thing, I didn't hear his spells there. I didn't know what weapon it was. I just heard, you know, when you... Wait, why did I hear the horse pop, actually? He still had a horse when I walked onto him. So I must have heard... Maybe I heard the bat pop? Oh, the bow. That's my friend from previous mist. Maybe I heard the bat pop, actually, yeah. But, you see, I was wrong then. Because in my mind, that was a horse pop. What is this thing? What is this? This is a swapper if I've ever seen one. Let's see what he swaps into. Unfortunately, I don't have a purge to catch him. This is 100% a swapper, but it's kind of weird that he's on tier 3 horse. And rest spot? No, okay, it doesn't make sense as a swapper, but what is the keeper cape for? What Q is best for solo and death givers? That is not... Oh, okay, he's swapping to curse, yeah. That is not a good question, WFH, because a big power of death givers is that you can adapt to different situations and use different Q and W spells depending on what your enemy is playing. So there isn't the best Q. One thing I can tell you is that the last Q is not the best and is almost never good, yeah? Unless you're specifically playing around that somehow with your build. But changing between Q1 and Q2 usually depends on the enemy. If you're going for a cloth armor Carleon Cape build to quickly try to one-shot your enemy, you're using Q1. Q1 is definitely better with Carleon Cape. And if you want to surprise, and if you want to fight more expensive builds and try to surprise them with big damage. But for regular Death Givers gaming, you have to be ready to swap between Q1 and Q2 based on the situation. If you are on Q2, you don't brawl as well, and it's much more difficult for you to get 3 stacks. But you have the mobility to dodge spells, to catch people, to get away if you really need. You're not losing too much in terms of mobility, and Death Givers do have very good mobility with that, yeah? Because of W and E also being mobility. If you're on Q1, you are making yourself among the best brawlers of everybody, yeah? You're going to be really strong just standing on top of your enemy and brawling. Plus, you get your 3 stacks much quicker, but you are much more limited in terms of mobility. So weapons that can kite you, like spears, maybe carving, I don't know, any sort of like actual kiters like bows and stuff, they will have a much easier time kiting you on Q1. And they will have to actually focus on kiting you because, as I said, you now made yourself much scarier in close range battle, you know? Okay, good luck, Vic. I go donate some spears to the mists. Okay, see you in the mist. Thanks for hanging around. We're gonna, after this mist, we're gonna go find I'm Fort somewhere with his spear. Spear is a weapon that I can fight, yeah, kind of. Like from my previous experience, I'm surprisingly okay at brawling against the spear. But it depends on the spear build. Big problem for me is that a purge will remove my Inferno and take away any hope I actually had to brawl. But against the spear, yeah, I can get on top of them with W and then brawl and then have my E ready, or I can just try to walk close to them, essentially, and then try to keep my Inferno for when they have 3 stacks. And if I need to get away from them, I can also W through them. Yeah? So I feel like against the spear, I have options. Like if I fought the same IP spear. I see. Thanks for the help. Yes, I am happy to talk about those things. But if you're just starting out, you can just keep yourself on Q2 and not worry about it too much. But of course, you will also be in situations where you should have changed to Q1, and you're gonna lose fights because you didn't change. But that's inevitable for a while. That's what makes Deathgiver so fun, because you have to make those tactical decisions. Yeah, it's not just mechanical skill. Most of the really fun weapons, they come with tactical challenges. Yeah, you have to figure out the fight at least a little bit. You have to figure out how to fight a specific enemy in front of you. I would like to get a fight now. I would really like to get a fight. Not against the dual swords, but I mean, if I see him again, I guess we try the same thing again. But I would love to get a fight against somebody. Someone who isn't Assassin Shoes Dual Swords or Assassin Shoes Death Givers, because those feel pretty hopeless. Everything else, I would kind of like to get a fight. Bows, first staffs, I will try to catch them. Spears, I have a chance to fight. Fists of Avalon would be interesting, because I have tools to dodge their E, but I might also miss it. Very interesting. Some fire staffs. A lot of choices for viable builds right now. I guess Curse Staff would be pretty annoying, but it's unlikely that Curse Staff will be able to keep up with me in terms of mobility, but it would be annoying because the same problem like with Spear. Like if I am close range, I'm slowly losing, but I can do my burst and then kite out a little bit. Hey! I've seen this guy before. He still doesn't have full specs. That's the guy that ran away from me last time. Do I just go for full brawl this time because I am 6'3"? To make him happy or not? Last time he wanted to try. Here, he probably remembers me, so he knows that it's gonna be risky. Oh, we have a tier 7 curse with absolutely full specs. Ooh. I have E against it, by the way. My E is an iframe, which makes Poglock much more playable. Unfortunately, a lot of things are almost impossible to react to. But I can try. Okay, I should probably run around dismounted. If I get gangbanged, I get gangbanged. It's okay, shit happens. This guy is gathering food. Okay, so he's not fighting. Come on. I can dismount an armored horse. I don't want to dismount the dual swords and be stuck on top of him, but I can dismount an armored horse if I really need to. If I hit everything, I mean. I have just enough damage to dismount an armored horse. So, if you are not here before, if you have recently joined, then the question that I'm trying to find better answers for today, I'm curious about your experience. I've already asked this also in Discord, we've had a chat. The question is, what is for you personally, what is the best feeling, or some of the best feelings you get in Albion Online? And I mean specifically, like, what happens on your game that gives you the best feeling? Like, do you kill in a specific situation, in a specific way? Do you avoid death? Do you play a specific type of content in a way? I know what, whatever. So if you haven't yet answered, then I'm curious. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video about this as well and talk about this because I've kind of started categorizing some of the answers to figure out what actually makes for many of us, what makes for the most enjoyable, the best feeling in Albion Online. Ace says 4vx kinda satisfying. Do you want to try to explain why? That is a very common theme, yeah. Like a lot of the answers come from the category of difficult, challenging situations, yeah. For some people, it's like, oh, it's really satisfying to win a 1v3. For some people, it's really satisfying to win like against someone 300 IP higher, or some other way when you feel that you are disadvantaged. Is that the same sort of thing that you are... or is there something else there, Ace? Like a social aspect or so on? Or do you mean that it's really satisfying when you take a fight where you feel like you should in theory lose, but you end up outplaying the enemy? Not me, that Arcane. I know Ogburk, yeah, I know because of specs, of course. Now this Arcane is a bit unhappy with me, yeah, because last time he dismounted to fight me, I fought him like a double-bladed kind of, yeah. I played the Bluetooth fight, you know. I didn't go close to him. I fought from far because I'm on 4 million, you know, and he's risking like a fucking 100k or something. Yeah? So even if I lose 20% HP and then 8-3 comes to kill me, this is like 0% chance that it's actually worth it. But I kind of feel like maybe I should give him the fun now, the fun of the fight, kind of. I need to be careful. I need to be careful. But it is exactly the same build, yeah? Just outplaying the enemy, I guess? Okay. So the 4vx is more like an example, yeah? Like, Ace, for you, like, the big... is it correct to say that for you, like, one of the biggest satisfying feelings is when you feel like you have outplayed someone and, you know, want to fight because of that? The 4vx is just, like, kind of an example of in your regular content, it usually looks like you having you playing with a small group with your friends, and the enemy being a big group that you outplay. So it's kind of the same satisfaction that someone who earlier wrote like, yo, what the best feeling is outplaying someone who is like 2 or 3 tiers higher and winning the fight. It's the same kind of satisfaction then, yeah? Wonder if I understand that correctly. Random Kyo in YouTube chat says, the best feeling for me is probably surviving a ganker or bringing back high-tier resources from my guild. Ooh, the last part is interesting. Surviving gankers is a very common thing. As in, this is an answer I've heard many times. We've talked about this earlier. And yeah, I understand that, yeah. There is some feeling of outplay there, or there's also a bit of like satisfaction that your enemy has wasted a lot of resources. Yeah, if there's 9 people chasing you for 10 minutes and then you still get away, there's some satisfying about that. But bringing resources for my guild, this is a new one. This is not something I've heard. This is the satisfaction of like helping your friend group or something like that, or something a bit different from regular answers at least. I learned 100 nature with Ace videos. I am happy to hear that. And by the way, we had I mean, if you, I know that sometimes, you know, Discord chats like get out of hand and there's like a million messages in a day, but I also posted it there a bit and the link to it as well. But I think it's worth it to note the thing about Awakening and how much more valuable IP on average is. There are problems with it as well, like energy. Like honestly, instantly pointed out what was also a problem for me when I played Daybreaker last stream. Is like you need to be more careful if your build uses a lot of energy. But in general, like Ace said last time, also opened my eyes a bit more to the fact that since item power changes your base damage, then it's very nice if you already have damage buffs from other things like food, your cloth armor, or maybe some buffs from yourself or your teammates. Then stacking more damage buffs, meaning attuning your weapon for more ability damage, is can be a lot less valuable than instead going for IP, which will then like increase the base value that all the other damage modifiers are based on, essentially. You ended up watching the video? Yeah, I watched it, and I already explained this thing also. We had the discussion on stream and also on Discord, like someone, because I posted on Discord my Daybreaker, and someone said, "Oh man, that's such a nice Daybreaker," except for unfortunately didn't get ability damage, and I also tried to explain there that actually I was happy with ability damage. With IP instead of ability damage there. I don't want to 1v2 this because it's dual swords, and dual swords are scary. I mean, not 1v1 scary to the point where tier 7 is scary, but this guy, who seems to be cooking something, I would love to 1v1 him. But I'm pretty sure that they're not interested in a 1v1 here. He has Geekpot also. I could dismount the Hellfire Hands, but the dual swords are obviously hanging around in order to get dismounted also. I should get into combat with dual swords. Probably. No. I don't know how much damage this guy will do. I think it's gonna be a close fight, right? Like, it depends, but I can't really prevent his big combo, so... Let's go here then. Let them sort it out. Maybe they want to fight each other, not me, I don't know. The Hellfire Hands 1v1 fight would be interesting though. I definitely expect to lose 50% of my HP with his combo, especially he has Stalker Hood as well. But outside of his combo, well, it's not that I'm like amazing at doing damage, constant damage, but I would be in a good position to still stay on top of him and brawl him, kind of. Singblade says, the best feeling in Albion is killing enemies that are 2-3 tiers higher than you. Yep, this is a very common kind of response. And I guess it comes from, yeah, from the, like, just the rewarding, satisfying feeling that you've accomplished and even, not, how to say, overcame or exceeded. Yeah, you accomplished what you, like, the difficult task, and you exceeded the kind of expectations, sort of, yeah. Caldery says, chasing higher tier players out of the mists. Okay, so you would, like, you enjoy it more, even more than winning a fight, you enjoy the feeling that they ran away from you, because they didn't want to take the fight. Okay, okay, I see. No, scratch that. Okay, okay, wait, Singblade, scratch that. So what is that? The best feeling in Albion is killing a pesky rat that's trying to ruin a good fight. Okay. The feeling of justice then, or something like that. For sure, like, trying to figure out why killing some people is more satisfying than others, for sure it's something I've thought about when looking at these answers, yeah? Because we all have, like, specific weapons. Like, some people really enjoy killing Bloodletters, that was me for a long time as well. Some people want to just kill Deathgivers, yeah? Maybe it's an emotional reason, maybe it's because enemy is playing meta weapon. Or maybe it's because they are toxic, yeah? That's also, like, something I've heard several times, is killing someone who was toxic to you earlier is one of the most satisfying feelings. But now you're adding the fact that killing someone who didn't want a good fight, but, you know, or someone who just tried to rat is also satisfying. That's very understandable. Ace says, okay, I changed my answer. So we're all changing answers. Okay, fair. Okay, so what is your new answer? Ace's new answer is, wiping the people trying to third party is pretty solid. Okay. Another vote, sort of, for killing those who are trying to rat. Yeah, that's why, like, when I... Like, in situations also like today, like, when I tried to... Okay, it wasn't really fully a rat, you know, he was pretty much full HP, but when I tried to take... I don't remember which fight it was. One of the situations today where I sort of dismounted on an existing fight, although the guy that I saw was almost full HP, but still. And then they just remember the Panther and the Chill Hull, yeah? I fought the Chill Hull for a tiny bit, but then they tried to 2v1 me. That's why also in that situation, like, it doesn't feel bad for me, yeah? Like, I would prefer not to be 2v1, but, you know, I know that I deserve it, yeah? So even though I feel bad for dying, I feel good for them. Kind of gathering together to kill what I was essentially a rat. Not really, but like, at least they were fighting before I showed up. So I understand that. Best feeling is killing heal plus DPS comps in duo. That's a good one, yeah. That one I agree with very much as well. But that's exactly the same. So that's exactly the same answer as people who play only solo when they say that the best feeling is killing like a flame walker, yeah, or killing like a very clearly meta weapon. I think that's the exact same thing, yeah. Like, there's a extra satisfaction to overcome a difficult situation and kill someone who had an advantage over you. Specifically, if they wanted to have an advantage, whether they wanted it like in the form of ratting, or they, you know, they were playing a super meta weapon, or in this case, a super meta duo combo, like a healer plus carving stuff. I'm gonna leave. Okay, never mind. The big room is also red, so I can pretty much clear this. I'm getting kind of hungry for fight. I was very much hoping to chill more today. I didn't get good sleep, you know, and I had, I don't know. I didn't feel that super energized for fights in the morning, so I was hoping to chill a bit more. But honestly, it's been a bit too chill now, so I'm kind of eager to just fight something random now. Okay, hello. Maybe this counts. He doesn't have mobility W. Okay, he didn't even try, but I mean, he was tier 7, but sure. Okay, well, I mean, it's some sort of fun, but not really too much. So yeah, maybe it's time for me to be more the usual tier 7 self and just start going all in more now. Because too many situations have left me a little bit unsatisfied today with not ending up in a proper fight. My other good feeling is to teach new players about Black Zone and Ava Roads. That is, like, as I said, teaching PvP, it came out earlier, like, it was the first time I heard that answer, yeah? So that's actually a pretty, that's a very cool answer, yeah? That's kind of rare for someone, really rare. From my experience so far, it's very rare for someone to point out that their best feeling of Albion is when they get to kind of teach or introduce someone else to Albion. That's awesome. Since they're abbeys, is there faith in Albion? The sword scales rose religion. Wasn't there a competition? There isn't really a lore work, but wasn't there a competition at some point? I remember that there was like a competition for people to write like their understanding of the lore, or at least some sort of explanation. Like you had to choose one of the murals, you know, there are like these windows in abbeys that have images on them, and you had to explain what it represented. Like these things here, like these windows. You see, like here behind me, for example, like these sorts of mosaic windows. I think there was a competition at some point, and I thought they did it to actually create some Albion lore, but I haven't been that deep, like interested that deeply into whether they actually created some and whether there is some lore. Zod says, yeah, I get it, but 1v1 you still feel like you can beat a meta weapon if you play well. 2v2 you don't have one-shot comp, healer comps are awful. I know, Zod, I've played a bunch of 2v2 myths. I know exactly what you're talking about, but the only point I was making is I think the satisfaction you're referring to is still exactly the same as killing like someone who has who is playing a good meta weapon against you in 1v1, yeah? Like, they are in a much better position to win, but you outplay them and you feel superior and better because you end up, you know, killing them. I think it's just the same kind of thing. I wasn't like, this is more like me mentally making notes because I'm trying to structure these different answers in my head to kind of see more of a pattern, and also writing some things down to talk about it in a video, because it's actually pretty interesting, this whole discussion. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Healers and duos are exactly like Death Givers are in solo, yeah. It's someone playing the strongest, most efficient tactic available, yeah. And I think the joy of that is the same. And just like killing higher IP Death Givers, you know, sometimes it's impossible. Especially if they're on plate armor, it's almost impossible because they will be pretty safe running away. Just like with playing duo against healers, some fights are just impossible. If the healer doesn't make mistakes, you will have zero chance of winning. If you don't have a healer, or as you said, full-on one-shot comp, yeah. But it depends on the specific situation. The guy just rolled over. Yeah, I don't know. He was trying to look at the map, probably. He wasn't sure where the exit was, yeah. I kind of expected him to overcharge and fight back, but I don't know. I guess I look scarier. Like, when I played Daybreaker is much stronger than this, yeah? There's zero doubt. Daybreaker is an S-tier meta weapon that can 1v1 almost anyone. Even its worst matchups, like crossbows, are playable, and some matchups are just really enjoyable because you have so much flexibility. And it's also not too difficult to play. This, on the other hand, is not exactly a troll build, but it is much more limited. There's a lot of builds I cannot fight. That's very easy to mess up, and it's very difficult to. Sometimes you have to predict stuff. So, but somehow today I look super scary. So many people have also run away from me. Whereas when I played Daybreaker, a lot of these battle axes, these tier 7s, tier 8s, constantly were running up against me and trying to fight me, hoping that if they win, they get a lot more reward. Like the same reason why I fight people when I'm tier 7 or tier 8. I don't think this guy's gonna fight, right? If he's playing 5-4 with 6-3 stuff. That's another good example of a guy who... I mean, it should be not that difficult for him, yeah? I cannot purchase demon boots, which is really annoying. So he'll pretty much always run away in the end, but we'll see. He's on Hunter Hood, which gives me hope. He also doesn't have his red buff. I need to make it seem like I'm not confident, yeah? Maybe even using my helmet right away was a mistake, who knows. Item power, oh, Mob Fame, okay, he's never fighting me. He's trying to get full. Okay, I'm not gonna helmet him from far. I'm gonna try to get him to fight me. He also doesn't have full specs. Okay, this is a very profitable and good deal fight for me. I can very easily lose because I still brawl like shit. And when he's on top of me, I am not happy. But I can also get a very nice payday here. Like, he's thinking about it though, yeah? Does he want me to use my W or what? I have red buff. That should make me much more brave here. Much braver. Let's see what happens if I fight mobs. Maybe he's interested. I don't have a purge for demon boots, so if he doesn't want to fight, I cannot just run him down, yeah? If I had a purge helmet, it would be different. I heard the mobs sound cut off, but I guess I heard it from the north. Yeah, I think it's the left and right are mixed up. Yeah, the Daybreaker is waiting for me to come back and have fun with it. Where is he? Oh, here. He's just gonna run away, unfortunately. Unless... Oh. He's gonna demon boots away. I need my W for when he demon boots. So since I got such a good start... I kind of wasted my W there still. I have red buff. This was kind of a waste, probably. Nice. He demon boots without proccing his undead cape. That's very good for me. Now I just need to kill him before his boots are ready. Okay, so first of all, big respect for taking the fight. He obviously has no idea what's happening on his screen. So he's willing to risk something I would not be able to. But when I was this new, I don't think I was risking 4 million, yeah? Maybe a couple days here and there. But secondly also, what the fuck? What is this? This is just a donation in the end. He did fight back and he has a chance to fight back, but he needs to be smart about it. I did run to him. And that was correct, yeah? I used my mobility to get close. But I would expect him to, how to say, to get me to give him a bigger advantage, essentially. Like, I think it's absolutely fine, since I have red buff, for him to keep walking away and just keep throwing E's. Like, he didn't throw any E's before I got to him, yeah? The only reason why on the chest I'm not full-on running in his face is because I'm gonna scare him away. But in reality, as you saw also, in this fight, in reality... I am strong enough where I can just run at him. Because we have pretty much the same IP, you know, but because of his relatively low specs. Even though he has higher tier helmet and higher tier boots and everything. And legendary chest. Did you know that this is not the first time I get rewarded for absolutely, well, no real effort, but you know, chill out playing. I hope Axe Player don't quit the game, me too, and an easy 1 million chest. So it's a double donation. I don't think he's gonna quit the game, but I mean, who knows? At the end of the day, you know, like if you've been to stream, you have heard me praise losing and dying to some extent. That's not just a joke. It's not like you're memeing, yeah? In reality, nobody wants to die. Like legit, like dying and losing a bit too much and feeling that bad feeling inside, like you know what? It feels like shit because I shouldn't have lost that much. That is kind of, without, like, I know it sounds like a meme, but without a joke, it's actually kind of a legitimately important experience in Albion to get at some point, and everybody has that experience. What should I drop? Oh, wait, I can actually estimate it. Oh, wait, I can just... This is actually sorted by market value, yeah? Oh, I can just eat the books, yeah, whatever. Also, I don't need to be super efficient here. Another easy plus 100 mil silver day for Vic. Yeah, I mean, if I don't run in and just fight everyone with a big disadvantage, then yeah. Wait, did he... Oh, wait, it's not about specs. He actually didn't have durability. That's why it doesn't show here. That's why his IP was not higher than me. It's not that he has low spec, although his spec is also not full. Right? It must be durability, because if it fell to 28 after he died, how much do you lose durability when something dies? Is it 30%? Okay, yeah, if it's 30%, it was still fine. Okay, whatever. Anyway, got a bunch of items without really doing anything. Maybe I can give him his axe back. Yo, I will write to him. It also has mob fame, you know. The only thing is I'm not actually giving it to him. I'm giving it. Oh, never mind. He wrote bullshit in Russian. Then I'm not giving him as anything. I just noticed. That's him, yeah? No, that's not him. Who wrote to me? This guy wrote. Oh, okay, okay. The last guy didn't write anything. Let's see. Can he even be in Brazilian? Does he have the standing? Standing. Does it show other players Brazilian? I would see here, right? 39 kills. I can give him. I mean, doesn't. As I said, the downside is that if I give him this weapon, I'm essentially just giving it to the next person that sees him, because I don't think he's gonna hold on to it for longer. But big respect for trying to fight at least. I've been practicing PP in orange and yellow zones. So far, the only weapon that seems disgusting is bow. Why disgusting? Because you cannot reach it and you feel like you don't even get to fight. That's a feeling against a lot of good... When a good player is playing a kiting weapon and they know... I mean, it's kind of like... I don't want to use this as an opportunity to defend myself, but it's a little bit like similar to me playing as the dual swords, yeah? If you're fighting against someone and they know how much... they might know your advantages better than you do. And yes, it sucks. If it's somewhat... sometimes it feels like the fight cannot even start, yeah? Because you cannot even get on top of them to start fighting. Wait, poisons, I need poisons. Wait, I will write to him. The guy who wrote bullshit, like who's talking shit to me, is a different guy. It's not the same. Are you in Brazilian? Are you in Brazilian? Player is not online. Man, I really... Please tell me he didn't actually leave, right? He's just taking a break. Like, I've also quit the game after losing too much, yeah? It's fine. I really hope he's not actually quitting. Maybe I'll remember this, maybe I'll not. We'll see. If I remember this, I'll try to offer him the weapon back and tell him not to take this weapon into the black zone anymore, right? Because, as I said, unfortunately, if I don't say anything, giving him this weapon back is just giving it to the next person who sees him, yeah? Because he has the testosterone and enthusiasm to take a fight without understanding it, but unfortunately he has nowhere near enough experience to actually fight yet. Ugbrook says, bow is hard to play against. What natural enemies do they have? Well, for a long time, bows suffered greatly in every content except Corrupted Dungeons. And the main reason was that bows were balanced around the fact that they can kite for a very long time. So they are losing a close range battle to pretty much everyone. But, you know, as a compensating aspect, you know, they don't have to take close range battles because no one can catch them. That was kind of the idea of balancing bows. However, in Mists and Open World, the weapons that rise to the top, that become meta weapons, for a long time have had enough mobility to catch most bows. So for bow, it felt like you can't really win, yeah? Bows were very frustrated for a long time because you're not fighting, you're not winning any close range battles, but at the same time, you can't keep kiting because all Death Givers, Bloodletters, double-bladed spears with harpoons or cripple, you know, Daybreaker obviously, swords like carving and dual swords, like everyone had decent tools to catch bows and catch kiters. It was very, very annoying. Now finally bows feel like they're in a good place, but they're still, in my opinion, the reason bows right now are really strong is the Q1, like what makes them really good. But as a full kite option, bows still suffer from the same fact that most meta weapons can actually catch them. It's not that they have like natural enemies necessarily. If you get hit by one Shadow Edge from a Death Giver at a bad time, you might not even be able to create space anymore, yeah? You can't use Invis, they have the helmet. The Death Givers will constantly queue after you for mobility. They have the E mobility, and if they hit the Shadow Edge cooldown is not that long. If you get hit by Harpoon on Daybreaker or One-Handed Spear E, you're now next to them, you blink or you Frost Shot away, they're gonna E after you. The same with Carving, yeah, with Carving it's a bit more tricky, but they will have Purge always. So all the meta weapons pretty much have good tools to catch bows. The reason bows are now actually rising through the ranks, and some of them even making their way into S tier, like the Sky Strider, Badon is really good. Regular bow is going crazy, also in some fights. The reason is not that bows are no longer, like, it's not possible to catch them, you know? You can still catch them with a lot of meta weapons. The reason they're rising to rank so far is because they no longer are limited to just kiting. They can take close range fights and destroy a lot of situations with Q1. But I also understand the frustration, yeah? Like the guy, the dual swords was very frustrated to play against me also, because I was playing a bit like a bow or a frost. Yeah, I'm not even letting the fight happen, because I know that if I stay on top of him, unfortunately I know where that story ends. Oh shit! What? Okay, I gotta get it later. I forgot my undead cape. Fighting a great bow player is the worst feeling in Albion. Is it? Okay. I don't know. Fighting a very good player. Yeah, okay, I understand, yeah, but I feel like fighting a double-bladed is still a worse feeling. But it's a similar feeling. It feels like you want to fight, but they don't even, like, the fight doesn't even really start, yeah? Because if they kite too well, nothing actually happens. Is he following me or not? He's not, okay. Man, I will remember this at least for a couple days. And maybe to give him his weapon back. And tell him that he should not take this weapon into full loot zones just yet. Use it in yellow and orange zones. And hopefully, or either he will sell it for some money or get some nice fame with it. Because I really hope he doesn't quit the game, because the fact that he took the fight means that he's going to be a decent PvP player in a couple months, right? People who are beginners but already are taking fights in black zones are those that get better quickly. Flow Gauge says the key about bow is that you have to have some mobility. On axe, take battle rush, and if you keep walking at them, you will likely catch up because they have to stop moving in order to queue. Bring Valor Helm or Stalker Helm to purge invisibility against longbow. Dash when the ray of light you to dodge the arrow. Okay. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. What you're saying is, are you trying to say to support the idea that I made that most weapons that are actually played in solo PvP Mists or open world, most of those weapons have tools to catch the bow, and that's why bow has been difficult to play for a long time, yeah? Are you trying to just bring examples? Like Shadow Edge was an example that I brought, and you're saying that, you know, Battle Axe is actually a good matchup for the bow, right? The Adrenaline Rush doesn't make up for Frost Shot, because you can still keep walking away the whole time and manage the distance. If you're on Frost Shot, a lot of Battle Axes will, if they don't have Dusk Quiver, they will change to the jump, the blue jump, yeah? Battle Rush, yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, yeah, you did actually mention Battle Rush, yeah, not Adrenaline. Exactly. Then, yes, then that's also an example that even Battle Axe can kind of catch a bow. But, I mean, Battle Axe is actually still a good matchup for bow, pretty much. Because you are much more limited in your mobility than spears or daggers are. Usually. Just proposing counters. Yeah. But that's the thing. That's what I was trying, the point I was trying to make. Bows are in a very good place now, finally. But they are not in a good place because kiting on a bow has become much easier. It's still hard because most weapons you're gonna see in Mists are still going to have tools to catch you. So, and you're right. You brought some examples of those tools, and I agree. But bows are in a good place because on Q1 you can really... You can still kind of kite a lot of melee weapons. With Q1s and auto attacks, it's still the enemy's job to get close to you, yeah, mostly. But at the same time, when they do get close, it's not like they are instantly winning. And in some cases, like when I fought against regular bow, Mercenary Jacket Cultist Cowl, it was actually hopeless brawl. Like, he was the bow, but for me on a spear, it was a hopeless brawl, which is surprising. The Q1 is crazy right now. Double blade, I have a chance. Bow, I can't do shit with so many slows. Okay. Yeah, well, it's a different fight. Yeah. With double bladed, you are. With double bladed, at least you know you are winning the brawls, and okay. It's a bit of a different fight. I don't know who I would rather fight. Bows are more difficult, yeah, definitely. Doesn't mean that I will always win against the double-bladed, because when I'm fighting a double-bladed, I will fight someone who is 2 tiers higher at least, probably, yeah? When I'm fighting against bows, I will fight the same tier bow, and I will very likely struggle against a Sky Strider or a regular bow, depending on their spells. So bows are definitely stronger than double-bladed, yeah? Double-bladed Flamewalker and Daybreaker are equally disgusting, in my opinion. In terms of how strong they are, like for proper 1v1 fighting, Daybreaker and Flamewalker are very strong. Double Bladed is not. Double Bladed is just good when you are very high IP, and you take fights against lower. Like you have to count the fact that you're taking fights against someone whose items cost like 10 times less than yours. But if you're wondering about like what does it feel, or if you're trying to say that it feels equally bad to fight against those weapons, then that's interesting. For me, it doesn't feel bad to play against Daybreaker, even though it is definitely one of the strongest. Like it is a S tier weapon right now. It doesn't make me feel bad. Yeah. Same with Deathgivers. Yeah, it doesn't make me feel bad to fight against Deathgivers usually, even though it is pretty clearly the strongest weapon right now in solo PvP. But it does make me feel bad to play against Double Bladed because it's really annoying. It feels like they don't even accept the fight essentially. If they see you fighting back, oftentimes they're fighting from the edge of the screen, and it's I don't know. The whole experience is more frustrating. But I guess that's exactly the same frustration that started this whole conversation. Yeah. I have 2 healing potions for this. This is a regular bow. He's on Q1, by the way. Another guy? Oh, there's a Daybreaker there. I don't have anything to cancel now, yeah. Interesting situation, this. I still have 2 healing potions, but it might not be enough at all. We'll see, though. I need to cancel his... Can I cancel his Frost Shot by luckily? No, I canceled his instead. Who is this? Okay, regular fire, tier 7, but he has good boots for this. Shit, I need food, I forgot. At least the bow is not too scary from far. The fire staff has good boots against me, which sucks. And he overcharged also. So the Daybreaker actually didn't join the fight. Oh, they decided to fight each other. Well, I can regen and go back in. I don't know, this is risky for them, yeah? If they don't keep me in combat, they are 100% dead there. I'm already healing here. And they will not heal us. I will heal before them. And he has his W on damage. Why is it the fire staff going for him and not me? What the fuck? Why isn't the fire staff attacking me? I'm worth so much more. I need to be a bit careful. The fire staff on... Oh, it's not even on Q1. Okay. Well, he cannot fully charge against me. Because I will have helmet. Okay. If he does that, then I can just... Might as well just use my helmet there. Okay. I don't know why. Why didn't they just 3v1 me? They should have, absolutely, right? I'm guessing the Daybreaker actually looted the first guy I killed, probably. Somebody's here. Oh, that's the Daybreaker, okay. I have only 1 potion here. I'm surprised. He should have helped his friends there. Oh, that E. That E means he cannot fight me now. I'm going towards the exit, and if he goes the other way, let him go. Okay, this fight is long enough where I can actually run out of energy, kind of. Fuck, he's gonna get out now. He's close enough to just mount up and leave also. I mean, not close enough, but he's far enough. Oh, now he can't Q E anymore, at least. Man, brother, you could have killed me. He could have had the kill, you know? If he was just helping the other guys, he could have had the kill, but he didn't want to. Whole server's after you. Yeah, but I'm 6-3, and this here there was no... If one of these was running like the Assassin Shoes, Deathgiver Assassin Shoes dual swords, I would be in trouble. I count 1v3. But against a bunch of bows and fire staff, it's at least doable. And of course the fire staff was just... I don't know why the fire staff was not after me. I cannot imagine for the life of me why I guess the fire staff decided he can't catch me anyway, but it was fun. Yeah, it was finally some PvP action. Let's see if I can find the first guy. I don't know if he was worth much. Probably nothing really, right? The first guy was probably tier 6, this guy? No, he was tier 7, okay. Let's see if we can find him. Okay, this is the first guy. I guess the Daybreaker looted him. Yeah, the Daybreaker looted him. The Daybreaker was just running around the edge of the fight, trying to find places to loot. Yeah, he was a scavenger, like from Tarkov or from. I think a Tarkov scavenger means something else. Yeah, it's not a player who is loot running. It's a bot. All this talk about bows summoned them in Vix Mist. Yeah, it was. Longbow and actually tier 7, yeah, they were all tier 7. The guy that I did not end up, like the last hitting, the regular bow was also I think tier 7, right? The fire staff kind of messed that up. The fire staff also has, okay, it's difficult for him to catch me, but he has a very good chance, at least with royal boots, yeah? So, it's kind of funky. The regular bow also had the purge. The regular bow, I'm guessing, is kind of unhappy here. Because if I was the regular bow, I would be very unhappy. Because regular bow purged my Inferno 2 times and he was like trying to do his part. It was sick. Well, they are tier 7s. But yeah, it was fun. Hey, I can't really take this. This is a purple one, but I can't take it because the chest is gonna... I'm not gonna make it in time for the chest, I think. Is it 1 minute enough to run this distance? I don't think so. It's gonna also be a bit... It's gonna 55 seconds. I don't think it's enough for me to get there. How does loot work from killing someone? Is it free for anyone to take, or does the killing person get some sort of loot first? Okay, for the first 2 minutes, loot is protected. The only ones who can loot... There's kind of three categories, officially, who can loot. Number 1, the person who dealt the last hit. But not just the person, but the whole party, yeah? There can be sometimes some bugs with it, but in theory, like, it applies the whole party, yeah? So we are playing as a group with you, if I did the last hit, you can loot also. Number 2, the person or party that did the majority of damage. Sometimes it's the same, and this can be a little bit weird as well, because it's not always clear, like, how long ago damage still counts, yeah? Like, if you did a lot of damage and then you got out of combat for a second, then that damage seems to not count anymore. But in theory, the system does count if someone does more than half of the enemy's HP. So if you do 51% of the enemy's damage, but I get the last hit, we both get to loot. I get to loot because of the last hit, you get to loot because you dealt most of the damage, like more than half of the damage. And then the last group is the teammates of the person who died. Obviously not relevant for solo mist, but in group fights as well as in duo mist. In duo mist, this is relevant. You will often see players who lose a fight, and then the guy who is alive starts looting already the person that is, you know, the person that is the friend that is dead. Is it time to give my items away for to a double bladed? Is this a weapon where I can fight a double bladed at all, or is this just me being silly? But he came from the south, yeah. So he's. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I guess we'll find out. Oh man, I'm missing everything. I'm losing right now, not because of Not because it's a bad matchup, but because I'm just missing everything. That sucks a little bit. But I still did some damage, but imagine if I actually hit my stuff, yeah? I think he's full running now. Having 2 healing potions for this is not ideal. I would much rather have 2 poisons. Actually went very well considering the fact that I missed so many Qs. If I didn't miss so many spells, he's maybe running away much earlier though, which sucks, but yeah. So, this is annoying because, you know, he doesn't care if he kills me, yeah? But it's also kind of true because I'm not worth that much. Hammer Q sometimes so hard to hit. That's kind of weird, yeah, that I missed them so close range, so several. But it's also partly because he's dodging everything, yeah? Like, he's not just by accident, but he's legit moving around all the time, so it's much more difficult to hit. I need to start the fight on top of him and just keep my mobility only to catch him. There is some chance. But I wish I had poison equipped. I'm afraid I can get messed up a bit too easily there if I don't have my healing. Yeah, this time I have only 1 healing, and he will have 2 poisons just by virtue of having so much cooldown reduction. This time he's not dismounting me though, which is interesting, right? So the fight, I don't have a healing potion and I'm not getting dismounted, so the fight is much more difficult for me right off the bat. Oh, nice. He used his Inferno. That's big for me. Interesting that he doesn't care about my my Inferno there that much. I can't catch him though. A little bit too much mobility there. I need to keep my my potion until the end, but even then you see that I just can't catch up to him. He's gonna have another poison there. Because he has everything just for mobility here. Will he turn around? I don't have Inferno now. Maybe this will accidentally be a good bait now. The fact that I wasted Inferno. Maybe this will accidentally end up being a good bait. But unlikely. He's gonna have E here. He messed up. No, 10 seconds. No! What? Why did I die? Why did I die? Was I in combat? Still? Why didn't I regen? Oh, okay. Satisfying still, but why did I die? Holy shit. We need to detectivize this case again. I was 10 seconds until the end. I clicked on the wisp. Obviously I want to loot and not actually see the wisp. But why did I die? GG. That's a fitting ending for the for the life of this Grove Keeper. Let's look at it together. That was fun though. That was fun. Purity. Yes, Ace, I understand, but like after death. my regen surely should be more than purity. I mean, okay, if I was like 1 tick away from death, okay. He had even poison and purity, like I should out-regen it. Anyway, let's look at it together. That was awesome though. I love the fact that he died. Okay, let's not look at the whole fight, let's look at the ending just to see. He messed up his E into the tree. Otherwise he's running away, yeah? He's not actually trying to fight this anymore. The E hit he wasn't ready for. Inferno, by the way, Inferno also will reflect poison, I think, but okay, here, let me see. He's dead at this moment. You see my regen kicks in. It's actually true. He just, like, everything worked correctly. There's no mob attacking, nothing. It's just too much damage. This is, what is the moment he dies? Let's look. I tried to pick out the frame he dies. Here he dies. 190 HP, my regeneration kicks in, but I have both purity and poison. Poison true damage killed me. Well, yeah, it's not a question of what I understand that he can have. Wait, let me remove the game sounds. I understand that there's like damage over time, yeah. It's not just that in fact it's pure damage, yeah. There's poison and there's also Avalonian Beam on me. It's just that it's very rarely that the damage can be higher than the natural regen. Like this is where he dies, so you see my HP is gonna go straight up. It's gonna start going up here. You can see. And this is the last poison tick, by the way. Purity enough is not... Purity alone is not enough to kill me, yeah? It's because I still get hit by 1 poison. We can even calculate how close this was. Based on the previous tick, kind of, yeah? Not exactly, but... Okay, so it's about 60 or maybe a bit more, actually. Let's say 70, 80 damage per tick. Anyway, it was very close. It unfortunately was the last poison tick as well. My surprise is not that there's damage over time, but that you have so much damage over time on me that it's more damage than what I get from the regeneration. But hey, it ended up being exact. Like couldn't ask for a closer fight, right? And this is me not having the cape. So like the fact that he kind of baited out my cape and then took the fight without it, I guess was correct from his part. I mean, it was anyway good for him to get an advantage, but it wasn't like an unnecessary advantage, yeah? Because even me without cape, it was still close. It's just... The mist closed also, so nobody will be able to loot it. It's kind of sad. 114 strain. Let's calculate, just to enjoy, you know, good feelings of Albion, just to enjoy how much he put in here. If I understood correctly how to calculate it, someone taught me last week. It's taking the attunement, so I'm doing this in calculator. You don't see my calculator, but I'm doing this. 237,000. Then we add to that, wait, where's the calculator? We don't add to that, we multiply that by strain, so 114 times 8.18, and then divide by attunement bonus. So his weapon is about a bit over 5 mil that he's put in there. A loss with Poglock. Well, it's more of a win, Zombilius, than a loss, because he died, but unfortunately, and I was so ready to loot, I don't even know what trashed and what not. I was so ready to loot, and then I didn't misclick. I had to click the little wisp first, and then this happened. I can see obviously based on kill fame, you can also see that it's difficult. I was able to stay on top of him well enough. My helmet was also pretty useful for this. I don't know how many poisons he threw. I think 3 in the end, yeah. The last poison was his third, this poison potion, and he's buying 8.1 poisons. Not complete loss, it's a double kill. It feels like a victory, yeah? It feels like, because of this. 3.5 mil kill fame, and I killed a double-bladed, which you know is the one weapon I really don't like. I hope... I don't want RMTers in the game, but I hope that that he was one, because, you know, then it feels even more impactful that even if I lost my items, at least he lost his RMT items as well. But of course, we don't ever know at the end of the day. Damn, that was a very, very sweet ending. That's pretty good ending for the Poglog in general, right? Like, I mean, not that I'm never gonna play it again, but this build and in general, I don't feel like buying another one and tuning it. So I think we're gonna play something else when I feel like hammers. Is there something? Let's figure out what to play for a little more time in the mist. Damn, that was awesome though. Did you kill him and then die? Yes, Zombilius, yes. I killed him, and the last, like, since he had both poison, potion, and Cowl of Purity on me when he died, the combined damage of Cowl of Purity and his poison potion, the last tick of the poison potion, were enough to kill me even through the regeneration, which kicked in already. It was also like 7 seconds or 10 seconds left until the mist closed, yeah? We were already both in fog at the end. So even if I didn't die, I would have had like 3 seconds to quickly loot a couple of his items, and would have been insanely satisfying. Holy shit, yeah, that was one of the craziest moments I've had on stream, for sure. Maybe not as crazy as ratting in 8.4, but damn. I'm gonna be this week, and I haven't even like played that much, but just because of the 8.4 kill, I'm also gonna be like, I'm already like top 50. I haven't really done anything, you know, it's just because 8.4 kill was so much, so much fame, yeah? And this is another 3 mil for fame for nothing. Not for nothing, but I mean, without items, so. But yeah. It is very rare that the dot. Normally, the only way I've ever traded with someone, the only 2 ways I've ever traded, I think, is if the last hit, the hit that kills me, this happened with Deathgiver several times, that they E me, and that's the damage that kills me, but I'm having a reflect, either deflecting spin or Inferno, and they die from, so we die at the same time. I take their E damage, they take my reflect damage. I traded with carving like that a couple times also. And the other way I've traded is, I showed this in a video, because when a mob attacks you, you still remain in combat, so you don't get the regen when the enemy dies. I guess one time I died to a 100 curse, but that doesn't happen very often, and now they removed that from the game. Do you get anything from rankings? No. We've talked about rankings a lot of times. No. It's just a fun way. You can't really rank. It isn't like actual ranking. Like, players here are not better than players here. Yeah, it's just more active players. However, players who are consistently in the top, like every week, are undoubtedly some of the current like best players. Most of them, they're active. They're playing a lot, and they're playing high IP, and they're winning fights. Yeah, but you will also occasionally have people here who are like double-bladed radaring. But usually, most of these players, being here 1 week means nothing, but if you're consistently here, you know, you are among the more active and better players. It's just that you don't have this sort of rank system like League or Dota where you have rank 1 player, rank 10 player, like rank 500. That doesn't exist. Like there's no reason to say that this guy here, because he's number 1 this week, is better than someone who is like number 800 this week, yeah? This ranking doesn't really show that. But if it's a consistently week after week, then yeah. And overall, yeah, on average, you'll have stronger players here. But it doesn't give you anything other than some bragging rights. You can't even check this. Like, you can only see last 2 weeks, yeah? So you can't even check who is. But I often look at this to see what people are playing, what are the meta weapons, and also, like, kind of see, like, what names are playing, yeah? Like, you will... A lot of these players are some of the best players, yeah? Because they are just active week after week, yeah? You will see someone who plays constantly and is constantly here. Like, no doubt. This guy streams as well. He streams in Spanish though, but I've heard that this is legit, like one of the candidates for one of the best players in Albion in general. So, as an example, yeah, the best players will usually be here as well. Is Bear Paws good for solo, like roads, open world, mists? For mists, no. Bear Paws are not good for 1v1 unless you're playing against beginners or unless you really need to dismount. That's like your main priority. For roads and open world, Bear Paws are decent because first of all, most of the people you attack will be much less experienced or much less try-harding. So you will be able to, they won't take advantage of your weapons' weaknesses as much. And secondly, if you want to roam open world or roads as an aggressive player, trying to get kills on people who don't want to fight back, then Bear Paws give you a pretty good way to dismount, which not a lot of weapons do. So open world and roads, Bear Paws definitely are good enough to play and to have fun with as a solo. But for serious 1v1s, which is a lot of what mists happens in mists, or even like managing like this situation earlier when I was attacked by many people, managing this sort of situation where several people want to fight you, much more difficult on Bear Paws than on meta weapons. So not so good for mists. Can you show leaderboard for Corrupted this week? Sure. PvP Corrupted Dungeon, here. We have Hamster. Hamster was number 1 or number 2 when he was playing very actively. That couple of weeks when I played also Corrupted. But yeah, a lot of these guys are also like known. A lot of people who play Corrupted. I mean, these names are nothing new. You know, they've been playing this for years, playing Corrupted. Just Corrupted. Are Bear Paws even good for dismounting after the changes? Well, they're not like giga amazing because the jump is much shorter, but they're not bad. No, they're still okay. Yeah, from what I've seen and heard. Stepa, thanks for following. I want a weapon that is good on all 3 contents: mists, open world, roads. Okay. You can choose something like a quarterstaff, which is very good for PvE, but for PvP it's a bit more rigid. It's not like S tier or meta tier for mists at all, but it is like a strong B tier contender. Yeah, definitely better than Bear Post. You can choose any of the like playable hammers, like a Tomb Hammer, Forge Hammers. I wouldn't suggest Great Hammer, but let's say Tomb Hammer, Forge Hammers are kind of good because in mists every hammer is viable because of slowing charge. You can handle situations, but they're also pretty good open world. Yeah, definitely good enough. You can choose a spears. One-handed spear is like a strong B tier, maybe even almost A tier with mists, and it's one of the best solo weapons to play open world or to roam Roads of Avalon. You can choose something like honestly right now bow is also in a very good place, so you can also choose bow, which is rising a lot in stocks in how strong it is in mists, and definitely gives you a good open world potential as well. Mr. Sagox, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Those who were here a couple hours ago saw the 8.4 we ran into, and there was 4 people running after 8.4. I come back, and I told you that the frost staff looked familiar. That was actually Sagox himself. Unfortunately, I have to watch Sagox's POV to see if me holding on to my E was a mistake, because I don't know if your W was ready when I first saw you. But at least it felt like, the whole Abbey was united against a common goal. But we didn't. We didn't manage to kill Sagox there, because Frost had too much mobility, even though the light crossbow had royal boots. I was never gonna W until your E. Okay, yeah, I was just, because when I ran into you, there was also the other guys, like, I only knew the crossbow, right? That I was kind of setting up to fight, maybe. So there were 2 other guys, so I did not instantly figure out what to do, but I was just thinking maybe if I E right away the moment I see you, maybe your W is not ready yet because you were apparently in a fight, I think. That was what was on my mind after, like, maybe if I just E right away. But after that I understand that you are holding your WM. And I was so hoping that the light crossbow would use me for caltrops, because after you dodge my W, I'm not catching you anyway. But the light crossbow has royal boots, but he was running next to me the whole time, and he wasn't caltropping me because I think he was afraid, to aggro me into fighting him. So I was hoping that he would go for it. Can you make a YouTube video about tier list mist? Yes, it is on the list of things to do soon. One does not simply kill Sagox. True. That is true for a lot of frost staffs, and even more so true for someone with the amount of frost staff experience. By the way, Raiders, you just missed one of the craziest moments I had on stream. I can actually show it as well, but I had this fight where after first of all, it was the mist was closing. Yeah, when he died, it was like 10 seconds on the mist. Like we were already in fog, And secondly, the moment I killed him, he just before that he used his beam and last poison on me. So he killed me after I died after his death. Even though regeneration kicked in, mobs were not attacking me. When he died, I had like 200 HP or 190 HP. And I had 190 HP and I still died through the regeneration, because the moment where he died, he had his poison on me. The last stick of poison killed me, and he also had his Call of Purity on me. So I was not able to loot. We both died. Obviously, it's a big emotional victory because I haven't been here before. You will quickly learn how much I don't like double-bladeds. And how they changed the game, yeah, but unfortunately I only had to walk away with emotional victory, not with an actual one. Thanks for following, Big Elsa. Let's see, did I miss something? Battle Axe, yeah, Flow Gauge, that's also a good one. If you want a weapon that you can play mists and open world, Battle Axe is also good, but Battle Axe, just like Quarterstaff, it's a bit more kind of rigid. You're a bit more limited because your mobility is not amazing, yeah? And good players will take advantage of that in the mists. But at that cost of that kind of problem, you gain a lot better PvE. And if you play more open world and roads, a lot of your time will be focused on PvE, and the Battle Axe will give you a much faster fame, and plus you can clear higher level zones and mobs and all that. How'd you kill someone with Grovekeeper? Easily. Not even worried. But honestly, I did have, as I said, we traded, yeah? I died after he died, so. But Grovekeeper is... Okay, no joke, no cap. I also thought, this was like a month ago when I first played Grovekeeper. I've played it for like 3 days total. I also thought this is just a troll, yeah? I started playing Grovekeeper. Actually, you know what? Go watch my latest video. There's a YouTube link also, by the way. Before streaming, I made YouTube videos. And I'm trying to make them also based on stream. If you want to know the story of Grovekeeper and look at some awesome fights, I actually have a bunch of them. There's a full Grovekeeper video that was I made a couple days ago. So that will answer your question how it started. But this is not crazy. Like, I also had only one potion for this fight because he first baited me to use cape and then, you know, reset and then came back where I didn't have cape. And I mean, the fact that he died first and I only died because it was like very unlucky poison tick at the end means that he was correct. Like, he actually, you know, he actually did need the advantage of cape. We'll definitely check out the video. Yeah, Grovekeeper is just a big spear. There's a spear hidden in all of us, including inside the Grovekeeper. Let's actually, you know what? Yo, in honor of Sagox's raid, let's play something frosty for a while. I think I'm gonna mostly like, it's a chill day anyway, it's Saturday. I don't want to go for full like high stakes try hard fights as much. Although I did play the 4-4 Grovekeeper that I had from last time. But let's play some tier 7 because in tier 7 you can attack absolutely everyone and not worry about your life. So let's figure out some sort of chill howl build and play that for a while. I need a mount. Is there something else here I can use? I kind of want to use the Duskweaver and the Cultist Robe build, to be honest. I really enjoy that. And then I can even play Tornadoes. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to play Tornadoes. And if it doesn't make sense, then we'll change something. But let's see. It's actually way better than one we expect, kind of a spear with a stun. Yeah, well, it's not exact. I wouldn't say it's like kind of a spear because you can't really brawl as much. Yeah, it's much more difficult. But I can still brawl a double-bladed. I guess I can just buy 7-1 omelet. It's whatever. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna go Cultist Robe. I've been missing my to play some proper tier 7 build. I mean, I played the new hammer today on tier 7. Which was fun, but it doesn't feel very viable. And we'll try Duskweaver Helmet, so this is going to be a bit tricky. I will need to use my items to kite reasonably well. And I don't need energy, right? So I can just go for plate shoes, probably. Doesn't really matter. Wait, 4.3. Just whatever cheapest. Whoa, Demon Boots are the cheapest plate shoes somehow. Actually, Demon Boots are not bad for me. I might even change to the special spell later. Channel the wisdom of Sagox, all the raiders who are here, or Sagox himself. What cape do you think I should buy for this? Do you think I should go for 2 Tornadoes with the Smugglers, Thetford cape to proc with my auto attacks, or is there something else entirely? Tell me, what do you think? Let's go like this. Is Battle Rush really that bad of mobility? I don't know, man. I love playing Axe and I'm super biased. It's not that... No, sorry. It's not that bad. Well, I thought we were talking about Adrenaline, like way earlier when I was talking. But if you mean overall, Battle Axe doesn't have that good mobility. Battle Rush... It's not terrible, it's okay, but... It's not comparable to like dashes or shadow edges, you know, which have a lot more utility in 1v1 fights than Battle Rush alone. You kind of like Battle Rush. You don't want to use Battle Rush, yeah. I mean, if you play Axe a lot, you know this also, yeah. Like if you're fighting a spear or whatever sword, you know, you don't change to Battle Rush, yeah, because they're just gonna brawl you. Use Thetford. Okay, but what do you think he should have used? I don't remember last time I used Thetford cape, to be honest. Let's go Thetford, whatever. Okay, and I guess I'll get Tornadoes, but I will buy. I'll buy some poisons as well. So Tornadoes for a more try-hard fight, and I will buy some poisons to hopefully dismount some people as well. According to Killboard, Battle Axe is the most used weapon, has 44% win rate when your sample size is bigger than 1000. Yeah, Killboard is very good to get inspiration, but obviously don't be stuck on the stats, yeah? You cannot separate... how to say, if it was just corrupted dungeons, for example, that's a pretty manageable environment, and you could use the stats to figure out, okay, this is good for corrupted dungeons, yeah. But with a bunch of different solo kills piled together, and you know, algorithm is doing its best to differentiate, it's much more difficult, and plus you don't know who you're fighting, yeah. The open world is if you ever do find 1v1 or 1v2 fights in open world, it's fun, but they are like almost uncomparably easier to Mists or Corrupteds, yeah? If you play Slayer Corrupteds or you play Lethal Mists, the people are gonna play much more tryhard because they want to improve, they want to do their best, and the people's level that they start with is already much higher as well. Just to be clear. So there's a reason why Battle Axe is good, like it's popular amongst beginners, but only very few people still play it at higher tiers in the Mists, because the flaws that it has, people in the open world are not that good at exploiting it, but in Mists you're gonna have a lot more players, and when you go for high money, those players will also, most of your opponents will understand this. So the flaws of the Battle Axe will be exposed much more. And usually, like most meta weapons that rise to the meta in Mists are the ones that don't have to make too much of a compromise. They don't have to sacrifice their damage for mobility or sacrifice their mobility for damage, but they can get best of both worlds to some extent. Battle Axe cannot. Battle Axe doesn't have very good mobility, and when you do go for Battle Rush, then you are sacrificing a lot of damage for it, yeah? I mean, at the end of the day, so does, you know, Shadow Edge also, yeah, to some extent, but it's much more useful. It's much higher range, it's a better cooldown if you hit the enemy, I think, or maybe the same cooldown. You have the interrupt plus stun to set up things. Or many daggers will just be on dash preset, which also gives you damage. So there's a lot of other, like, every meta weapon you will find ways where they don't have to compromise too much. As a retired Battle Axe player, I can tell you that Battle Rush is only worth using against brawlers. Only worth using against brawlers. I don't believe you. It's usually a lot of Axe players change it specifically to catch hammers, to catch frosts and bows, yeah? Not saying that it guarantees a win, and you might still end up suffering, and then you might just not take the fight, you know? That's the point. Like, if you use Battle Rush to get on top of your enemy frost, they will just blink away, and now you're back on square one. Holy shit, 8.3 blood letter. Do you think that he wants to kill me or not? What is your prediction? I didn't bring overcharge, that's stupid. I definitely need overcharge. Let's change to the tryhard potion. Maybe I'm too cheap for him to even try killing, actually. Who knows? What's the best build for 1v1 PvP mainly, please? There isn't an answer to that, Wilson. Too general question. It's not a game where there is like a clear best build and then second best build. You can't answer that. But if you're just looking to get inspiration, Death Givers are currently for solo PvP among the best S tier weapons, but you can play them in different ways with different builds. Holy shit, we have another Frost Staff. Wait, what? Are you guys together or what? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why did I suddenly get attacked by two guys? Even on tier 7. I need to kill this, so he cannot boots on top of it. I still have my potion if I really need it, but... What is happening? I want to solve this mystery somehow. Okay, I don't think they're chasing anymore. Classic, yeah, but how did this come about? That's not the guy who was playing with them. How did this happen? I'm just curious, like, at which point did... Because they're not like 8.3s or something either. Not one of them. They could easily fight each other. I guess the Frost is tier 6. Maybe they agreed to fight and then they saw me as a rat. They didn't know that I'm just running around, hoping to find fun in my life. I'm pretty sure you're gonna see Death Givers when you see someone else. He wants to kill anything in sight, obviously just waiting for the opportunity, I think. Oh, you mean the blood letter that I just saw, the 8.3 blood letter, yeah? That's what you're talking about, yeah. This is not the guy I saw. I saw 8.3 blood letter earlier on a moose running by. They actually buffed the hit detection on Battle Axe last patch. It's been a lot easier to hit these on controller. On controller! You're actually non-ironically playing on controller. That's kind of weird. That is crazy. I mean, it's not weird in a bad way, but it is kind of crazy to... Like, I've talked about earlier how it's difficult for me to play on a phone because I don't have the muscle memory. Controller, I'm like, phone, at least I'm thinking, you know, it would make for a fun video, maybe have fun on stream, play one time with like phone and stream it or like record it. On controller, I'm not even considering because I'm just gonna... I'm already thinking about it. I get like physically like anxious and agitated. You know that feeling, like playing out, like what I imagine playing Albion on controller is, you know, when you drop something, like a bottle cap or like a pen or something, and it rolls under your bed. Yeah, if you have room under your bed. And you go get it, and it's just out of reach. You know, it rolls just far enough where you can see it. You are like lying down, reaching for it, and it's like 1-2 centimeters, and you cannot get the bottle cap or whatever you lost. Like, you know how frustrating, like that feeling, like you're already like on the floor in an inconvenience, like you made some half push-up and you're trying to kind of reach the thing. And it's just 1 or 2 centimeters away and you cannot grab the thing you need. That's how I feel about when I imagine playing. It's the same if I imagine playing FPS games on controller. I cannot. Okay, what happened to them now? Damn. I mean, the Death Givers is much more dangerous. The Frost Staff obviously doesn't really matter. Okay, I guess I go next Mist, whatever. Doesn't really matter that much, the Frost Staff. The Frost Staff is like any Frost Staff is good against Chill Hull because they can blink out of my E, but still, it's okay. Ooh. Do you think bows will be nerfed in the future? 100%, yeah. There's no doubt. Bow Q will be nerfed. Q1. I will be very surprised. Now, I don't think it's gonna happen like right now. I think they might take some time with it, but they will change something about it. Bows are a little bit... The rise is steep. Like, the bows have been on the rise and become very, very strong. And for Mist players, for open world players, it's just fun new addition to something interesting. For corrupted players, it's frustrating that you can, like, you pretty much have to play bow at the top level. Unless you are specifically, like, unless you have already, like, 3,000 hours already playing corrupted, so you're amazing at it. Maybe then you can have fun with other weapons, but bow is just clearly the best. It's not even a question. Like, I've watched some of the guys we looked earlier on the leaderboard. I watched the discussion about that, like, some of these guys discussing. It's not even a question. It's not even... there's no debate that bows are way too strong in their opinion as well. So this is not just coming me as someone who doesn't play a lot of corrupted. Bows are best at 1v1 in corrupted dungeons, yeah? 1v1s in Mist and in open world depend much more on mobility. And while bows are also okay at that, they are not the best meta weapon, except for Sky Strider. Sky Strider is kind of pushing into S tier meta, also in other types of solo content. But for Corrupted, the absolute undisputed best weapon right now is regular bow. The most regular bow. Because of Q1 changes. Yeah. I mean, it was already strong before, but it has been strong 3 years, but in Corrupted specifically, but because of Q1 changes. Oh shit, there's somebody here. Tier 7 crossbow. Probably not gonna fight me, yeah? I should run around without a mount. I'm not risking much, and it's also pretty difficult to catch and kill me. Stop trying to find out the best one weapon. It all depends on multiple parameters. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I can tell Wilson that you're coming from a game where there is the things are a bit clearer. Yeah, like if you come from some MMORPG which maybe doesn't rely or doesn't work around PvP, there's much more, like for example old school RuneScape. If you're going for a raid, there's like mathematically you can find out which equipment is best for this sort of, you know, PvE encounter. Yeah? But Albion doesn't work like that. The reason Albion is successful is the PvP, and the reason Albion PvP is interesting partly is because of the incredible amount of different ways you can combine parts of the build, and all of those parts end up mattering in a fight. And so you can't just pick one build and mathematically say that it's the best. Yeah, there are still meta weapons, just like there are meta champions in League, which change patch to patch, or meta heroes in Dota, which change patch to patch. But look at it, think of it more as a like kind of comparable to a MOBA. Like if you don't play Dota or League at all, this is not going to make sense. But if you have some experience with League or Dota, imagine someone, that your friend, coming to that game, to a MOBA game you play, and asking you, okay, but what like 5-man team comp is the best? Like someone who's just starting out with Dota, what 5 heroes is the best, you know, as a team? Or what 5 champions is the best? Now, you might have an opinion and understanding of what the meta is like, which champions fit it, and so on, but you can't give them a straight-up answer, yeah? That's the whole beauty of the game, that there's so many ways to customize how different different strategies can work, different champions go together. You know, if you have certain champions or heroes, you have to play the game differently. Exactly the same with Albion, except the champions equate, like, think of equipment items, yeah? You can have the same weapon as me, but since your helmet is completely different, you have to play the game differently. But a lot of that will make sense when you play more. For the beginning, it's just nice for you to know that, yeah, if you're interested in bows, regular bow right now is in a good place, play it. You don't need to find the best, you just need to find something which is viable and fun. And the bow is definitely there right now. Thanks for following also, Wilson. Does Doomhammer have good PvE, decent PvE? Not terrible, no, I think, but not good, no, definitely not good, but... I mean, you are gonna use the AoE Q, right, on Doomhammer. So, it's not terrible, yeah, you E and Q and hope for the best, yeah, it's okay. Your W is kind of useless, because if you are playing in full loot PvP zones, whether it's open world or mists, you don't want to change your W, because your W is what makes you viable for PvP, or it's a big part of what makes any hammer viable, and you need your W if somebody runs to your screen and wants to fight you and you're not ready for the fight, yeah? So you need to keep your W on slowing charge. Otherwise, hammers would be much better at PvE if you could just swap your W to the other one. I'm very excited for Albion release on PS5. It will be the best day of my life. Is that actually a thing that's happening? No way. I have not heard about it. Is that a real thing, Zombilius, or are you just saying that as like you predict that this will happen one day? One thing I realized I kind of have a problem with playing Frost Staffs is that I enjoy this Q so much more. I just love the risk-reward of hitting the Q1. But there are a lot of matchups where I should actually take Q3, and I just don't. I know it's better, but I just feel good using Q1 because I feel like it's more difficult to hit, but when I do hit, the damage actually is worth it. I think some developer mentioned it. Okay, I didn't know. Wilson says, thank you. What do you think about one-handed curse staff? Not good. Not really good for a beginner, and they are not meta in any sort of content. The only reason like they are really popular is because they are pretty decent at ratting people. Ratting meaning taking advantage of the fight that the other person is already in a fight with someone else, or they're not ready for you in some way, yeah? Which is all okay, especially as a beginner, yeah, you have to take the advantages, that's fine. But for proper PvP, one-handed curse, it's so-so. Doesn't feel super good. A big problem if you play one-handed curse as a beginner, like as an advanced player, you can have a lot of fun and play it. But as a beginner, a big problem is when there's a possibility, like when people can choose, some people will choose to fight you and some people don't, yeah? As a beginner, you don't understand why some people are running away, why are not. You're just gonna fight whoever wants to, essentially, if you are into that, yeah? But you will lose a lot of more fights because the guys that you could actually have beaten are gonna know that you have an advantage and they're not gonna fight you at all. And the guys who are going to fight you, a big majority of them, are going to be people who have a plan to counter you. Because everybody knows how one-handed curse E works. Like almost everyone. Like that's one of the first things that beginners learn, one of the first weapons they often learn because it's talked about so much. I don't like this, but hey, we have to try. I need to kite a lot here though. Like really a lot. And I need to make sure he doesn't get an E. He doesn't get an... Oh, wait. Wait, did he change his boots? No, he didn't. Fuck, the Wolper Tinger kind of messed it up for me. And this Bloodletter is gonna take the kill anyway, even if I start winning. Okay, he escape proc. What? Come on, bro. I'm gonna have to fight everyone here, but I have a good enough build to do it, kind of. He's trying to help the Deathgivers. The Deathgivers wants to fight 1v1 against me, so... Nah, the Deathgivers turned on the guy who was trying to team up with him, actually. That's cool. Where's the Bloodletter, though? Did he go north? Okay, he went north. I want to play Mist, though. Wait, Spearfucker says... Other name, by the way. I'm gonna fight everyone, I don't care. It's difficult for anyone to catch me, and if they do, well, whatever, I die. I'm only risking tier 7, I'm gonna be fine. The Bloodletter kind of irks me now. Are they trying to 2v1 me now or what? Need to be careful. I do have good potion. Okay, he's fighting. I want to kill the Bloodletter with him. I'm gonna kill everyone. No friends, especially in tier 7, but when there isn't somebody a lot less or more valuable, but I do want to prioritize the Bloodletter first. Okay, I'll kill you too. I'm sorry, bro, but... Fight everyone. Oh shit, did I cancel his spell? I tried to get rid of the wildfire, but... And fuck this. If the Bloodletter wasn't here, I could connect my helmet here. It's tier 6 Bloodletter and tier 5 Curse. I wouldn't... Oh, no, sorry, not Curse. I mean Wildfire. I wouldn't mind going to loot the guy that I killed, but... The fact that he has that helmet means he cannot really, you know... He cannot really cancel my row, but he's gonna loot the items. I mean, it was also like a tier 6 Deathgivers, right? Was it tier 7? Fuck, it was tier 7, so it's actually worth something. I should probably fight for it, but it's not the most important thing for me here. Oh, they're still waiting for it. That sucks a bit. Oh, nice, nice. He's killing his friend. Yeah, do it, do it, do it. He took the loot, not me. Hahaha, nice boots. He says, come on, okay. I don't know about that, come on. That was fun. He said, come on. After all this, he was like, come on. I'm sorry, that was pretty funny though. The fact that his reaction was come on after that was pretty funny. This guy needs to change his spells if he wants to fight me. I kind of would like to get my energy so that I don't have to start the fight. He says, Ayo, with you. This is such a fun situation, all of this together. That guy said, come on, and somebody, Minor Bros. Oh, the Bloodletter said, sorry for ratting, I will never do that again. What do you think? Should we have a poll in Twitch chat? Who believes that he's right? that he's honestly saying he's never gonna do that again. I need 5 more siphoned energy. I mean, okay, let's fight the Death Givers if he's still here, but that was fun though. I also need to start music again. I hope it works. Yeah, it works. That was fun. Okay, that's pretty awesome about playing tier 7 and about playing a build where I can dance around between many enemies, you know? Did I get all the last hits as well? Yeah, I got this last hit, I got this last hit. I was also only 10,000 IP. Sorry, I was 1,000 IP. Where is safer for awakened weapon leveling? Mist, roads, red zone, black zone. I personally would only feel safe in the mists. Because in the mists, I know I won't die if I don't want to take a risk. But for a beginner, mists are also pretty dangerous, yeah? Because people are much stronger people will try to dismount and kill you. So in open world, you will have a lot less intensity and less activity, less players trying to kill you, but you will have groups and situations where you just can't escape. And if someone picks up on the fact that you have an awakened weapon equipped, they will focus you, yeah? So I don't suggest doing it in the open world, to be honest. Mists are a good place. Wisdom says depths. Can you awaken every level in depths? I'm not sure if you can awaken like 6-4 in depths. Can you? If yes, then yeah, depths is obviously a no-brain answer. I mean, no-brainer, simple answer because 6-4 not. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Thanks for following King Yolok, yeah. That was a fun situation. I am so happy the guy was like, come on. He says, love your vids, man. Yeah, no blame, you know? You can play the game whichever way you want. It's just so funny that the first reaction from the dude who was trying to, you know, slip in, trying to, the first fight, then trying to stand in front between me and Death Givers, that his first reaction is, come on. Well, I mean, he did kind of get betrayed by the wildfire, right? Like, they were kind of trying to 2v1 me, and then and then the wildfire decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna kill this bloodletter instead. Hey Vic, love your YouTube vids, they're great. Thank you, King Yellow K. Thank you for taking the time to come here and write the message. I appreciate you. That makes me happy. I mean, I should say thank you to the bloodletter as well, to be honest. It's also very easy to feel good about everything on tier 7, yeah? I'm not risking anything, really. It doesn't matter if I die or what happens. I'm gonna write thank you and put a heart emoji for the bloodletter as well. As you know, we are all rats, so he did nothing wrong. It's just so funny that his first reaction was, come on! After all of that. They actually tried to 3v1 you, not 2v1. Well, kind of, but... you know, the Death Givers was actually trying to kill the Bloodletter. At some point, the Death Givers was trying to kill the Bloodletter and not attacking me. You saw that, yeah? But I mean, it's not like he had a choice. He was already down to 50% HP or something, even less, and then I attacked and killed him, yeah? But the Death Givers also got a very good lesson. Like, this Assassin Shoes game style, playstyle that is super popular right now on Death Givers Dual Swords. It's really nice for forcing people to brawl you and taking advantage of your weapon, which is really good at brawling. But it is much more limited in multi-way situations, and in Mist there are going to be a lot of those multi-way situations. So that's what you saw. Like, my build, not amazing for 1v1s, it's possible, but I am really good at taking advantage of juggling, like you saw, like dancing between several enemies. I have a lot of tools, yeah? I have a lot of tools to play between many enemies. Whereas the Death Givers is a bit more limited because he chose to go Assassin Shoes. So the fact that I killed him there is actually also a bit of punishment for his build being greedy like that, you know? If you dismount and kill anything you see quickly, Avaroads are faster, I think. Yeah, Avaroads are difficult to compute because Avaroads in general are pretty safe and very good fame, but if you're gonna awaken, if you're gonna like farm an awaken weapon, the moment like a gank squad comes across you, you might pretty much never get out of there. Yeah, if you don't already have experience and you understand what you're doing, you might easily be in a situation where the moment the ganker notices you and they are all on dire wolves, that's it pretty much for you. Yeah, they're gonna chase you down and they have enough people to have someone dismount in front of you. These sort of completely inevitable deaths in Mists are pretty rare. For someone who is not a beginner, you can run around Mists for weeks. If you don't want to die, you will Pretty much never die. If you don't want to take a risk, I mean. Is depth XP still best if I die to everybody? I don't know. You have to figure it out for yourself. If you spend a lot of time just running around from people, yeah, it might not be so good. I don't know. They tried to 3v1 and you stood victorious. Well, that's my name. Hey, that's my name. It's fun. I'm very happy I picked up the chill hull after dying on the Grove Keeper because it's definitely very, very fun to be the guy. Like, I'm in a situation where of course I can mess up. Like, Death Givers can easily even 1v1 me if I mess up. But still, dancing between many enemies, it's one of the better weapons to do something like that, and specifically with the build I'm running. You know, I can keep myself in combat and still regenerate in between enemies, you know, in between those bouts of different fights with different people. I have helmet to use mobs to get away or to slow people when they're chasing me. Like, my whole build is good specifically for taking a fight like that when there's a lot of people dancing around. Nice to have 29% CDR. Is that what I have? I don't have that. I have 21, no? But you have, Ryle, you have 29% or something. What weapon is it that you decided to play 29% CDR? That's pretty much the top, like the top I usually ever see, right? Like at that point is going for more doesn't feel good. Oh shit. He's on demon boots, which sucks. Which really sucks. But it also means that he can't really catch me. He's kind of wasting his time. He's also tier 7, so I could actually try this, yeah. Okay, you know what? I will change my helmet, fuck it. If I want to have a chance of killing him, which is anyway very difficult against demon boots, but if I want to have a chance, I kind of need this helmet, I think. Oh, he changed. It's a one-handed curse. So I need my E, that's the big thing. Sorry, not my E. Okay, actually E is also fine, but W is even better. Nope, that's not what I needed. I'm dead now. I don't have my I wanted to to push him away. With 3 stacks I have a chance. He fully tanked my E and I fully charged up his soldier armor, which is kind of. But yeah, I should have kept my blink for that instead of wasting the E probably. We blink those, yeah. Absolutely. Fun though, fun fight. Oh shit, I had all the okay, well I mean it doesn't matter. It was a bunch of tier 7s, right? The 3v1 was just mostly tier 7s and the cheap guy. So anyway, the loot don't matter. Okay, this was definitely the build to have fun with. To relax at the end of Saturday. Very, very fun. You can't really take advantage of the damage buff against Curse Staff. Oh yeah, but I didn't have a... Did he have a red buff actually? He did, right? Yeah, I didn't think about the buff. I could have also waited for my my robe to be ready again, yeah. Just to be safe, yeah. Didn't have to walk back into him, but hey, that was fun. Still, everything together was really fun. Do I need to worry about qualities? No. Also, I could have okay. There's lots of try hard things I could do. Yeah, I can also swap to. Actually, I'm not gonna even take healing potions. But at least poison, yeah, I don't need tornado necessarily. Let's go like this. Let's get a couple more of tornadoes. Omelette. It's nice because I also look non-threatening with my bad quality items. Without the red buff, you would absolutely crush him. Well, yeah, I guess. I wasn't exactly in don't give a fuck mode, but I was a little bit charging up his soldier armor for no real reason, yeah? I don't have to stand next to him and keep queuing. I need overcharge. I could have also just, walked away at that point and wait out his soldier armor and then fight, yeah? But What last time? I have a feeling like my dodging curses with my blink, like success rate is like near 100%. Yeah. I mean, I probably tried it for like I don't know 5 times in my life, but I have a feeling like I've done it successfully. Last times I was playing some frost staffs for a challenge or like just having fun. I think I did like a crazy for me the dodge. Yeah. As someone who's not used to it. And it's the same with Grove Keeper, yeah? So I should have probably just kept my just keep either my W for the second E, or if I do W away like I did, then just wait for my cooldowns, yeah? Because he cannot really get after me that well. Like the moment I blink away, I can also just throw Tornado and just wait for my cooldowns. Still really fun though. My IP is pretty high considering I bought a bunch of random items. Did you end up getting all the loot from those 3 kills? Yeah, but I didn't bring it out. I just died with all that. I went with Abby, into Abby with it. But I did get it, yeah. But the Bloodletter looted the Death Givers that I killed first. So, no. No, sir, wait. No. No. So, a lot of it probably trashed, yeah, because... also, like, a lot of the loot that... The Death Givers was the most valuable one, the one I killed first. And Bloodletter picked up his items while I was fighting them. So... You kind of have a bill or so. Yeah. I mean, if you see me play, you also see that I don't think a lot about money. But it does still give a bit of, like... I don't know how to say, like... Not exactly meaning, but it does help everything that you do in Albion. It helps you put it in a little bit of extra context. To calculate, okay, I made this much profit playing this build, I made this much profit on that day, you know, to kind of calculate your silver profits and losses. A lot of, like, some of the decisions I make also, when I have, like, different people I can attack, you know, sometimes I will attack the guy because he's worth more, yeah? So silver, and thinking about it, even if it doesn't really matter that much, it still gives some, like, extra nice framing to whatever we do in Albion. One minute until this. He changed his boots though. That's nice. From the curse stuff. He realized that he has to get close to start the fight, kind of. Especially if he wants to be on the route, which is interesting, but okay. I guess it worked. He realized that, you know, he has to get close, so he changed his boots and he didn't play on demon boots, yeah. If he was on demon boots until the end, then the fight is very different. It's much more difficult for the fight to start, because if he's on demon boots, I need a bigger advantage to start fighting him at all, yeah. Because if I know that he's on demon boots and I'm not, I know that whenever he does decide that it's enough, he's going to just run away, and I cannot run away from him like that. I get a chance to try this, to try the blink dodge again. By the way, I did it. I did the blink dodge. That guy's getting dismounted up there, though. The bow is dismounted already. Who's this guy? Another curse. I kind of wasted my tornado there earlier. Now I cannot I cannot use my W now, right? Until I need to dodge. Let's see, can I do 2 out of 2 dodges? Yo, this is actually much easier than I thought it would be. I need to buy time for my robe somehow. The bow is still also trying to chase me. But the bow also has soldier boots, yeah? He drank a potion? He drank a res potion, okay. Are they fighting or he just drank it randomly? Oh, that's why the ball caught me last time, because he's also playing soldier boots. I see. Okay, yeah, fight each other. That's good boys, good boys. They realize that I'm not a good target. Haha, okay, interesting. Oh no! I accidentally clicked my robe. That's bad. That was an important part of what I was doing here. That's really bad, actually. I really wanted to use it, you know? I really would need it also right now. And now he's gonna catch up to me. I need to somehow miraculously dodge his next E here. Or I can just do that. Okay, his boots are gonna be over, I think. Nice. Oh, I got a bit too cocky. I could have robed until the end. I got too cocky. I wanted to. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions there. A lot of fun again. Playing tier 7 Chill Howl is like instant fun. This is very good for my brain. Trying to figure out how to navigate this mess in between a bunch of people. Everyone trying to catch me, but not really achieving it. That was a lot of fun again. It's definitely a very fun way. Wait, who did I kill? This was from last fight. Did I not get the last hit? And by the way, I dodged 2 of the curses. Yeah, too bad. I once again, I had the win already, but I walked into him because I thought it's gonna look cooler if I just kill him there. But the Q1 damage was a bit too much because I did not charge my robe until the end, like I easily could have, because he's not really threatening me there. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, that was fun though. Let's take poisons again, just in case. Not all the fights where I would like a poison, but let's see. Maybe some 1v1s will be. Maybe it's a waste of money. Why am I worth so much though? I'm curious why they got so much for killing me. Did I loot something already? I guess I did and I forgot about it. That was really fun fights. Yeah, this was fun again. It's nice to manage the fight between a bunch of people, yeah? And the fact that they were both in Wanderlust meant that you saw that they weren't really properly able to 2v1 me. Like, it was one of them catching me, then the other. But I blinked. Both cursed E's, I blinked, right? I would have died already a million times ago. Years ago. That was awesome. That felt good. Because I don't have the intuition in my brain to kind of feel the iframe properly, because, you know, I don't play that much Frost, as you know. But it was easier than I thought. Dodges were clean. It felt also like both times I dodged. The second time especially, because the second time if I don't dodge I'm dead, yeah? It felt I felt very good. Fuck, I should have been careful there, because there's a bunch of items on the floor, and, you know, just the psychological. I don't want to feed like this. I don't want this guy, because now he's gonna think like his strategy is like a legit, like, good thing. Yeah, and it's okay. As a beginner, of course, play whatever you want. But, you know, like, running Wanderlust Warbow, he's kind of like undermining his own PvP progress by essentially playing like that, yeah? But the bad thing is I kind of gave him a positive reinforcement to keep doing that, yeah? He's gonna think like, oh, okay, yo, this build is actually like okay, you know? To rat or to play, which really isn't. Maybe go for one-handed Frost one round? No, I'm enjoying this. More options on Chill Howl. I can Chill Howl myself and outplay someone. I can... well, I guess in terms of enemies, one-handed Frost is a bit more reliable in terms of casting it on enemies, but at least this one gives me more options. Also, as you saw several times, I can freeze my enemy and then charge my robe for a little while. So I don't know. It doesn't instantly attract me. Like, doesn't make me feel like, oh yeah, I want to do that. Maybe sometime. I have pretty good specs. Okay, I have good specs in Frost Dive still. I was saying something like it's not full specs, I think, at some point. But actually, I mean, other Frost Dive. Obviously, my Chill Howl is 100, but I have good specs in everything, yeah? 80, 80, 50, 50, 50. Okay. Because I'm just seeing that my IP is actually decent, yeah? For tier 7 gaming. see if I can find someone. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. In the end, I misclicked my robe also. That was critical. I didn't want to run away. Like, in the end, I didn't want to run away and dodge stuff for so long. Yeah, I accidentally clicked my R and instantly cancelled it, and it goes on cooldown like this. How do you fight without Cultist Cowl versus Deathgivers or no mobility builds with spears? Against no mobility builds with spears, you kite them. Tomas. Or Thomas. If you don't have a... Ooh. I don't know if I have any chance of competing against Sky Strider. Probably not, but only one way to find out. He was mounted though. Against, if your enemy doesn't have any mobility, use the advantage that on spear you have Impaler. Sorry, to do damage and slow from far. You have... oh shit, okay. I wish he fought. Please fight. Please fight him. (7-3) Panther. Man, I wish the fists fought him. Well, at least I helped him a little bit, yeah? I should probably just double overcharge. Yo, let's do this. There we go. That feels good. I don't think I can kill 7-3 Prowling though, but I mean, I've never tried with this build, yeah? Do I just change to Poison? Is it important for me to have Tornado against him? Do I Tornado his W when he's in form or not? His W is decent. He also has the annoying boots, yeah. I can't use my mobility advantage because he has royal boots, unfortunately. Which I can kind of cancel with E, but then I need to keep my E and then I just get destroyed. So I guess we go next Mist. At least I, for a moment, felt like I saved the Battle Braces, but I think he died anyway. But there's other things also, Thomas. It's not like if you don't have Cultist Cowl, you cannot brawl Deathgivers. If they are on Q2, and for example, if let's say they are on Q2 Shadow Edge, yeah? Nobody should be like that against Spear, but let's say they're on Q2 Shadow Edge. You just brawl them, yeah? Now you are a better brawler. You just need to be careful about trying not to give them 3 stacks. You can Purge, you can E to interrupt their Q, and all stuff like that. You try not to give them like constantly every Q, and you can stand and brawl them. So like giving you like one very clear answer is gonna limit you too much. If I just tell you, if you don't have Cultist Cowl, just kite against Deathgivers. But generally, if you don't have, like, if the enemy has, as you said, no mobility, but they are better brawlers than you, then the spear just kites. Nobody in this camp. I should walk around dismounted. I forgot that I'm not afraid of anything on my tier 7 mobility build. The Prowler was also running plate armor. Armor of Valor is also... I mean, it's potential counter, yeah? It's not that easy to walk out of the ring with Armor of Valor, but it is possible that he doesn't get frozen if he Armor of Valors against my E. I think there's some weird interactions with that. Do I go into Abbeys with this? I guess I can go, yeah? I just need to change my Q and I can kind of PvE not terribly. Let's go. I just soloed the tier 8 Deathgivers. That's a good feeling and lucrative. Nice. It is time, Ugborg. I know this is not what you want to hear from me, but it is time for you to start expanding your comfort zone, you know? I'm not just saying this to you, I'm also trying to tell this to myself a little bit, yeah? I'm pushing myself also to play new things, new content, new higher IP levels, all of that. But I think it's time for you also to face that you can't only play tier 6 Arcane until the rest of your life, like until the end, yeah? Like a lot of the, like, I know this is like good fun and enjoying, but can you imagine the same type of enjoyment if you kill 8.3s? Like if you figure out builds to play at tier 8, for example, and you get good enough to fight some 8.3s. Why don't you use Q3 on PvP, Robert? I am using Q3, I just changed exactly to that. Ugburg says, I know you feel it. You cannot deny. I am 100% sure, Ugburg, that you feel it. Like, at some point, you must feel, you must understand that you are limiting yourself, yeah? Like, every next victory on tier 6 is becoming less and less sweet, I hope. Maybe not, you know? Maybe you're built different, but, you know? You could use the skills you're learning to move up. But I'm saying, I'm talking also to myself. Like, I'm trying to convince myself also a little bit. He will get frozen with Valor in your E. But can't he just walk out with Valor? No? I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure what the move speed is like. I mean, can't he just walk out of the circle in Valor because he doesn't get slowed, right? He can't. Okay. I'm not convinced, but I hope you're right. Zombilio says, Yovik, as you know, I'm switching to you, server. What weapon should I start maining? I want something with good damage and being able to control the fight. Well, you know what was my favorite weapons, yeah? One-handed spear and Daybreaker. It's still the same. And they are both weapons that are currently strong, especially Daybreaker. And they are both tactical. I don't know what you mean by control the fight. Control the fight sounds like just mobility, yeah? Like whoever has more mobility gets to decide more at which point you guys are standing and trading, at which point you are not interacting, yeah? Challenge accepted, Vic, says Ugburg. I will show you. For real, for real. Okay, I'm excited if you actually, you know. Because, you know, it's like, how to say. I feel like you are reaching the limits of what tier 6 can teach you. Especially on your build that you're already so good at. He can on Soldier Helmet. Yeah, okay, on Soldier Helmet you don't get frozen at all, yeah? But... I'm not sure about Armor of Valor. I'm not completely convinced. If I just cast an E on the enemy, and they click Armor of Valor and keep walking. I guess they don't make it out of the circle, yeah? They're not fast enough still, yeah? That's what you're trying to say. I hope you're right. I kind of want something new. Never played Spears, Swords, Arcanes, or Frosts. I mean, all of those seem good. Why not? Frost, like, when tryharding Frost, I get a bit frustrated because it's not entirely in my nature to just kite so much and, you know, kind of... On Frost, sometimes, to play correctly, you need to stay away from enemy for so long that the enemy will just turn around and walk away. I mean, this happens always, yeah? On any build where you cannot brawl. So it's not like it's crazy Frost special, but still, I don't know. I feel like on Frost, this is taken to a completely different, like, new level. And it's not exactly my playstyle. Like, it's very difficult to be aggressive on Frost, yeah? In same IP fights. Maybe that's a good reason to play it, because if something is difficult, it's also more interesting. But yeah. That's why I like also Spears, because I often on Daybreaker, I often can go on the aggressive, yeah? And I'm not just saying when I'm higher IP, but also in regular fights. It's often my turn to be the one running at my enemy, using mobility to catch them, or stuff like that, to force them to some sort of brawl. This is a bit risky here. I don't have W and I'm really low. Play one's Frost build and just insta brawl lore. Is that the one I played earlier today with the channel point? Somebody redeemed. I mean, not somebody, but earlier I played. Wait, where was it? I played. This is last time. No, this is. Was it not? I can't find it. Oh, this one, yeah. I mean, kind of something like this. Q2, yeah? With Morgana Cape and Scholar Robe. Is that what you mean, Azut, yeah? That's what I played earlier. It was Random Memes Channel Point Redemption. Similar, yeah, okay. Yeah, I could. That was surprisingly fun. I surprised a couple people with crazy damage. Also, I surprised myself a little bit, yeah? You will get frozen in Armor of Valor, you will get damage and silence and impact E. I see. Yeah, okay. No, that part I very much believe you, Ryle. I think that makes sense what you're saying. I was just wondering because I guess like because you know if an enemy is like you know if they're for example sprinting with boots, you eat them they just run out If they're not sprinting, the slow is enough to keep them in there. I was just wondering that maybe in Valor, Hammer of Valor, they can still get out. How big is the slow? 30%. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, it actually says ignores crowd control resistances. I didn't know that that's a thing there. Okay. So you get you anyway get slowed. Even with Armor of Valor, you get the same slow, so it doesn't even impact it, I guess. If it says ignores crowd control resistances, yeah. Although, I mean, Armor of Valor doesn't even write that it doesn't even say necessarily that it's crowd control resistance. Yeah, it just says that uninterruptible. Okay. So in essence, it doesn't do anything, and it just happens exactly like you said. Yeah. That when he actually gets frozen, I get the tick of Valor damage. I feel like Frost doesn't have enough damage, might just try spears or swords. Well, yeah, Frost, you have to take fight a bit slower, yeah? You can't just jump your enemy like a Death Givers and just bam, 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 try to use all the spells and kill them before they even understand that the fight happened, yeah? That's true. Okay, 3 minutes until... Okay, another chest, and then there's maybe a red buff there. I don't see the mobs, but I do see the red carpet. If you just try to walk from light color W, you will get hit, but if you use an mobility, you're out. Okay, same. Okay, somebody has been here. I need to change my spell, probably, because I prefer Q1. I'm gonna be on Tornado first and see if I really need to change to Poison for something. Well, we'll see. I mean, somebody cleared the rooms, a couple of rooms close to chest, yeah, so probably someone is gonna come from the north when the chest is ready. Did I clear this room here on the left? I think I did, yeah, this was one of my first rooms. I was just thinking I don't want to fight a double-bladed, you know? I was legit just thinking that I hope I don't get a double-bladed. But I mean, I will still try it, of course. I didn't bring overcharge, that sucks. $15 stacks, by the way. I know this guy. I fought him many... This is the same guy that barely survived. Last time I was trying to fight him on a spear. No! Now I'm dead. Now I'm just dead here, right? He doesn't even know that he needs to get out of there, but I'm still dead. This is the guy that barely survived when I was on Daybreaker and I couldn't omelet him. Fuck. Ah, that was the guy. And then next time he ran away. I remember, because this specific build with this, he barely, like, I also barely survived, but he barely survived because I was an omelet and I couldn't change foods. And then next time I saw him, he just full ran away from me. That was when I was playing Daybreaker, 4463 Daybreaker Day. It was, I think it's the same guy, because he was playing the same tiers and also on a Panther. The cultist there shouldn't have helped him, and I messed up my potion. If I had, at this point, it's better to have healing, yeah? Because I just fully, like, messed up my potion. I'm pretty bad at using tornadoes properly. So many times I end up throwing the person closer to me. This time I kind of just pushed him into the wall, so I didn't get the value, so I didn't have any potions in this fight, yeah? Let the hate flow. No. I'm a bit unhappy that because last time he had perfect build against me, my Daybreaker, and I couldn't kill him because I only had omelet. I was an omelet, and my pocket was also omelet. I couldn't change to Snapper. But luckily we both got away because he messed up. Yeah, he should have killed me, but he messed up there. I didn't have overcharge also, which kind of sucks here. And then I saw him in the next tabby again, and I tried to attack him, and then he just ran away. So I guess he learned last time that, yo, fuck, like, it's too risky for him to play against Daybreaker. This was okay. I think I could have, if I was better, I think I could have turned this around if I was a bit more careful, and specifically if I hit the tornado, yeah? And I should have been more willing to run away. Like, you saw, he started walking away. Like, he was so worried, or he was just wanting the advantage from this, that he started walking away. And you saw, like, I used boots to catch after him, yeah? Because tier 7 needs to run after 7-3, because it's double-bladed, so it's not that strong. So that was me being not careful, yeah? Using my boots just to catch, to keep him in combat. Because and that kind of, it makes sense, because it's my interest that combat happens, yeah? Because I'm risking very little, and he's obviously gonna, like, it's a very much nicer payday for me. Whatever. I was thinking on the chest, I was thinking, I hope I don't get the double bladed, because I would love to fight some sort of death givers or fists or something, but whatever. Hello, Victor, how's it going? Actually, very well. Like, very, very, very fun, very relaxed and fun day. It is time probably soon to, you know, also call it a day. But I had one of the craziest, one really crazy moment of Zerius on stream earlier. You will see it in like a YouTube short and then a video as well. But it was a fun. It was the saying goodbye to the Grove Keeper, you know. The guy who just died too, I met him. Yeah, I'm so annoyed. Like, he should have died. The first time I saw him on Daybreaker, he was already dead on my screen. If I had proper food. And this time I messed up the potion. It's so close. And as I said, and next time I met him, like, he actually just full on ran away. Yeah, he didn't want to fight. So he realized last time that if he almost died on Omelette, then he can only imagine what will happen if I'm on Snapper. But here, if I don't just run after him, I don't know. I guess he just walks away. Like he was already kind of out of them. What is this? Why is this? Why is there a tier 6 double bladed here? Couldn't kill him, sadly. You mean he killed you? You fought him, Osiris? Or you just decided that it's not a viable option for you to take the fight? Thanks for following Delwar. This is a proper tier 7 blight. I need to cast some spells to charge up my passive and then go and try to dismount him. I also have a heal, yeah? The blight staff is not the only healer here. I have my robe also. He's just gonna mount up. He's just going to mount up because I didn't dismount him. Never mind, he's not mounting up. I wish I had the poison. I definitely should have used the poison here. At least he's also interested in fighting, it seems now. I don't know. I don't want to let him out of combat, but I also kind of need to reset, yeah? To change to poison and get full HP here. Ah, that hit me. That sucks. Let's wait 20 seconds. Just need to get out of combat for a moment. Poison, and that's pretty much it, actually. That should be fine. Maybe he's even gonna E to catch after me now. Who knows? Okay, risking it. 10 seconds. If he's watching stream, he can run at me and kill me, but he's not. Tier 8 Death Givers. That's a fun one as well to fight. I don't care. If the Death Givers goes for me and kills me, I don't care. Tier 8 Death Givers. Hello. 8-3. No, no. Oh, thank God. I was already worried. And now I have the wrong potion. No way. And now when I need it, I don't have the potion I need. And he will just one-shot me. Nice. Nice. And now I don't... Now I changed to the other potion. Exactly when I needed the tornado. That's the guy I saw earlier. He wasn't fighting the... I saw him next to the Prowling. Remember the Prowling who was fighting? They didn't fight each other. But yeah, it's an... I think it's... Duskweaver value. Yeah, thank God the Gatherer was there. But he had the Duskweaver as well on the bow, so... I was just a free kill for him. Okay, it's really fun. The tier 7... I don't know why I give so much, like, fame. I'm just like a... I didn't even get tier 7 Mistcaller. Like, the rebuying items, sometimes the system is weird. Anyway, I was already trying to relax for the day, and I think it's a very good time to end it. I'm gonna play not Albion tomorrow, so come say hello. Just to spend some time together and look at the game. I'm probably gonna play Alan Wake, at least at the beginning, and then we'll figure out later, which is gonna be maybe an exciting story game. And then, of course, continuing Albion on Monday. And if you're part of Discord, all the my schedule and everything I will update there. I kind of try to keep it more or less up to date of what my plans are for the week. But I think that's it for today. I am actually going to end up very close to weekly this. I don't really look at this, but just because I killed an 8.4 this week. And now also got the 8.3 kill today. And then in general, I don't know how I got this much, but I feel like without thinking too much about it, So getting into top 50 as at least doesn't really mean, like, it doesn't mean you're super actively playing. Yeah, I also skipped a couple days. So actually a lot of fame this week. Which is fun. And yeah, today's highlight, definitely. I'm gonna go make a short out of it and then make some food. Not Albion, there are other games besides Albion. Bobby, yes, there are games to play while you're waiting for Albion to become, interesting again, essentially. I'm not doing that. I'm not tired of Albion. I'm actually really excited, thanks to you, in big part. I'm actually really excited about Albion. Because it's so much more fun to play with stream. But still, I want to slowly start playing a bit of variety here and there, and I think tomorrow is a good moment to start. Let's see who is streaming in English so that we can choose someone and see what's up. Charin is playing with Megs together. Don't know who that is. But do they have drops? I don't know if she has the new drops, so I definitely want to go for someone who has these special drops, Let's go for Megs. They're playing depths together, so I think that makes sense, yeah. So let's go raid Megs today and ask her about the social side of Albion, or what depths are like, because I haven't played as much depths recently. I started writing raid in the chat in the game. Did you see that? I opened the in-game... Oh, you didn't see it. It's behind my name. I opened the in-game, the global chat, and I started writing raid Megs in that chat. That's how cooked my brain is today. But thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for another great stream, says Bobby and Master Tem. Thank you. Thank you for the good vibes. And don't forget to keep your spears high, and we'll see you again tomorrow in a non-Albion setting, and then again later in Albion, of course, next week. Ozario said it's crazy how sometimes you don't see nobody and suddenly everybody is dismounted to join the fight. Yeah, but I love that. I love that situation. There's a lot of people, especially on tier 7. It's just positive feelings because I'm not really risking that much, yeah. So it doesn't feel bad. Okay. Continue getting drops from Meg's stream. Ask her stuff about Albion that I don't know about. And see you again tomorrow. Ciao. And this is the official goodbye for YouTube, because I know that you're still here.